Crewe Alexandra have over the years produced some pretty good youth players. Not amazing, not world class. I want to say Danny Murphy came through the youth intakes of Crewe Alexandra in real life. I have therefore decided to take it upon myself to try and do a youth development challenge with Crewe Alexandra. There is a little catch, however, for this series. And that is, myself as a manager am unsackable. I have used the in-game editor to make it so that I am unsackable. However, I have turned off the in-game editor so the button's not up here. I mean, you can kind of get it through the preferences. Trust me, I'm not going to go look for the in-game editor through the preferences. So I will hopefully be able to produce some pretty good youth players at Crewe Alexandra, but also I won't ever get sacked. So if you get promoted and relegated or just have a really bad season, they're not going to get rid of me. We are here because we are trying to develop the youth players and not really care too much about the club itself. And speaking of the club itself, one of the reasons why I've gone to Crewe Alexandra, not just because of their history, but it is because for a League 2 side, they have some pretty decent coaching for a League 2 side, basically. They're not world class, they're not superb, we're not going to be getting absolutely unbeatable footballers coming through the youth intakes. However, we should be getting some half decent ones coming through. We've also got a pretty sizable stadium, 10,000 capacity stadium, so if we start to progress up the leagues into the championship, things like that, we should be selling that out. Hopefully, you'd think that we'd be selling that out and getting a lot of money coming in that way. One of the things as well I would love to be able to do through Crewe Alexandra is sell some of these youth players with some 50% sell-on clauses, things like that, and basically, we don't really care where we take Crewe. What we care about is how much money we can bring into Crewe and also how many professional footballers of an international standard we can also bring through the Crewe youth intakes. That was not easy to say. So if you are new here, you will probably not know what a youth development challenge is, but if you're not, you probably will. Essentially, what we need to be doing is every single season we'll be locking in one player who has come through our youth intake up until we have 5 players in our starting 11 fixed in for the season who have come through youth intakes. There is an additional caveat to that. However, if they are older than 21 when the transfer window closes, we will not be able to lock them in either. It means we will always be playing 5 most likely teenagers. Occasionally, they might be 20 years old. And this is the tactic that I'm going to be going for. I'm not going to go for anything too special. Like I said earlier, we're not trying to progress Crewe in terms of footballing ability. We just want to get something half decent, see how well we can go. We're going to be getting, obviously, trying to get some central defenders, fullbacks, defence midfielders, central midfielders, wingers and strikers. We don't care too much about attacking midfielders, but if we can get ourselves some left and right wingers who can play in possession and out possession, they play more as left and right wide midfielders. So yeah, basically this is what we're going to be trying to play. Season 1, we obviously haven't had a youth intake yet, but we will do in around April time. Which is now, in fact. And because this is season 1, things are a little bit broken with our youth intake, and this is not an FM26 thing. This happens on some of the older FM games as well. We've got some players who have technically come through our youth intake who didn't actually come through a youth intake. For example, Prince Roberts here, who is a 16-year-old, has already played 10 times. It is the 30th of March. The youth intake has literally just come in, so he is not part of this youth intake. However, everyone else who has got a little plus or a star next to their name, or both, has come through our youth intake. And you can see we have 9 elite prospects, 8 if you take out Prince Roberts, and all of the elite prospects I'll put a little plus and a star next to, which says to me that they are the ones that everyone thinks will be the best players coming through the intake. And there are 2 players on this list who have a current ability of 2.5 star. Everyone else has got 5-star potential, but these players have 2.5 star current ability. We've also got 2 players with 2-star current ability. We are going to take a look at these elite prospects. We've also got some top prospects as well. We've got some good prospects. We've got some decent prospects who are probably not going to be any good. So going in order of star rating, we have Richard Owusu, the 15-year-old Ghanaian central midfielder, 1-star current ability, 5-star potential. I like his mental numbers. Everything else obviously needs a bit of work. We have to remember, though, we are League 2. So 5-star potential for League 2 could mean he's good enough for the Championship. Doesn't mean that he's going to be good enough to play for the Ghana national side. Joining Owusu as a 1-star current ability but 5-star potential is Timothy McFall, a Northern Irish striker at 16 years of age. 13 finishing, pretty good. 15 technique, also pretty good mentally. Doesn't look horrendous really with his 14 determination and 11 teamwork. It's a little on the low side, but he is 16. We are a League 2 side. He's probably actually not a terrible footballer, is he? Moving into the 1.5-star players, we have Paul Chambers, a 16-year-old English central midfielder. I do like the look of Paul Chambers. He is only 1.5-star current ability, as I've mentioned, but mentally got some really good numbers there. Determination, nice and high. Leadership and aggression, being a 12, not particularly bad either. Teamwork on a 7, could do with a bit more improvement there. Work rate of 10 as well, bit more improvement. But also physically, looks pretty good. Technically, doesn't look bad with his first touch and technique. Paul could be good. Somebody else who could be good is Rilwan Abidun, could be his name, a 16-year-old English right back and maybe slightly a left back if he fancies it on the day. Mentally, he looks good. Technically, he doesn't look very good. He can't cross and he can't tackle. So as a fullback and a wing back, I'm not too sure what you're going to be able to do. Mentally, though, those numbers are probably the best numbers that we've seen so far, I think. Into the 2-star current ability players now, and Tommy Leather is at the first one, a 16-year-old English striker and maybe a left winger if he fancies it on the day. He looks good. I do like the look of Tom Leather. Mentally looks pretty decent. Bravery of 18, really aggressive as well at 15, that's good. Determination, nice and high. Leadership, teamwork, both on 13, so potentially a future captain of Crewe, maybe, if he stays around. Technically as well, doesn't look terrible. Heading, nice and high. Technique, nice and high. Finishing, first touch, both of them are 9, so bump them up by a couple of numbers, and he's going to look really, really good. Next up, we have Jack Harkin. Once again, 2-star current ability, 5-star potential. One old Jackie boy here, the 15-year-old Australian centre-back. Mentally, I think he might be the best that we've seen now. For a 5'11" central defender from Australia, 18 determination, nice and high. Anticipation and bravery of 15. Leadership of 13. So again, another potential future captain. Technically, not awful either. Marking, tackling technique, nice and high. Can't header. Is that a problem? Probably for a centre-back, but he's also 15, so has plenty of time to learn those skills. And now the 2.5-star current ability players. Ellis Williams-Howell. The problem with Ellis is he is an attacking midfielder, and we do not play attacking midfielders in our formation. We'll be sticking with this formation for the entirety of the 10 seasons of this Crewe Alexandra Youth Development Challenge, so we're going to have to probably retrain him, or maybe try and sell him on early, get a 50% sell-on clause in there, a nice big sell-on clause at the very least, and hope that he turns good for somebody else. But mentally, real good. Love those numbers. Determination, high. Teamwork, high. Work rate, pretty high. Off the ball's also pretty high as well. Is lacking a bit in things like anticipation, composure, decision, stuff like that. But some of the numbers that I really like to look for, he's got nice high numbers in as well. Technically, doesn't look particularly bad either with his first touch passing and technique. Physically, not the best. He is 5'6". He's also only 15, so he's definitely got time to grow. But I think the best player that we have managed to get in to our youth intake in Season 1 is Sabatus Prudent, a 16-year-old left-back who is 6'4", so he is 100% getting retrained to be a centre-back because he's got 17 jumping reach and 14 heading. You're not a left-back, you're a centre-back. I don't know who told you you're a left-back, and maybe even a left midfielder. It's not a thing, mate. You're a centre-back all day long. Technically, looks pretty decent, like I said, with his 14 heading, but also 11 tackling, not amazing, but it's not terrible either. Technique of 12 is pretty good. Mentally, aggressive. Anticipation's pretty high. Decisions as well, not awful. It's not amazing. Work rates, again, not awful, but not amazing. He can play as a 2.5-star central defender, a wide centre-back. So I like the look of Sabatus Prudent, and I think Sabatus Prudent might need to get locked in for the rest of this season. Obviously, we do have some other players. I guess we'll have a look at Carl Harriott because we don't really get too many goalkeepers through. So actually having a young goalkeeper who's already 4.5-star potential early doors might be quite handy. I don't know whether Harriott's going to be any good. He is from Guyana. Is he also, I'm assuming, part English? He is part English as well. So that's obviously a good thing. So Season 1 in these youth development challenges are always slightly different because obviously we don't have a youth intake until near the end of the season, but obviously we do have a season still to play. We are currently sat 7th place in the table after nearly 40 games. We do have a game in hand around a lot of teams, but Chesterfield, who are just ahead of us, 1 point ahead of us, also have themselves a game in hand. So we could potentially sneak ourselves into is it an automatic playoff spot? It's how many teams get promoted? Is it 4? I think it's 4, right? So Grimsby, Barnet, MK Dons look like they're in promotion spots. And then we've got Walsall, Colchester, Chesterfield and Crewe in playoff positions. So yeah, it might be 4 teams going promoted. So hopefully we should be good enough, or we could be good enough, to be one of those 4 sides to go up. I have just seen, though, our form is pretty horrendous, losing to Grimsby, Cheltenham and Bristol Rovers. Not ideal, that one. So I've been having a think. And I'm thinking to try and get him to play in a more useful position, Ellis Williams-Howell is going to be playing for us. He can play slightly as a central midfielder, so we are going to try and play him as a central midfielder until the end of the season. So it's only going to be maybe like 5 games plus playoffs, I think, potentially. So he's not going to get a lot of football, but he is only 15, will be 16 by the end of the season. Williams-Howell will be our first player locked in. When we get to season 2, we do have to lock in 2 players, which means probably Prudent might get locked in, I'm going to assume this one here. So Sabatus Prudent is probably going to be the man getting locked into that position. One final thing that I do want to mention is we are not in charge of transfers. So there have been a whole bunch of transfers that have gone on. I've done absolutely none of them. So we brought in a few people. We've actually spent £50,000 on Phil Croker, apparently. Is that a good bit of business? I don't know. He's not played for us yet, so it doesn't sound like a particularly good bit of business, but we've also loaned out a couple of people as well. So far, the first youth intake then has been pretty decent. We're now going to jump to the end of the season, see where we can finish. If we can get ourselves into the playoffs, that will obviously be pretty handy for us. So the season is complete, and the fact that we are now currently loading up a match highlight says to me, and to you hopefully, that we got ourselves all the way through to the playoff final. Annoyingly, we didn't get ourselves automatically promoted, but we did get into the playoffs, and we got into the playoff final as well. And we have the ball on the left-hand side of the pitch. This is in the first half. Plays it in the middle. Ellis Williams-Howell has a shot, has a second chance. And the youngster, who I think might be 16, still might be 15 years of age, scores a goal at Wembley against Chesterfield in the playoff final. Into the second half we go, and Crewe Alexandra have themselves a free kick on the edge of the penalty area off to the left-hand side. Sanders is the man to step up and take it. Plays it on the ground. It is Lancaster with a long-range effort. Hits the post, and Chesterfield can clear the ball. And they can clear the ball so well. In fact, they are now 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, Mark Handy, with the effort past Booth, and it is 1-1. The fact that we've just hit the bar and they've scored a counter-attack from that kind of annoyed me a little bit. But into extra time we go, and it is Chesterfield with the ball so far. Edge of the penalty area. Dobra plays it across. Mark Handy on the left-hand side, loses out to Sanders, and now can Crewe do anything down that right-hand side? Long ball upfield. We've got March on the right. Don't think we have any youngsters on the pitch anymore. I imagine older Ellis has been substituted off. It is Tracy in the middle, plays it across to Roberts. Roberts' effort is deflected off McFadzean, but it is enough to go into the back of the net, and it is enough to get Crewe Alexandra promoted in Season 1 to League 1. So even more ridiculously, we did actually finish in the lowest possible place to qualify for the playoffs, and we have still managed to win the whole thing. So we finished in 7th place, 46 games, 21 wins, 15 draws, 10 defeats, 61 goals. Is that pretty good? I don't know. It sounds pretty good, doesn't it? 43 conceded. That sounds quite good. In fact, that might be the best in the league. In fact, it is the best in the league. So defensively, we were pretty handy, weren't we? The 78 points, we almost threw it away towards the end of the season, though, with lots and lots of draws by the looks of it. So 2 draws. Walsall and Notts County were actually league games, and then we played MK Dons home and away in the playoffs, and then obviously Chesterfield, the final one there, in the final, getting us promoted to League 1. I will just double check. So we did lock in, obviously, Ellis Williams-Howell, who did score a goal in that playoff final. He also got 2 assists as well to his name. He's played 10 matches, 1 goal, 2 assists. Average rating is 6.91, which is actually pretty decent for a player who has just turned 16 like 10 or so days ago. We do need to keep an eye on things like this. Obviously, that's a youth contract, but sometimes if that turns to a wanted, if that's a wanted and it's like a Leicester City or a Hull or a Sunderland, those are like really good teams to sell to because they're not going to stay there. If they turn into world-class footballers, you can stick a 50% sell-on clause in there, and then an Arsenal might buy them for £20 million in about 5 years' time. That's what you want to be doing. Obviously, this is Season 1. It's very early days to really be kind of hoping that Williams-Howell turns into a world-class footballer, but you never know. We have had a golden generation in Season 1, so it is possible. All the players, by the way, who had a plus and a star next to them, I have automatically promoted into the first team, and I've just seen here, so Jack Harkin played one off the bench, the 15-year-old, I'm assuming as a centre-back, came off the bench, got a 7 rating as well, fair enough. Sabatus Prudent as well also came off the bench. He got a 6.7 rating. I'm interested, where did they play you? Was it a left-back? It was a left-back. In a 3-1 win against Barnet, came on at half-time. And the other one is Tom Leather, the 16-year-old striker, came off the bench and scored on his debut. Who did he score against? It was in the Barnet game. What happened in that Barnet game? so we can actually see what happened in the Barnet game. We've got Crewe's side here. So it was Ellis, Williams, Howell who did start. Obviously, we expect him to start. Can we see... So Sabatus Prudent came on, so did Tom Leather, and so did Jack Harkin. Really? I want to see Tom Leather's goal, okay? So at this point, I think it was already 2-1 to Crewe, but we do get ourselves a final goal. So actually, we finished this match with 3 youngsters on the pitch by the looks of it. Lancaster collects the ball on the right-hand side. I think Ellis is still on the pitch in the middle there. We've obviously got Leather as well on the pitch. It goes in the middle. Tommy Leather there just takes it in his stride, puts it in the back of the net. It's a 3-1 win against Barnet, and 2 youngsters have scored goals, and we've only locked in 1. I am genuinely quite happy with how things have gone. What I will do, actually, if we just put in the under-18s and under-21s, this is going to include anyone else, so they could still technically play some of these people. Don't think they have. No, they haven't bothered to put anyone else in, but, I mean, Jordan Gould has got some form, apparently. Who did you play against? That's just non-competitive games. Okay, anyway. So that is Season 1 in the bag then, with Crewe Alexandra in our Youth Development Challenge, and Season 2 brings a little bit more extra stakes to the game, doesn't it? Because we are obviously moving up to League 1 thanks to winning the playoff final. In Season 2 as well, we will have to lock in 2 players into our starting 11, and already I think we probably know who it's going to be. I can probably spoil it now for you. It's probably going to be Prudent and Ellis. I think that's probably what we're going to go for. So Prudent, I'm going to put in as a central defender because he needs to learn how to do that because he's definitely not a fullback. And then, yeah, Ellis will keep his place in the centre of midfield. That's going to do it for Season 1. Season 2, it's going to be a lot harder up in League 1. So hopefully we can just not embarrass ourselves will be helpful. So it is Season 2 of our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra now in League 1. Obviously, we did get ourselves promoted last season, which means this season, I think, is going to be a lot tougher. Being Season 2 means we have to lock in 2 players who have come through our youth intakes in the last few seasons, and obviously being Season 2, we've only had 1 youth intake. And I think it was almost certain who we were going to be locking in to these positions. So we have ourselves Ellis, Williams, Howell, who will be playing as a central midfielder. He is getting retrained in that position. He did obviously come in end of last season and did start 7 matches, 3 of them as well coming off the bench. Off the bench? Not even off the bench. 3 matches as well in the Cup, which I think is actually not the Cup, it's the playoffs. And also joining him will be Sabatus Prudent, who is a 16-year-old St. Lucian left-back who is 6'4", so he's getting retrained to be a centre-back. He's already got 2 caps as well for St. Lucia, which is kind of impressive, I think. They've got a total of 7 players in their squad, and one of them is old Sabatus there, so fair play to you. I have just seen their fixtures, I assume. Yeah, so he lost against Grenada, and he also lost against Martinique, getting a 6.2 and a 6.0, so amazing start for you. Obviously, it is the 1st of July, so there is still time for us to change things around if we want to. I will just briefly show you in our first team, we do have a few other players that we could put in. So all of these people here who have the plus and the star next to them came through our first youth intake, and they were considered elite prospects. So we've got a lot of people who we could put in. Williams, Howell, and Prudent, I think, are the 2 best of those elite prospects, but the rest of them still could get pretty good also. So the next thing to do then is to jump forward to the end of the transfer window where we have to lock in the 2 players for our starting 11 this season. Obviously, we're not in control of transfers either, so we might find some players leave the club, some players join the club. I'm not really going to go into too much detail about that. I honestly think this season we might get relegated. And so far, the season has kicked off with 5 games played, and we're actually sat around mid-table, just in the bottom half. We've played 5. We've got 2 wins against Barnet and Bolton, a draw against nobody, or maybe, there we go, against Mansfield, and then 2 defeats against Reading and Sheffield Wednesday. So actually, on the face of it, we've won games which you would hope we'd be able to win. The Bolton one, I'd argue, is probably somewhat of a surprise for us to win that one. We've drawn against Mansfield. I think we should have been good enough to beat Mansfield. And then we have lost against Reading and Sheffield Wednesday, 2 teams who you would assume would be towards the top end of the table. In fact, we can double check. Reading are expected to finish 3rd. Sheffield Wednesday expected to finish in 7th. We are expected to finish in 22nd place. I think relegation might be on the cards. Just to let you know, some transfer business has happened. 1 player has left the club, and it is Zach Williams. He's moved over to Watford for an actual fee for £130,000. He was on loan at Kilmarnock last season, and then he's gone over to Watford, which says to me that we probably shouldn't have got rid of him, but we weren't really in control of any of this. And we've also loaned out Luca Moore, and Miki Dimitriou has gone to Akriatis in Cyprus. We've also got a whole bunch of people joining the club too that I will take a look at. Is Zach Jules, who is a very expensive signing for us, nearly £500,000, but 29 years of age, very good central defender. He's probably going to be partnering Prudent in that central defensive position. So this could have been a wise decision. It could have been a terrible decision as well from the director of football, because he might not get any game time. The other one is Jay Mingy, who is also another central defender who does appear to be getting game time. He's come in for considerably less, for £45,000. But Mingy, I think, is better than the other guy. We spent nearly £500,000 or just over £500,000 on 2 centre-backs when we're already locking in one. And just to confirm, that is exactly what we're doing. So Sabatus Prudent will be locked in. He has so far played 5 games, got an assist as well, 2 EFL Cup games, with an average rating of a 7.0, and he has not picked up any more caps for St. Lucia. But the central defender, or soon-to-be central defender, is starting to get some game time under his belt. And Ellis Howell is now on 11 club appearances or league appearances, 6 of them so far this season. Not doing amazing. He is not a central midfielder, so we just need a bit more time for him to learn the trade of being a central midfielder. I will just double check. So we have played a couple of Carabao Cup games. So we have beaten Stoke on penalties at home, which is pretty good, and then lost away from home, at home again, this time against Lincoln. So not ideal, but we did get... So against Stoke, we had 10,000 people. Against Lincoln, we had 3,600 capacity or attendance. And we've also lost a match on penalties against Accrington in the Virtu Trophy Northern section. This is a competition that nobody cares about, right? So the next thing we need to do is just jump all the way forward then to around March/April time, where our next set of youth players will be coming in. And obviously we want to get some good players in, but because we had such a good youth intake in season 1, I'm not too concerned about who we're going to be locking in for the 3rd season. We should have plenty of options. The first thing to mention is we are in a relegation scrap. It is the 30th of March. We have got how many more games left to play? Is it 46? So we've only got 4 games left to play, and we're 18th, which sounds okay, but actually we're only 4 points ahead of Walsall. We are still definitely in this relegation scrap. We've also lost 5 matches in a row. I'm worried. We should be okay, right? We should be far enough away. We've had Doncaster, who've actually been on really good form, so they're starting to get themselves out of the situation. I think Stevenage and Mansfield are probably too far away to catch us. Barnet might be too far away to catch us. Walsall certainly can. I'm worried, but as long as we can turn this form around, we should be okay. I will just have a double check. Oh my word, this form is worse than I thought it was. So we beat Mansfield on the 12th of January, and then we have lost every match apart from a 1-1 draw against Port Vale. We have lost, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 matches out of the last 12. And then if you go into December, we had a good run actually in December. We won 3 matches in a row, then drew, then lost, then drew, then lost. And then the new year has rolled around and things have got pretty bad. I know we're here to look at the youth players that have come through, but I do just want to double check. So we haven't lost anyone. I was thinking maybe we sold somebody in January who was really important that never got replaced. Doesn't seem to have happened. Anyway then, youth intake day is here and we have 4 elite prospects, and one of them is 2.5-star current ability, so he is almost certainly going to be playing next season. I am worried though that he might also need to be a central midfielder. We'll look at him last. We'll go in order of current ability. So Remo Culbert is a 16-year-old Scottish central defender, 6'3", big lad, nice, 20 aggression, 16 bravery. Actually, technically doesn't look awful with a few 10s in the places where you want to see them. Nothing really stands out right now, but he is only 16, so plenty of time to grow. I hope not physically, because he's already 6'3". Anyway, Rakeem Jays is next up, who is a left-back, a 15-year-old left-back, so will be 16 at the start of next season. Nothing, again, doesn't look amazing. Mentally looks alright, actually. I like some of those mental numbers. The teamwork, the determination is pretty good. Bravery as well, for 16, and aggression of 13. All quite nice. Physically also doesn't look awful with his pace, I guess. His speed, acceleration, agility, and pace is nice and high. Technically, not amazing, but you are a left-back. Next up, we move from left-back to right wing, and it is Ian Ward, 16-year-old right winger. Maybe a central midfielder if we fancy training him up to be one of those. Technically, pretty average. Mentally, pretty average. Physically, pretty average. I mean, physically, he's all right, isn't he? He's 16. He's got time. I don't think he's anything particularly special. However, Robert Liddell, I've not looked at Robert Liddell, by the way. Robert Liddell is Is he special? He does look quite special. As an attacking midfielder, which we don't play, he needs to be a more central midfielder, which is okay. Technically, first touch, long shots, technique, really nice and high. Also, passing and finishing of 9. Bump them up by a couple of numbers, and all of a sudden he's going to look really, really good with lots of oranges there. Mentally, looks pretty good. Nothing, I say nothing amazing. He's got determination, he's got flair, he's got composure. I like him. I think old Robert Liddell could be getting locked in for Season 3. In fact, he almost certainly is getting locked in for Season 3. Those obviously aren't all the players, so we could, if we fancied it, pick some of the other ones. So Paul Lee, Alex Stone, Carl Randall, Bailey Marginson could be his name. All of these have still got pretty high potential, like 4.5 star potential on like Alex Stone here. So he could get good, but he's not considered an elite prospect. So 4 elite prospects have come in. We've got players all the way down here, by the way, who are, some of them are utter garbage, like old Jack Gibbon here, who is a goalkeeper. I don't know whether he's a good goalkeeper. He certainly doesn't look it. I mean, physically he looks all right. He's never going to play for us. I don't know why we're talking about him. I said we, like you had a choice there. So, interestingly, over the course of the season so far, like I said, we still have 6 more games. I believe it's 6 more games to play. But Sabatus Prudent and Ellis Williams-Howell have all improved quite considerably. So, Williams-Howell is now a 2.5, maybe 3-star central midfielder. He is getting better all over the place, which is good. But I think Sabatus is the man. He is the man. Sabatus is improving quite considerably. He scored a goal as well for St. Lucia. I really want to find this goal. Can we find the goal? I feel like we're not going to be able to see it, right? St. Martin did. Sabatus didn't score there. Can we go back to last season? Friendly against St. Martin. There we go. Can we see it? Oh, I'd be so happy if we could. Can we see Prudent's goal? Oh, we might be able to see Prudent's goal for St. Lucia. It is taking a long time for the teams to warm up. Oh, we're getting there. It's happening. So, corner from Hackett on the right-hand side. It falls from the goalkeeper straight onto Prudent's head. Can't really miss that kind of chance, can he? But Sabatus Prudent does score his first ever goal in international football, which is nice to see. The goalkeeper must be absolutely fuming because that was 100% his fault. I am trying to do just a little bit of investigation as to why we might be doing badly, but I don't think there's anything really stand out. I mean, we've got Lancaster, who is our worst performing regular player. We've got no one doing particularly badly. Is it our goalkeeper, Tom Booth? He's played 50 or 47 times. He's conceded 67. You're all right. You're not a bad goalkeeper. I think we're just not good enough for this league at the moment, to be perfectly honest. I have seen as well. Hold on. Let's sort by the numbers. So, Tom Leather has played 10 starts and got 4 goals and a couple of assists. We know Prudence obviously playing. We know Williams-Howell is playing. But also Jack Harkin, 3 starts, 2 off the bench and 1 off the bench as well for Paul Chambers. Tommy Leather is scoring some goals. He obviously scored 1 goal last season, coming off the bench, I think, and scoring that goal. And he scored 4 so far. He's starting. This could be part of the problem. I say starting, he started 6. But still, he's getting game time, which maybe he shouldn't. He's wanted on loan. Anyway, then the next thing to do is to jump to the end of the season. I think we'll go to the other side of the playoffs. Not that we're going to be in the playoffs, obviously, just so we can confirm who is going up from League One and so on. I'm hoping we just stay in the league. If we can stay in League One, that's obviously going to be pretty good for us. Well, moment of truth, and we have stayed in League One. Only just. We finished in 19th place. I say only just 6 points clear of 21st Walsall, who do go down along with Barnet, Stevenage and Mansfield. Burton Albion, obviously, a little bit of a buffer in the middle as well. Going up then is Plymouth, Reading and Huddersfield, all getting themselves promoted into the Championship. Speaking of the Championship, that's not what I wanted to do. Can we just jump to... This is so long how to get to it that way. Into the Championship, I want to have a look who is coming down. It's West Brom, Stockport and Derby County. And it's easier to find out who's getting promoted by going to that and then that. Who is coming up? It is Gillingham, Crawley, Bristol Rovers and Fleetwood. I'm hoping Season 3... we are good enough to be mid-table. It's not the most exciting, obviously, but we're not here for league performances. We are here for player development. And when we get to Season 3, we have ourselves a lot of players that we can pick from. 12 players who are considered or were considered elite prospects over their time when they came through the youth intakes. We've got some players who could get some game time, like Tom Leather, with his 4 goals so far this season. Could he be the man? Robert Liddell has just come in and he's already scored a goal. Robert Liddell has already scored a goal. Did he score it when he was 15? He might have done. So he scored, he did, on the 24th of April. His 16th birthday was almost a month later. We've got to see it. I think he started as well. So Rob Liddell was there. So it looks like from the result, I think we lost 4-3 in the end, and this was our second goal. So at this point, I think we were 4-1 down, maybe could have been 3-1 down, but yeah. So it is all the way back with our goalkeeper Booth at the moment. We're in the 95th minute, apparently. I don't think that is accurate whatsoever, especially considering the time is not moving up at all. So we are hopefully passing the ball forward down the right-hand side. Is Lancaster on the halfway line. We've got an option all the way up in the top left. Williams Howe finds Robert. Williams Howe again finds Jack Harkin. Two youngsters on the ball so far. Cross comes in. Robert Liddell's there at the back post. Lovely little header from number, is that 62? Robert Liddell making it, I think it does make it 4-2 at that point. All of that to basically say next season, when we lock in our third player, we might be in for a bit of a challenge. Because do we go with Tom Leather? Do we go with Robert Liddell? Do we go for something slightly different? Maybe look to put in maybe Jack Harkin as a left back. Maybe that's something we need to consider doing. Because we don't obviously want to fill all the big main positions. So we don't want to take up two centre-backs and two centre midfielders and our striker, when we could actually have like a 25-year-old actually good quality centre-back and centre midfielder playing in those positions instead. We will have to wait and see for Season 3, where we will remain in League 1, which is obviously one of the best things I think that's come out of this season, but also 4 new elite prospects for our Youth Development Challenge. It's Season 3 of our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra in League 1, and as you can see from the predicted league table, we are also going to be in a bit of a relegation scrap, much like we were last season. I'm hoping we aren't. But you never know, Football Manager is going to do Football Manager kind of things. Our projected lineup, interestingly, does include 3 youth players. The 3 that we kind of expected. So Prudent, we've got Williams Howell, and we also have old Tommy Leather on the left wing. Obviously, being Season 3, we do need to lock in 3 players. Are those going to be the 3? Well, right now, I'm not committed to anything. We are going to stick with, obviously, Prudent and Williams Howell from last season, but interestingly, Sabatus Prudent wanted by Man United and Nottingham Forest and a whole bunch of teams on loan. So we might not be actually able to play Sabatus Prudent this season. If a big boy comes in and we can get a nice sell-on clause in there, he might be off. Williams Howell, however, only has interest at the moment from loan spells for teams, I'm assuming, in League 1 and League 2. Maybe in the Championship, probably not though. If I sort by the players in our first team who do have the little plus and star next, then we do have a few people who are wanted. So we've got Chambers, who is wanted by a bunch of teams on loan, which is not a problem. We've also got Owusu wanted on loan. Abaddon also wanted on loan. Prudent we know about. Timothy McFall wanted on loan. Tommy Leather wanted on loan, but by some reasonably sized teams there. So we might be in a bit of a struggle. I mean, Prudent, I feel like could be off. I feel like there's too much interest there when you think particularly when you consider there is an active interest from Manchester United and Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest are rumoured, I'm guessing, yeah. One thing I do need to kind of draw to your attention is our financial situation. So we are 3 seasons in, or technically 2 seasons in at the moment, and we are negative £1 million in the bank. This is not going to help us to use our youth team, because our youth team will eventually start to get worse because we don't have the money to fund them, and basically we're going to start kind of losing the, we're going to lose our status. The quality of our facilities is going to drop down. Our junior coaching is going to drop down as well. So we do need to start selling people in order to bump this number up. Negative £1 million after 2 seasons is not good. If we can sell a Prudent for a couple of million with a nice sell on, that should help us out for a couple of seasons. Anyway, then the first thing that we need to do is to jump to the end of the first transfer window. I will try and do some transfers of players leaving the club if I can. Some things might be completely out of our control, however. So let's jump forward to around the 1st of September. So then, it's actually the 2nd of September, but looking at the transfers, we have not lost anybody on permanent deals or any youth players anyway on permanent deals. So we've got Prudent for another year, which is obviously very good. Jordan Gould and Jaden Considine, maybe could be his name, have both gone out on loan to Leek for the season. I can't imagine they're very good if they've gone to Leek. They might get some game time eventually at some point in the future, but probably not getting locked in, actually. He's 17. And old Jaden Considine, still not quite sure if that's his name, is 17 as well, and even worse. So tactically, what are we going to be going for then? It will be Sabatus Prudent keeping his place in that central defensive position, where he is now fully qualified. He is a no-nonsense centre-back, 4-star current ability, value of 8.2 to £12 million on Sabatus Prudent. Interestingly as well, he's now English. I'm pretty sure he played and scored. He did play and score for St. Lucia, didn't he? So he's decided that he doesn't want to represent St. Lucia anymore. He wants to try and get himself into the England squad. And if he's worth that amount of money, he has some potential. We don't have anyone interested in him anymore. Maybe that's warranted. Maybe he is going to be good enough for England, which obviously, if that's the case, is very good for us financially, as long as we get some form of sell-on clause in there. We also have Ellis Williams-Howell in that central midfield position, who is improving quite considerably by the looks of it. Lots and lots of numbers on the up. Value-wise, £850 to £1.5 million, so nowhere near as good as Prudent, or as expensive as Prudent is. 3-star current ability, 5-star potential. He is wanted by Bournemouth, Aston Villa, Leicester and Nottingham Forest. Obviously, the transfer window has closed, so he's not going anywhere yet. But in January, Williams-Howell might be off to probably a Premier League side, right? And the other player to join our ranks is 16-year-old Robert Liddell. Now, we could have put Tom Leather. We could have just stuck Tom Leather in, but I thought this is a good opportunity to try and get somebody else who is young and has some potential and also some reasonable current ability as well. So Robert Liddell was going to be playing as that central midfielder alongside Williams-Howell. 2-star current ability, 5-star potential, value of 375k up to £4.7 million. So there is definitely something there. He did actually play and score last season as well. So I think this could be a sensible thing to do. I think old Robbie Liddell here looks pretty good. Like I said, the other option is we could have put Tom Leather. He could have gone onto that left wing or maybe even as a striker. But he's going to be getting some game time anyway. And I feel like I don't want to lock him in just yet. Maybe next season is the time, although he is wanted, and he is wanted on loan. Okay, it's fine. I was expecting him to be wanted by some big boys. Just a bunch of loan spells. That's not too much of a problem right now. From a league perspective, it's not started particularly well, but luckily for us, it's not started well for Lincoln, Burton or AFC Wimbledon either. We have won a match, but we are down in 21st. We've got one victory up against Burton in 23rd. We've got a draw against Doncaster, who find themselves, where are they, 18th place, and then 3 defeats against Stockport, Fleetwood, and a massive defeat against Barnsley. But Barnsley are top of the table. So, I mean, literally, we've lost to 1st, 3rd and 5th. It might be very, very early days, so I'm not too concerned right now. We've also been knocked out of the Carabao Cup at the first round, losing 5-1 against Leicester, which is no surprise to absolutely anybody, because Leicester are clearly a better side than us. But we have beaten Leeds' under-21s in the Virtu Trophy that nobody cares about, 3-1, old Tommy Leather getting on the score sheet. And because of the financial situation that we were in earlier, and we didn't sell anybody big, we are now nearly £2 million in debt. We are hemorrhaging money. Money is just leaving our bank account, and I don't really know what to do about it. We've got a massive amount of debts as well. So there's a loan from the chairman, which is probably not helping. So we're paying off only 13 grand a month, so it's not a lot. So I don't know where that's coming from. But yeah, that's a problem. Maybe we need to start looking at our wages or something. I mean, it's probably too early to tell. Let's see how this season goes. It's not started well in League One, but plenty of games to play. Like I said, we have lost against 3 of the 5 best teams so far in the league. So probably too early to tell. March has rolled around and Sabatus Prudent has left the club. And annoyingly, I wasn't involved in this transfer. I was on holiday, in-game obviously, when this transfer took place. And I don't really know the details behind it, so we're going to do a bit of digging in just a second. He has gone to Leeds United. I'm assuming Premier League, Leeds? They are Premier League, right? They're a Premier League side, although, judging by the fact they are losing matches, they are not going to be a Premier League side for too much longer, which means he might be playing next season in the Championship. He has also gone for just £1.7 million. We could have got maybe £5 million for him, right? That's not even cleared our debt. It's got close to clearing our debt, but it hasn't cleared our debt, which is... it's not good. It's really not good. We're now minus £355,000 in the red. Let's check the clauses then. So there are 5 clauses. We do get to have a friendly match against Leeds. We get £325,000 of appearance money. £66,000 per game for the next 10 games. Okay, that's pretty good. 30% sell-on. 30% profit as well. Might not be too bad, because they didn't pay a lot of money for him. So if he goes for 10 million, the profit is, what, £8.3 million, and we get 30% of that. So there might still be some money coming back to us. And also they need to give us some more money in instalments as well. So they haven't even paid 1.7 at the moment. They paid probably 1 million for him. That's not good. That's really not good business at all, is it? I'm annoyed, because I think of all of the players we had coming through our youth intake, Sabatus was the best one, and he's gone for a fraction of what we should have sold him for. I would have been happy to keep him and get him really annoyed than sell them for £1.7 million. The other thing to talk about is we are very much in a relegation scrap, and I think we're actually pretty much guaranteed to be relegated because we are 23rd place in the table with 25 points on the board. 20th place Gillingham have 38. It means we need to pick up 13 points in our final, how many, 6 games? Which, doing the maths, means that there are 18 points up for grabs. So we need to pick up 13 points out of a possible 18 and hope Gillingham, Lincoln, Burton and Crawley don't pick up any more points. I mean, technically we could go ahead of Wickham as well, I think, with those points, but I think we're getting relegated. I'm not surprised. I mean, I am slightly surprised. What's going on? Let's have a look. Average rating. Who is playing poorly? Tom Leather, who is, by the way, locked in because of the whole Sabatus Prudent thing. But yeah, Tom Leather is now locked in. He's played 25 times on a 6.5. We've got Jayasimi, 33 appearances, a 6.53, which is awful as well. Tom Booth, our goalkeeper, 39 appearances, 6.6. Owen Lunt is on a 6.66. We've not really got anyone who's playing particularly well. Mingy, Jules, Billingham are all, I guess, they're doing the best. I mean, Williams, Howell and Liddell as well up there. Doing quite good for their ability, I guess, more than anything else. But yeah, it's not gone well. By the way, Tom Leather, like I said, he is locked in because Brudent has left, but he hasn't been locked in for particularly long. So the fact that he's played 23 times, I think I've locked him in for maybe 3 of them. Another thing I haven't checked in a while is actually our facilities. So I don't know whether these have changed. So our youth level is 2, which is obviously very good for a League 1 / now League 2 side. We've got academy recruiting or academy coaching of adequate, which isn't amazing and fairly basic youth recruitment. I think we might be in a bit of a situation in this youth development challenge where we are not going to get anyone good for a fair few seasons. From a pure facilities and numbers perspective, we might get some players with like 120, 130 potential, but we're not going to get enough to either propel us up the leagues or sell for nice big profits. And that's what we're kind of going to be missing. We got everyone in season 1, which is amazing, but I feel like come season 5, we might lose everyone good from season 1. Speaking of youth intakes, we have obviously had ours come through for this season, and we've got just 2 elite prospects. We obviously had a whole bunch of other people as well. So let's start with Richard Winstanley, 1-star current ability, 5-star potential. The 15-year-old striker, he looks all right. I quite like the look of old Richard. He's a target forward, but he's 5'9", so he's not going to be winning too many headers by the looks of it. But okay, not too bad on old Richard Winstanley. And then Ellis Tors from Scotland, another striker. He's got 5 finishing, a winger, 15 years old, 1.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. So Ellis could get pretty good if we need him to. Maybe in a couple of years' time when he's 17, maybe 18 years of age, maybe Ellis gets locked into that first team for a couple of years if we need to. We've also got a whole bunch of other people. I'm going to just see if there's anyone who kind of stands out. I mean, Jean-Jacques Linfield mainly stand out because his name doesn't look great. Mentally, he looks pretty poor, in fact. Anyone else who's got like really high current ability? We've got Toby Pierce Westwood, who is another goalkeeper. We had one come through, I think, in season 1. Pierce Westwood, not bad. Not a bad goalkeeper, to be honest. I don't really want to have to play him, though, because he's got 3-star potential ability. Yeah, we've not got many good options here. We have certainly not got many good options. We need to hope season 4 is a lot better, because we are starting to run out of really good players in our first team. So let's just sort this by the stars again. So we do have obviously Ward. Harkins not terrible. Chambers isn't terrible either. I mean, Harkins come off the bench 16 times. So we do have people who can do a job if we need to. I am just worried though that we got all of our elite prospects in season 1. Well, it was inevitable, but it was not inevitable that we were going to finish bottom of the table. But we did. We managed to pick up just 3 further points in the final 6 games, and I assume that was probably 3 draws rather than 1 solitary victory, finishing bottom of the table on 28 points. Now, if you missed episode 1 or season 1, you would have missed the fact that I said we are unsackable. I used the in-game editor to make us unsackable, but that is all I'm using it for, and that is why we still have a job and why I'm not too concerned that we've got relegated, because the main focus of this save is to get players through our youth team and see how far they go once we kind of get them through and hopefully do a bit of development ourselves, earn a bit of money, that kind of thing. Speaking of money, we are still very much in the red, nearly £500,000 in the red. We are well over our wage budget. This could be a bit of a problem. We might need to do some big old squad trimming soon. Speaking of squad trimming clauses, it's not really trimming, is it? We can get an extra £2.6 million from Prudent if we wanted to, which would obviously put us into the black, but I'm going to hold on to this because his current value is 12 to 18.5 million pounds. I feel like if Leeds get relegated, I mean, they probably have been relegated, then Prudent might get some game time in the Championship over the next few seasons. Maybe by the time he's, say, 22, get sold to one of the big boys in the Premier League for a nice, say, 20 million pounds, and then all of a sudden, that 2.6 that we sold that clause for should have actually been nearer like 8 million or something. I don't know. I can't do the maths in my head. So the last thing to do then, looking at the players that were locked in, we've got old Robert Liddell, his first full season, actually 51 games, 3 assists, 6.74 average rating. Not bad, really, for a 16, now 17-year-old central midfielder. He's only just turned 17 as well, so he's actually played 51 league games at the age of 16 for the most part. Alongside him is Ellis Williams-Howell, now 95 league appearances, probably over 100 or so overall, playing for Crewe at 18 years of age, 4-star, 3.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. That's a wanted. It's Ipswich and Aston Villa. So, not the best teams, but these are good teams to sell to, because then if you can get sell-on clauses in there, they might move from an Ipswich to a Liverpool, for example, if they get really good. So, I kind of like the fact that it's not the best teams in the league that want to be signing some of our players. And then the other one is obviously Tom Leather, who got locked in towards the end of the season, but he did still play 31 starts, 8 goals, 8 appearances off the bench. Well, 2 assists. He's also wanted by 13 clubs, and it's transfers. There are 4 active interests, all in the Championship bar Aston Villa, and then 9 rumoured interests. A lot of Premier League sides. A lot of Premier League sides are interested on Tom Leather. I'm worried that Tom Leather might be off in the summer. Have we got anyone else who is one of these players who is wanted? So that's Williams-Howell. We already saw him. Jack Harkin is wanted by Aston Villa. Harkin's played 8 matches, 16 off the bench. I'm assuming as a centre-back, maybe a left-back. I like the look of Harkin. Considering he's only 17, just about to turn 18, he's already played 27 league appearances. He might be locked in for season 4. Doesn't look like there's anyone else in our first team is wanted. I will jump down to the under-21. So these are players who are not in the under-21s, apparently. They're in the under-18s still. These are all the players who are not as good. So they weren't elite prospects, I think, is the way we should word that. I don't know if any of these are even any good. I should probably have a little bit of a look through. So Carl Harriott is wanted on loan by Dagenham and Redbridge. He's the goalkeeper, isn't he? He's quite good. Do we lock in a goalkeeper for season 4? Bear in mind, we have just been relegated. We could lock in a goalkeeper for season 4. Doesn't look like there's anyone else there other than Carl Harriott wanted on loan by Dagenham and Redbridge. So we're okay for now by the looks of it. I do want to have a very quick look before we round out this season. The board, a D. It's a D. They are not happy that we have got relegated, I imagine. They are not happy that we are doing just poorly as a football club in general. They are quite happy with our control possession style of football. The supporters are disappointed. So what are they annoyed with? I mean, it's Calvin Ramsey who's a right back? Yeah, he's a right back. They're disappointed. He's not even playing for some reason. And also, was it Jay Mingy? They weren't happy. He was a central defender as well, so he's obviously not been playing particularly well either. So the supporters are not happy, obviously. It makes sense. It definitely makes some sense. Squad-wise, club atmosphere is abysmal. I'm not surprised. And the supporters are satisfied that so many players are in good form. Are they? Really? I don't even know what you're talking about. But anyway, it doesn't really matter because we can't get sacked. That's going to do it then for Season 3. Season 4, we are back down into League 2. We obviously need to lock in a 4th player for Season 4 as well. And we are starting to properly scrape the bottom of the barrel, I think. We could be in for a tricky few seasons. So we're back down in League 2 in our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra. We, obviously, last season did finish bottom of League 1. This time around, though, we should be finishing, apparently, 4th place in League 2, hopefully getting ourselves into the playoffs and back promoted. I want to be going one step further and just getting straight promoted. That would be obviously what we want to be trying to do. It is quite interesting as well, looking, obviously this is Season 4 and we do need to lock in 4 youngsters, and we have Raheem Jays, we have Jack Harkin, we have Ellis Williams-Howell, and we have Tom Leather, who are all considered good enough to start. So could those be the 4 players that we do lock in for the season? Obviously, it is the start of the season. The transfer window has opened. A couple of bits of business did technically take place sort of towards the end of last season. This man has left on a free transfer. He's gone to Halifax. I don't think he was ever going to be good enough, so I'm not too fussed with that. Other than that, nothing else has gone on. I will very quickly check the clauses, because old Sabatus Prudent here, I don't want to sell this clause, by the way. I'm going to try and hold on to this as long as we can. We can sell it for £2 million. Still not enough. I think realistically, I'm going to try and hold on to any players that leave with clauses. I'm going to try and hold on to those clauses until they pay out, unless we get into pretty bad financial problems. And just for your information, minus £250,000 is not really bad. Minus £2 million might be. Obviously, last season we did lose Sabatus Prudent, and we still have a whole bunch of players who are wanted, and there are a lot of them by the looks of it. So we have Ellis Williams-Howe wanted by everyone in the Premier League. Ian Ward is wanted on loan, not a problem. We've got Aston Villa after Jack Harkin, and then a bunch of loans. Paul Chambers is only loans. We've got Remo Cuthbert, only loans. We have Charlton after Richard Owusu. Interesting, fair enough on that one. We have Abadoon, also a bunch of loans. Rob Liddell, bunch of loans. Timothy McFall is loans, and Tom Leather is 11 clubs. I'm assuming these are permanent transfers. Yeah, 4 permanent transfers, 3 Premier League, 1 Championship side in Ipswich, and then a whole bunch of rumoured interest as well, mainly Championship sides there. I think this summer we might be losing a couple of players. I think Williams-Howe might be off, because that's a lot of teams that are interested. And he was off. Williams-Howe has moved to Sunderland on a permanent deal for £1.1 million. Not a lot of money. Obviously, we do have sell-on clauses. We'll come to those in a minute, because Williams-Howe is not the only youngster to leave the club. Tom Leather has also left the club, moving to Wolverhampton Wanderers, and I think he might get the odd game here or there, I reckon. £1.7 million, so a little bit more money than Williams-Howe. He's had a good couple of seasons, but for a striker/winger, scoring 11 goals in 60 matches isn't necessarily the best. And finally, Jack Harkin has also left the club on a permanent deal, this time moving to Sunderland. All 3 of these players, by the way, have gone with clauses in their transfers. £475,000, so considerably less than the other 2, but still a fair amount of money. Now, the interesting thing is clauses. We have got some good clauses. We have got some not so good clauses. So, Ellis Williams-Howe, we've got a 40% profit clause. So, they've only bought him for £1.1 million. 40% of any money on top of that is still going to be a pretty sizable sum of money. Jack Harkin has also gone for a 40% profit. So, again, £500,000 they paid for him. We'll get 40% of any profit of that. Sabatus Prudent, obviously, still there. Still £2 million on that one. And the other guy didn't have a clause? Tom Leather didn't have a clause. What? How has that happened? How have I not given Tom Leather a... Oh, that's not good. I'm an idiot. I'm 100% an idiot. So Tom Leather has left without a clause. He's gone to Wolves. No sell-on clause here. We've just got £1.7 million. Am I just not seeing his name? Am I just stupid and not seeing his name? It doesn't look like it. Also, interestingly, Sabatus Prudent is now at Derby, so he's gone on loan in, I'm going to assume, the Championship? League One. So he's playing in League One level. That's not amazing, but he's going to get some game time. The 18-year-old who obviously wants to play for England and not St. Lucia, he's going to get better. This is where our money's going to be coming from, is Sabatus Prudent. Obviously, as well, Williams-Howe Harkin should get us a bit of cash in the future too. The other thing to mention then is obviously we have to lock in 4 players, and we've just lost 3 of our regular starters. So we have a little bit of a changed squad. We are going to be playing Rilwan Abadoon as our right back. He is locked in for the season. He's not actually been locked in at all. I thought he was locked in for a bit of time last season, but he hasn't. So Abadoon is going to be our right back for the year. He is wanted on loan by Hensford, so that's not going to happen. Moving into midfield, we've got Rob Liddell, who obviously was locked in last season. The 17-year-old central midfielder is good. He's wanted by Villa, Birmingham, Burnley, Leeds and Sunderland. So you might be off in January. Not what we want to be seeing. He is going to be partnered by Richard Owusu, the 18-year-old Ghanaian, who, again, is wanted by Altrincham on loan. We're fine. He's played 5 times so far, 4 of them so far this season, 3 in the league, 1 in the cup this season. I think Owusu probably could have played last year if we wanted him to. Obviously, we didn't. He did play a couple of league matches for us and 1 cup game too. And then, as our right winger, it's going to be Paul Chambers. Now, he's not naturally a right wing. He's naturally a central midfielder, but he is able to play on that right-hand side, so we're going to be playing him there. He's not particularly great at doing the whole, attacking element, but he's pretty good physically and pretty good mentally. Technically, some of his numbers aren't great, particularly like finishing. You kind of want a winger who can score some goals. So those are the 4 players that we have locked in for the season. We have obviously kicked off the campaign as well. So let's take a look to see how things have started. And you'd hope we were near the top. We are not. We are currently 21st place in the table. Just the one win against Salford, one draw against Rotherham, and then 3 defeats: Bromley, Cambridge and Stevenage. The frustrating thing there is if you look at the table, 22nd place is Stevenage. The kind of good news, though, is Bromley are 4th, Cambridge are 8th. So we've lost one match that we should not have lost. The other 2 we arguably should have lost. But when you look at the league table prediction, we were supposed to be finishing in 4th. We're now expected to be finishing in 6th place. I think losing some of those players might not have been particularly good for us. Might have been a bit of... We might be struggling. I think this year we shouldn't go down. Okay, we shouldn't go down. I think this year we should be fine. Obviously, the next thing to do then is to jump forward and see how things go. We are 14th place, so we are sat mid-table in the league, which is not good considering I was hoping for us to directly bounce straight back into League 1, but it looks like we're going to be spending Season 5 in League 2 as well, which is not the end of the world. League 2, I think, is one of those leagues that is technically easier to get out of because there's 4 promotion spots, isn't there, rather than sort of 3 that most leagues have. If we get relegated, it gets really tough to get back up because obviously only 2 teams get promoted from the National into League 2. But we are going to be avoiding that this season. Something that did happen over the course of the January transfer window was that we have sold Robert Liddell. He has gone to Ipswich but has returned on loan for the rest of the season. So we've kind of got something out of this. He has gone for £650,000 after playing 29 games for us. He's come back and played 3 more matches. Let's check. What is the clause? I'm sure I put one in. Rob Liddell is there. And yes, Rob Liddell has a 50% sell-on clause. I think this is the first one I've managed to do. So Liddell, if he leaves from, not Crewe, from Ipswich for a decent sum, we're getting half of it. Just straight half of it. Not profit. None of that nonsense. We're getting half of that money. So Rob Liddell, obviously, we're going to get a bit of cash, assuming he does well and does improve. Williams Howell, his clause we can't sell, but we can sell something else. No, we can't sell anything else. Jack Harkin, we can't sell anything there. Sabbath Prudent, we can get 2.2 million. It is increasing slowly. And I'm still very annoyed at the fact that we didn't sell old Tom Leather with a sell-on clause. Because you just know he's going to get sold in like a year and a half's time for like £30 million, and we're going to get nothing from it. Well, you might be thinking, well, don't worry about selling all those players. You've got a good youth setup, and you're going to be getting in some good youth players. And you would be completely and utterly wrong. We have 0 elite prospects. We've got 2 top prospects, 8 good prospects, 6 decent prospects, 0 poor prospects. If I'm honest, these are poor. When your potential ability is 1.5 star, you're a poor prospect. You are not a decent prospect. We will obviously take a look at the top 2 here. So we've got Jordan Gibson, who is a striker with 13 finishing. So actually, despite the fact he's only got 4-star potential, we might need to start playing some of these, or even consider playing some of these in the next couple of years. We also have ourselves Michael Massey, who is a defensive midfielder, maybe a centre-back. He is 6'2", so he's a bit of a big lad. He could be a centre-back if we wanted him to be as well. Again, doesn't look awful. 1-star current ability, 4.5-star potential on Massey. And then everyone else is not very good. We've got a few people with 3-star potential. Jay Lambton is 1-star, 3-star potential. Mentally looks good. Physically doesn't look bad. Technically, I think I'm as good as that. He is also like 15 and I'm nearly 40. And kind of skimming through some of the other players, I don't think there's anyone there who's really standing out as somebody who could get into a squad, not even near a squad, but could get into a squad anytime soon. I think we are in a bad way when it comes to decent players. Obviously, players with plus and stars next to them are players that have come through as elite prospects, and we are down to 10, technically 9. And of those 9, we will just do a very quick skim through. We've got some people that are wanted. So Owusu, Bristol City want Owusu. Colbert is wanted on loan, so that's not a problem. Ian Ward's wanted on loan. And Ellis Torres is not wanted by anyone at the moment. Did Torres come through last season? He did, didn't he? Yeah, he came through last season. I think Torres might be getting some game time soon, but he's a striker with 5 finishing, so maybe you're going to become a winger. Before we jump to the end of the season, I will just have a very quick look at the financial situation. So it is £750,000 in debt. We do need to consider maybe selling that prudent clause just to get us into the positive. Because the other thing, which I haven't checked in a while, is our facilities. So we are level 3. I feel like we started level 2. I think our youth level has gone down. Our academy coaching is not amazing. Our youth recruitment is also not amazing. We are potentially starting to struggle as well with our youth setup. We need to sell someone big, or we need to get into money for one of those players that we have sold. Anyway, let's jump to the end of the season to see how things have finished. Obviously, we're finishing mid-table, aren't we? It was 15th place in the end, which is really not a good performance. We did get 15 wins, but 19 defeats is quite concerning. We've only scored 51 goals, which is exactly half of what Colchester scored to win the league, which is not good. Against, we conceded 57. So actually, we're all right, relatively, when it comes to goals for and against. They're pretty even, but we are still a fair way behind, I think. I want to be scoring more goals, is what I'm trying to say there. So if we sort by that, we've dropped down a couple. We've dropped down to a bit. And then obviously our goals against as well. It's still not great. It's not horrendous, but it's not amazing either. So the last thing to do before we finalise this season, let's take a look at the 4 players who have been locked in. Obviously, I completely forgot to mention, Robert Liddell obviously getting sold meant that we had to lock in somebody else. And Timothy McFall was that man. We will come to Timothy in just a moment. So we've got Abadun, the Nigerian youngster, playing a full season. And he was pretty horrendous. A 6.46 average rating across 38 games. That is awful. That is really, really bad. Richard Owusu, the Ghanaian central midfielder, had a considerably better season. 44 starts, just the 1 goal to his name. 6.81 average rating, but that was kind of not bumped up. It's bumped up by a 0.01 because of his 7.7 rating in the EFL Cup, the 1 EFL Cup game he played. Paul Chambers on the right wing, a player who's got 3 finishing, has managed to score 6 goals in all competitions, 4 of them in the league, 2 assists as well. He also hasn't done very well. 6.58 average rating is not enough. You want to be getting like a 6.7 and up. He is considerably worse performing than what we need him to be doing, which is not good considering 2 of the 3 so far haven't been playing particularly well. Timothy McFall. He's got 6 goals, 7 actually in all competitions, 13 starts, 14 off the bench. He's not awful. 19 years of age. The Northern Irish youngster obviously hasn't played a massive amount of football. I think he's been locked in for 13 games, but then the 14, he was coming off the bench anyway. He's done all right. A 6.73 average rating. Played a few matches in the EFL Trophy as well, by the looks of it. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine, okay? Timothy's all right. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as some of the other players that we have lost. Speaking of players that we have lost, where is he? Rob Liddell. There you are, mate. Enjoy your time in Ipswich next season, because I can't imagine you're going to be able to be returning to us on loan. 35 games, 3 goals, 4 assists, 6.87 average rating. So Rob Liddell has done not a terrible job for us this season, but that will be the last time we see him, and we will just double check any clauses can be sold. We can sell Jack Harkin for 2 million. It's not awful, is it? Harkin can go for 2 million. We can sell Prudent for 2.2. Did he get much game time? He got 33 appearances playing for Derby. We are just going to spend so much time just looking at these players and seeing if they're actually playing for anyone. So Jack Harkin got 2 matches, or sorry, 2. He got 4 matches, 1 start, 3 off the bench in various competitions. And Williams Howell went on loan to Wigan by the looks of it in the second half of the season, did get 12 starts in League One, scoring a goal as well. So we are seeing some players starting to move up when it comes to like the leagues and stuff, but we're obviously nowhere near getting any cash for those. I will double check. Did I check this? I don't think I've checked this just yet. Financially, we're 840,000 now in debt, so it's pushing close to the £1 million mark. In the summer, we might need to sell a clause, maybe. One thing I literally haven't checked, by the way, and I imagine because we haven't done any good in it, is like EFL trophies and stuff like that. I can't imagine we've got particularly far in any of these competitions. I do see, obviously, we play the Virtue Trophy games early on, but yeah, we end up just kind of losing, just pretty, kind of getting knocked out, I think. There you go, we finished bottom of our group with Blackpool, Rotherham and Newcastle United under-21s. We did win a match, which was against Newcastle, but lost the other 2 matches, so yeah, puts us bottom of the table. Pretty sure that is how most seasons have gone in the EFL Trophy for us. And then from an FA Cup and Carabao Cup perspective, we beat Fleetwood and then lost to Peterborough. And then if we find the FA Cup, we lost to Rotherham in the first round. So yeah, we're not really getting anywhere in pretty much all of these competitions, which is not great. Season 5 means we'll be locking in 5 players into the squad. And I'm worried because I don't think we've got 5 players who are good enough to be locked into this squad. It's Season 5 in our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra in League 2 currently, after getting relegated a couple of seasons ago. This time around, I want to be getting promoted. We finished mid-table last time around. I'm hoping we can kind of improve on that. This is the predicted league table. We've actually gone for 8th places where they think we're going to finish. The problem that we are going to have is, if you look here, we need to lock in 5 players who have come through our youth intakes. Only 2 of them are considered good enough to get into the starting 11, and that is Richard Owusu and Timothy McFall, which means we need to find 3 other players who can fill up some of these other positions. Since the end of last season, we haven't lost any more youngsters. We have loaned out this man, but yeah, Rob Liddell, Jack Harkin, Tom Leather and Ellis Williams-Howe all leading last season has kind of put a bit of a spanner in the works for us as a club from a youth development perspective, but hopefully we should have the players that we can kind of fill in those gaps and at least do okay. Maybe I'm being a bit too optimistic about getting promoted. Speaking of those players who have left the club, I will just double check, can we sell any clauses? So £2.2 million on Sabatis Prudent, who is currently still on loan at Derby? Or has he gone there for another season? He's still there apparently. Fair enough, he's just not returned. Right then, let's jump forward to the end of the transfer window. We can have a look to see what players are going to be locked into the squad and see if we lose any more people as well, which is a distinct possibility. Also, maybe Sabatis Prudent gets sold and we get some of this money just kind of direct into our bank. That'll be good. Good news from a transfer perspective, we have not lost any more players. So that is one tick in the box of a semi-successful summer. The bad news is obviously we still need to find 4 more players or 3 more players to lock into our starting 11 for the season. And we have done that, and one of them is a goalkeeper. And it's always a risk to lock in a goalkeeper, but I think, Carl Harriott, it is now your time to step up into the starting 11. Carl Harriott is the 19-year-old Guyana international goalkeeper, by the way, who is going to be our number 1 keeper for the season. This could be a massive, massive risk, because technically he's not as good as our current number 1 goalkeeper, who is Tom Booth, who is actually sort of a much better goalkeeper. Can we even do a comparison? That's where the comparison button is. Let's just very quickly compare you two together. They're not too different, but Tom Booth as a goalkeeper, attribute-wise, much better, mentally much better. Physically, it goes to Kyle. But basically, what I'm saying is Tom Booth is much better than Carl Harriott, but we're just going to go for it. Joining Carl Harriott in the squad is going to be Rilwan Abadoun, who played last season, so he's going to keep his place. He was absolutely horrendous last season. I want to see a bit of an improvement this time around for the 19-year-old Nigerian youngster. 2-star current ability, 5-star potential. So there's hopefully something there. We just need to kind of get him playing well and get that out of him. Next up is Richard Owusu, who also was locked in last season, the 19-year-old Ghanaian central midfielder. 2.5-star current ability, 5-star potential, worth a bit of money as well, up to £1.3 million. Obviously, if we were to sell him, we wouldn't get £1.3 million. We'd probably sell him for about $400,000 and hopefully have a nice big sell-on clause in there. Mentally looks good, physically looks pretty good. Technically, not amazing, but he's already scored a goal this season and got an assist. So, old Richard Owusu here, I think, is a sensible player to be locking in to the starting 11. We are also going to be keeping Paul Chambers locked in on that right-hand side. He still can't finish. He hasn't scored a goal for us so far this season. 2-star current ability, 4.5-star potential for Paul Chambers on the right. And then Timothy McFall keeps his place at the top of the tree, the 19-year-old Northern Irish striker. I feel like he's going to get Northern Ireland caps within the next couple of years, because Northern Ireland, as a nation, don't normally produce massive amounts of really good footballers, so they just kind of take players from like League 1 and League 2 occasionally. I feel like Timothy might be one of those people. So those are the players that we are locking into the squad. I do want to have a very quick check of wanteds. So far, no one's looking worryingly close to leaving the club, which is good. Richard Winstanley, nope. Abadoun, nope, on loan. So we are pretty safe for the moment. If we jump to our under-21s, no, our under-19s, 18s even, we've got a whole bunch of people here as well. I think a lot of these, because they're not really good enough to play for us, if you sort by ability, no one's really close to getting into the squad. Wilcock, maybe. Paulie, maybe. Might need to get promoted into the first team. But right now, we're kind of safe. No one is on the cusp of leaving the club this season, which is a nice feeling to have. Obviously, I said that we wanted to get ourselves promoted back to League 1, and so far it has started off all right. 4 games played, 2 wins and 2 draws, 0 defeats to our name, so beating Burton and Stevenage. Stevenage are 23rd, Burton are, where are Burton? They are 16th, and we have drawn twice against Shrewsbury and Leyton Orient, so Shrewsbury and Leyton Orient are in 12th and 14th place in the middle of the table. So I'm happy if we can get into the playoffs, that'll be good. If we can go up through the playoffs, even better. And the last thing to do before we jump to around April time for our youth intake is, financially, it is negative £950,000. It's negative £1 million is what I'm trying to say. We are potentially in a bit of a situation where we need to sell some clauses. I haven't checked the clauses actually. Have they changed? Has anyone gone out on loan? So Williams Howe, we can't sell any clauses. Okay, he is still at Sunderland. So is Jack Harkin. Rob Little was still at Ipswich, and Sabatus Prudent has gone on loan to Stoke. Fair enough. What league is Stoke in? They are in the Championship. So he is slowly working his way up the leagues. Stoke have managed to get themselves a pretty good youngster. Obviously, Rob Little, is he in the under-21s? He is in the under-21s and wanted on loan. The window's closed, by the way, so no one can do any transfer business. So Jack Harkin, again, still in the under-21s at Sunderland. And Williams Howell is also in the under-21s at Sunderland. So these players, they're not good enough to get into the first team squad, apart from maybe Prudent. But they get the occasional game maybe off the bench. There's still obviously plenty of time. We are going to jump forward now to around April time for our youth intake. See how well things go in the league, and obviously take a look at our next youth intake that we really could do with a good one. We really need a good one. First of all, before we get too much into this, it is the 1st of April and we are currently sat second place in the table, just 1 point off of Exeter. We are guaranteed at least playoff football, but the fact that we are so close to the top of the table, we might go up this time around. We might get ourselves out of League 2 back into League 1, which is good. We kind of need to be doing that. There has been a bit of bad news, however. Richard Owusu has left the club on a permanent deal, signing for Ipswich, which I think is the second player to go to Ipswich. He's gone for £975,000 and returned back on loan. He's the only player, by the way, to leave on a permanent deal that is a prospect. We've also sold Calvin Ramsey to Bolton for nearly £300,000. We've actually picked up a decent amount of money over January. And to add to it, we have a 50% sell-on clause in Richard Owusu. So Rob Liddell and Owusu both have 50% sell-on clauses. We can't sell Ellis's, which is a 40% profit. We can sell Jack Harkins, which will get us 1.9 million. Sabatus Prudent, we can't sell his 30%, but we can sell one of the other ones. Fair enough. Whilst that might all sound pretty good, our youth intake has been utter dog chocolate. It has been possibly the worst youth intake I've ever seen in Football Manager. We have 0 elite prospects, 0 top prospects, and 11 good prospects. 5 decent and 0 poor. Again, like I said last season, these 5 decent ones, they're not decent. They are poor prospects. We have nobody good. Absolutely nobody good. I mean, we'll look at the players with 1-star current ability. So Paul Byrne is a right winger who is rubbish. We have, who is next on 1-star current ability, we've got Michael Lawrence, who is a central midfielder, who is rubbish mentally. Doesn't look horrendous, but he's not very good at all, is he? And then finally, we have got this man's name, Will Showman Summerskill, which is a lovely name. Physically, amazing. Everything else is not very good, is it? This is a big, big problem, right? This is a real big problem. I want to have a look at the facilities. So we are youth level 2. We've gone up. We've gone up on our youth level, right? We dropped down to 3 and now we're back up to 2. We've got adequate and fairly basic academy coaching and recruitment. Well, I mean, we are teetering on either disaster or success. We are one terrible youth recruitment away from disaster and one really good youth recruitment away from turning into like having all the money that we could ever possibly dream of because we could sell some of those players. We need another golden generation, realistically. Before we jump to the end of the season, I do want to just double check what happened in the Cup. So, first round of the Carabao Cup, we lose to Shrewsbury. Not great. In the first round of the FA Cup, we lose to Salford. Not great. And we did get through to the Virtue Trophy third round where we lose against Rochdale. So we actually made some progress in the Virtue Trophy. Nobody cares. There were a total of 897 people attending that game. Against Port Vale, nearly 2,200. Against Wigan, Wigan are a big side. In the grand scheme of things, they're a big side. Also, we win 6-2, which is amazing. But 1,237 people turn up. That's it. We got like 5 times the amount of attendance for a random match against Rotherham on a Wednesday night. Anyway, let's jump to the end of the season. We have got 5 games left to play. Will we be in the playoffs and have to go up that way? Or will we just finish in the top 3, I think, in the table and get ourselves back into League One? Well, this is either good news or bad news. We are not in the playoff final, but we have managed to finish in 3rd place. Annoyingly, we finished in third place. We dropped down from second to third on the final game of the season, but it does not matter. That is still good enough for us to get promoted back to League One. Exeter win the league, Chesterfield in second, Crewe, Alexandra in third, and Cambridge finishing in seventh, but winning the playoffs and going up that way. They literally got into the playoffs in the final game of the season and then won it and got promoted. So with us getting promoted back up the league, we'll have a very quick look at the 5 players that we locked in for this season. Obviously, next season as well, we are locking in 5 more people. Kyle Harriott was our number 1 goalkeeper for the season. He conceded just 23 in 52 appearances. No, 22 clean sheets. 22 league clean sheets in 46 games. That's amazing, right? That is unreal. He's also managed to pick up 4 caps for Guyana, I assume. I think he had 2 already, didn't he? So I think he's picked up another couple of caps for Guyana. But this doesn't seem like a terrible decision in the end. Just under a 7 average rating for the season. Into right back, and Abadoon had a slightly better season than last year, where he was absolutely garbage. It's a 6.68 average rating. So this is literally my cutoff for an average season. A 6.7 is an average season. Abadoon has just about managed to do that. Paul Chambers on that right-hand side has had a slightly better season than old Abadoon on the right-back position. He's got 8 goals, 8 assists, a 6.71 average rating. His finishing is going up, but it is still a 3. So, yeah, he's not really getting much better at that. We've got Ellis Torres, who was not locked in at the start of the season. It was Richard Owusu who was locked in. Ellis Torres did get locked in for the latter half, scoring 3, getting 4 assists, a 6.99 average rating. Torres has done well there. He's done really well there. And then we also have Timothy McFall, who was our leading striker and goal scorer with 17 goals in all competitions, 7 assists, a 6.68 rating, which is not amazing. It is dragged down fairly considerably by the 5.9 by the looks of it, and the 6.56 in the EFL Trophy and the 6.1 as well in the FA Cup. So taking those out, a 6.73 in the league, that's actually pretty good. We will take a look as well at Richard Owusu if we can find him. So the now Ipswich player, 46 games, 6 starts, 8 assists, a 7.08 average rating for the season. He's done well. He's done very well. I keep forgetting to do this, by the way. So if we just sort by appearances, actually no we won't, we'll sort by these. So we've also got Ian Ward has come off the bench a couple of times, playing on that right hand side. He's not really done too much, has he? We've got Raheem Jays has also started 7 off the bench as well. He doesn't look terrible, does he? Richard Winstanley hasn't played any matches. We've got Abadoon and McFall. So of the 1, 2, 3 players, not many of them have played. We've also loaned out Remo Colbert, by the way. He's gone out on loan to Hyde, where he's playing a bit of football. He's getting slightly better. He might come back and get some game time for us, I think. That's probably going to happen. The good news is, obviously, because this is Season 5, we don't have to lock in any more players from this point on. We are locking in 5 players every single season until the end of time. Now, the problem is we don't necessarily have those 5 players because a rule that hasn't really affected us just yet is once a player is 21 at the start of September, it means we cannot play them, which means Kyle Harriott will be safe. He'll be 21 at the end of September. Abadoon will be safe. We are also going to be, Paul Chambers is going to be safe, and the other player who's currently locked in is Timothy McFall, who will also be safe. So we are still within a good position. We don't have to worry about players that can't get locked in. I don't actually think, I think everyone who was 21 or older has left the club at this point. And I know Prudent was the only one to really go out on loan anywhere, and he's got 37 league appearances in the Championship, so he's getting better. He is starting to play at a higher and higher level of football. He's obviously gone from Leeds, who I'm pretty sure were a Championship side when he signed for them. So they're in a good place. They finished 16th. He's going to be playing Premier League football if he stays there. Sunderland have been relegated. It's a weird thing to be talking about, teams like Sunderland, where we have literally no interest. But Williams, Howell and Harkin are both Sunderland players. Because they've been relegated, are they going to maybe get some game time next year? And Rob Liddell actually did go out on loan as well, didn't he? So he's played 36 matches in League One, also getting better at football. So the good news is the players that have been sold are getting better. The bad news is they're still not getting better quick enough. Prudent's the one. Prudent is the saviour. He's going to be the one that's going to save us as a club. Because from our financial situation, we are now nearly 2 million in debt. It is £1.7 million worth of debt. We are over our wage budget. We are spending too much money. It's going to be a struggle. Luckily, getting promoted, I think, is going to help a little bit. But we are teetering. I said this earlier. We are teetering on the edge. As we start Season 6, we have to start off immediately with some transfer news, and that is Timothy McFall, our leading goal scorer from our promotion season last year, has moved on to Leicester City in the Premier League. He's gone for a small fee as well, so we've got a bit of cash from this. It is £650,000, but Timothy, the Northern Ireland youngster, has moved on. He is the only one to have moved on since the end of the season, and now, obviously, Owusu did leave last year but returned on loan, but he is now technically permanently gone because he's not going to want to come back to us. So we are back in League One, and we need to just try and stay in the league. We're going to be expected, we're expected to finish down the wrong end of the table in 22nd place, but I feel like we should be good enough as long as we have the youth players to kind of fill the gap. Obviously, we've got 4 players currently locked into the squad. We do need to find ourselves a 5th player. Maybe we want to change some things as well. But 22nd is not where we want to be finishing. We can play Raheem Jays. We can play Remo Colbert. We can play Paul Chambers. So actually, Raheem Jays is not locked in. Neither is Colbert. So maybe just one of those two will be the players that get locked in for the season. So this is how we ended last season locked in, by the way. So Harriet in goal, who, by the way, won't sign a new contract, which is kind of frustrating. We're working on it, okay? We're working on it. We've got Abaddon, we've got Chambers, and we've got Tors all locked in. Chambers is wanted on loan. Abaddon is wanted on loan. That is fine. And Ellis Tors is also wanted on loan. Good. As long as we don't accidentally loan those players out, we should be fine. We're now going to jump forward then to September, where we will lock in the 5 starters for the season, see how the season has begun, and hopefully we can finish mid-table. I want to be a mid-table League One side. First things first, nothing has happened transfer-wise. No big player names have left. We've actually loaned out 3 youngsters to Leek for the season. Max Jennings, Sharbulus and Paul Chapman, which is not the one who's been playing for us, by the way. That's a different Chapman who's been playing for us. So yeah, we've loaned out some people, but that is pretty much it. So from a squad perspective, this is what we are going to go for. So we are sticking with the 4 players that we initially had. So Carl Harriet in goal, who still does not have a contract, by the way. I'm trying to get him on. He doesn't want to sign a contract. Ipswich want to sign him on a free. I don't want that to happen, okay? So we're keeping him about. Basically, I'm trying to give him a contract. He doesn't want to sign it because he wants to go to a better team. Completely understandable. But for now, Harriet will be our number 1 goalkeeper. He has already started all the matches that we have played in League One. In the right-back position, once again, for a 3rd season now, is Abaddon, the Nigerian, who is now 20 years of age. He is wanted by a couple of teams on loan. 2.5-star current ability, 5-star potential, a value of £1 to £2.9 million. So there is a bit of value there. There might be some potential in Abaddon. Moving forward, we have Paul Chambers on the right-hand side again for, this is his 4th season? 3rd season. His 3rd season locked in. Paul Chambers on that right-hand side. So, yeah, he's getting better. He still can't finish. His finishing is still 3 and has been 3 ever since he existed on this planet, apparently. He's fine. He's not amazing, but he'll do a job. Also, value-wise, not awful. On the other flank, we have youngster Ellis Tors. The 18-year-old Scotsman is going to be getting his first full season locked in. He actually did really well for his half season that he played. A 6.99 average rating over 12 league games. Did really, really well. I'm hoping he can carry on that form into a full season on the left wing. And the new face into the team is Jordan Gibson, a 17-year-old English striker. I've put him in purely because he's got 14 finishing, okay? He is going to be our lead goal scorer, our main goal threat for the season. 1.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. We need you to hit the ground running, Jordan. If you don't hit the ground running, we might really, really struggle because we have got 2 wingers and a striker, and if you don't score goals, nobody's scoring goals. Which I'd like to point out is kind of a problem. Because right now, 5 games into the season, we are down in 22nd place. 1 win to our name against Hull. No draws, but 4 defeats. 3 goals scored in 5 matches. 12 conceded. 12 conceded. And the 3 goals scored, 2 of them were against Hull, and 1 of them was against Huddersfield by the looks of it. So we need to be scoring some goals. We really need to be scoring some goals. The initial pre-season prediction of 22nd has changed to 23rd now. And judging by how the season has started, kind of accurate, isn't it? We need to turn this around. I don't want to get relegated again. From a financial perspective, we are actually only £282,000 in debt. And if I have a very quick look at the clauses, we still hold on to some of these clauses as well. So Ellis Howe's clause is still there. Jack Harkin's clause, who's gone out on loan to Grimsby. So Williams Howell actually gone on loan to Leicester. Harkin to Grimsby. Richard Owusu has gone on loan to Lincoln. We've got the 50% sell-on clause in there. Liddell is staying at Ipswich. Is he going to get some game time? He's played 4 times in the Premier League. Rob Liddell's playing in the Premier League. Okay, let's not read too much into that. And Sabatus Prudent, who is at Leeds, we still have the sell-on clause there. Is he playing in the Premier League? He is as well. He's got 1 match so far under his belt in the Premier League. So there is the chance that some of these clauses could also come in. Like I said, financially, we're not looking too bad right now. Plenty of time in the season for that to go absolutely tits up, though. You might be wondering why we're back on the 4th of February. Well, that is because this is the current state of the league table. We are bottom of the league, 18 points. 3 wins, 9 draws, 22 defeats, just 24 goals scored. I think we might be getting relegated again, which is ridiculous. We've been promoted twice. We've been relegated twice in 6 seasons, potentially. We can still turn this around. We do need to double our points, and we'll only be 3 points clear of Cambridge in 20th. I feel like we're getting relegated, but there is, like I said, it's February. It's not April when we normally come back, it's February. And one of the reasons I've come back is not because we have sold some people. No, that is not actually something that has taken place. We've loaned out some people, but that is pretty much it. It is because we have done some things to the squad and tactics and stuff like that. It's probably easier to go to the tactics here. So we are now playing a new tactic that I've built myself. I don't know whether it's going to work. It probably won't work. This is the combined, okay? Ignore this. In possession, this is what we look like. Chuck a whole bunch of boys up front. Out of possession, drop them all back. Our right back and left back, or wingers, or whatever position you want to call them, are going to be run ragged, okay? We've also changed a whole bunch of people. So you'll notice Carl Harriott is not locked in. He's still at the club. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's just not locked in, because I was wondering maybe you're part of the problem, not part of the solution. So Remo Colbert has joined the starting 11, the 20-year-old Scotsman. Breaks into the first team in defence. We also have Abaddon, who will now be playing as a right back and right winger. On the left-hand side, we have Ellis Torres, who will be playing as a left back and a left winger now, which is not technically a job they can do. Technically, it's a wing back, not a left back, but you can't really do that. We also now have Alan Wilcock in defensive midfield. 2-star current ability, 5-star potential. He has only played twice so far, wanted by a whole bunch of teams on loan, but technically actually looks pretty good. Mentally and physically, not amazing, but also not horrendous either. So, Alan, there's a lot of faith being put in you, bud, because you do not have a plus next to your name. You've just got a little star. We've also got Paul Chambers, who's moved in from a right wing position to a more central role in the middle of the pitch, because he can't score goals, so it doesn't really matter where we play him. We might stick him in goal. He might be better in goal, I don't know. But because of the wild swing and in possession, out of possession, this is why our combined looks a bit odd. Ellis Torres will be up here, so will Abaddon, but also will drop back as and when needed. This might not work. This might not work at all, but we're going to go for it till the end of the season, because this is like a Hail Mary, okay? This is a Hail Mary with this Crewe side. We're going down unless something drastic happens. This is the something drastic. We're going to jump forward until April time, where we get our youth intake, so literally just 2 months forward in games. See how well this change has taken, and has it made any difference to us? No, it's not. It's not made too much difference. We have picked up 2 more points, so we have drawn a couple more matches. We are now obviously officially relegated. It's the 31st of March, so we drew with Colchester. A goal as well. Johnny Day, the man to score that goal. We also drew with Cambridge, a 1-1 draw here. So the goal from Gail and Senga. Fair enough. We did get some goals. We have started scoring some goals, but we've also been leaking goals for fun. So Tom Booth concedes 4 against Portsmouth. We concede 4 against Charlton in the FA Cup 5th round, by the way. We got through the 3rd round against Chesterfield, the 4th round against Chesterfield, 3rd round against Fleetwood, 2nd round against Kidderminster, 1st round against Morecambe. So we've had a pretty decent cup run, all things considered, but we obviously do lose to Charlton in that one. We let in another 4 as well against Hull, but Hull are really good, so I'm not kind of too concerned about that one. But obviously the big thing there is we have been relegated. I'm annoyed, but also it's kind of to be expected, right? Just want to check actually. Goals for 28. We scored 28 goals and let in 75. Our goal difference is absolutely appalling. It's not been a good season. And we're doubling down on the fact that it's not been a good season by having not a very good youth intake either. We have got Ashley Merson, 1-star current ability, 4-star potential, no, 3.5-star potential. He doesn't look awful, does he? But he's fine. He's a top prospect. You'll notice no elite prospects for, I think, the 4th or maybe even 5th season in a row. We've also got Connor Bauman, who is a left and or right winger. Again, doesn't look amazing. Doesn't look particularly bad either. Got lots of numbers sort of in and around the 10s and 11s. And then nobody else. So 10 good prospects. I don't think there's anyone on this list who could be pretty good, something to kind of stand out. And then also we've got 4 decent prospects. This one amuses me. His name's Sugar Ray. It's not a Sagar Ray, but he's a Canadian who's a centre-back. He's rubbish, but, you know, he's just got a funny name to me. We've probably got loads of people with silly names, and I'm just not spotting them because they're all just absolutely rubbish at football. Like Anders Anderson. Is that not a silly name? So it's a very good job that we're unsackable, because I feel like we would have been sacked probably 3 times in 6 seasons in charge of Crewe, but there we are. We have been relegated. We've still got a few more games to play. We're going to jump to the end of the season just to confirm how badly things have gone. Yeah, pretty badly. We did pick up 2 more points, so 2 more draws to join the list of 13 draws, which is quite a lot. Only 3 wins. Only 3 wins in the entire competition, and one of them I think was really early on as well. We did beat Hull, who finished in 16th. Hull have just been relegated from the Championship, finished in 16th place. So we beat Hull, we beat Fleetwood, we beat Portsmouth, but we do finish bottom of the table, getting ourselves relegated back down to League 2 again. I don't know whether the new formation worked or not. It's kind of difficult to tell, but we will have a look at the players locked in. So Remo Colbert, who didn't get locked in for the whole season, but did play 26 times in the end. I do like Remo. I don't know what it is. There's something about him. I do just quite like Remo Colbert. Alan Wilcock, who started just 13 games, a 6.49. You did not do very well at all, my friend. We've got Abaddon, who obviously had to play as a right back and a right wing back throughout the course of the season, a 6.53. He's not very good. He can't play next year for us anyway, can't get locked in. Paul Chambers also joins that list of players who won't be able to be locked in for next season, but can still obviously play for us. He played 56 games, an average rating of a 6.47 in the league. Rubbish. Absolutely appalling at football there. Ellis Torres on that left-hand side, a 6.47 as well for you. So we've done appallingly. So just sorting by the stars. So Jordan Gibson obviously was locked in at one point. He got 35 appearances, just 6 goals. 29 starts in the league, scoring 3. That is awful. Carl Harriott, 33 starts. So when we took him out of the squad, he did actually still play a fair amount of football. 3 clean sheets. The season before, it was 22. Raheem Jays did start the season locked in and very quickly got taken out of the squad, I think. Just the 4 starts, 7 assists. I think he got injured, which is why he got taken out. Richard Winstanley, just 1 start or 1 appearance off the bench. Goals, Paul Chambers with his 4 finishing. Good job, Paul. Gets the top goal scorer award with 9. No player gets double figures at all. Jordan Gibson is our 3rd top goal scorer with 6 goals, and he's a striker. It's not been a good year, has it? It's really not been a good year. I've not checked the finances. How bad are they? Minus £1.1 million. Not the end of the world. Not awful. Not amazing either. We'll obviously have a look as well. Clauses. Is it worth selling any? Ellis Williams, Howell, clause. We can't sell. Harkin. We can't sell. Owusu. We can't sell. Liddle. $4 million for Liddle. That's good. He's played 10 matches. Or technically 18 league games in the Premier League. He's been awful for them, but he's played 18 league games. We get 4.3 as well for Sabatis Prudent. He's played 18 starts in all competitions, 16 starts in the Premier League for Leeds. He's worth £21 million. We can't sell those clauses. We need to keep hold of those clauses. If he's worth a lot, we can't risk selling it just because we need that cash, right? The final thing to mention then as part of Season 6 is our youth level has dropped from 2 to 3. I feel like this kind of fluctuates. It goes up and down over the course of the season. So we're now back down to a 3. I want to invest in this, but we don't have the money to do it. I also don't have the backing of the board to do it either. So even if we had like £10 million in the bank, the board are not going to want to spend that money on my suggestion because basically I'm a terrible manager for them and I'm not being able to do anything good because we keep getting relegated. I mean, look at our history. So we took over that season, right? We finished 7th, we got promoted. We then finished mid-table-ish, 19th. It wasn't mid-table, was it? Then got relegated, finishing bottom. Then mid-table, not great. Promoted in 3rd, finishing in 24th, bottom of the table once again. We finished bottom of the table quite a lot. Next season, my prediction, we're going to be around 10th place. Following season, we're going to get promoted and win the league. So it's Season 7 in our Youth Development Challenge save with Crewe Alexandra, and we are back once again in League 2. We haven't really gone anywhere, have we? We've gone up a couple of times, we've come back down a couple of times. I want to be going back up once again. Obviously, it's the 1st of July at the moment. The prediction for us is to actually finish in 9th place, so not expecting to get ourselves promoted this time around. Obviously, being at Season 7, we are only locking in 5 players into the squad, and judging by the pluses and stars and whatnot, Carl Harriott, Raheem Jays, and Paul Chambers are the 3 players that should get locked in. However, I'm pretty sure quite a few of these people might be a bit too old. So, sorting by the stars and pluses and whatnot, we are not able to select Carl Harriott, Paul Chambers, or Abaddon, which means we are actually only left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options. Maybe even Colbert might not be able to be selected. Okay, Colbert should be fine. However, he is wanted on loan by Rotherham. Okay, that's not too much of a concern right now. Obviously, 5 players need to get locked in. We have got currently 3 players locked in. They will most likely stay, but we still need to find 2 more. Is it going to be Raheem Jays? Is it going to be Jordan Gibson? Maybe. We'll have to find out. Obviously, at the start of the season, we can take a look at some of our clauses that we still have available. So, Williams, how we can sell on for 2.7 million. Pretty good money, if you ask me, but I want to keep hold of that. Harkin, 2 million. We can sell the sell-on clause there from his time at Sunderland. Richard Owusu, 50% sell-on for just 1.9 million. Don't want to sell that one. Robert Liddell, who is currently on loan in Hungary by the looks of it. We can't do anything with that, but the 50% clause is still there. And £4.5 million for Sabatus Prudent, which I do not want to get rid of because he's worth 22 to 33 million pounds and will likely be playing consistent Premier League football this season. I do keep looking at those clauses, by the way, because financially, I don't think we've been in the black for a very, very long time. I mean, occasionally, I guess we did have £1.5 million apparently back in July last year, maybe. But yeah, we very rarely are in the black with our Crewe Alexandra side. And we need to be in the black to sort our facilities out because basically they are pretty garbage at the moment. We are now going to jump forward to the start of September. The transfer window will be closed. We will lock in our 5 players as well. It's now the 2nd of September and we have sold some clauses because basically I was fed up of not having any money. So Williams Howell's clause has been sold. Jack Harkin's clause has also been sold. We are keeping hold of Owusu, we are keeping hold of Liddell, and we are keeping hold of the Prudent one. So we picked up around £4 million, £4.85 million from clauses. So it's a lot of money that we brought in from selling those clauses. It's my hope that basically with this cash, we can spend that money on some facilities. I have asked them to upgrade the facilities. I don't think they're going to do it. Right now, it's all just pending. So it's all about youth level, junior coaching budget, and youth recruitment. I feel like they're going to say no to all of them, but we'll have to wait and see. The other thing to mention, we haven't sold anyone at the moment, so no one has gone, I say at the moment, in the summer transfer window. Max Jennings went out on loan to Leek, but that is basically it. I think a few other players went on loan during the summer as well, most of them going to Nantwich by the looks of it. Helso managed to get one guy in Bailey Marginson, although that was back in March. So actually, no, all 3 of them went to Nantwich, and that was pretty much it. So far, the season has not kicked off particularly well. We are currently down in 22nd place in the table, 5 games in, 1 victory against Notts County, who are in 23rd, 1 draw against Carlisle, who are in 15th, and then 3 defeats against Leyton Orient, Wickham, and Dagenham and Redbridge. Wickham are 11th, Dagenham and Redbridge are 2nd, Leyton Orient are 8th. So top half sides, but that's not particularly encouraging, right? Obviously, we have our silly formation that we picked at the end of, or towards the end of last season. We're going to stick with that for another year, and these are the 5 players we are locking in for the season. We have Remo Colbert, who is the 20-year-old Scottish central defender being locked in. Did play a fair amount last season, has spent some time on loan apparently at Hyde a few seasons ago, so he is going to be our central defender. Another central defender is youngster Jay Lambton. I say youngster like they're all old. He is one of the younger players in the squad, 18 years of age, just turned 18 as well. Lambton will be locked in as a central defender. I think he looks good, right? I think there's something about him. Physically looks all right. Mentally looks pretty good. Technically not amazing, but he's only 18 years old. He's also wanted on loan by a bunch of people. Moving further up the pitch, Alan Wilcock keeps his place, even though he was utter garbage last season. He managed to finish on a 6.49 average rating. He started this season not too much better on a 6.56 average rating. At 19 years old, will be 20 come the end of the season, so he's only got 2 years left in him, potentially locked into this starting 11. He's all right. He's not amazing. He's got some good numbers in some places, but some bad numbers in others. So he can't tackle, for an example, but he can pass really, really well. Ellis Torres keeps his place in the squad as well on that left-hand side. The young Scot has played a fair few seasons now. 1.5 seasons, technically. I say a fair few. 1.5, hasn't he? He's played 1.5 seasons as a left winger / left back. He's good. I like Torres. He's much more... He's not defensive. He's not attacking. He can't tackle and he can't finish. I don't really know what you can do, mate. He is also wanted by Göztepe in Turkey, which is weird until you realise Göztepe are owned by the same people that own Southampton, so maybe this is a way for them to sign him to Southampton, but not actually buy him at Southampton. I don't know. I don't know why Göztepe want to sign him. It's weird. And finally, playing as an attacking midfielder, not a striker, is Jordan Gibson. He has played a season up front, or half a season up front last year. Wasn't amazing. Scored just 3 league goals, 6 goals in all competitions. Was pretty garbage. Playing as an attacking midfielder so far, he's got 1 goal in the league and 3 assists. He's got a goal in the cup as well. So maybe Jordan Gibson, slightly behind the striker, might work out a little bit better. He's wanted on loan by a couple of people, so we don't need to worry too much about that. He does still have 5-star potential ability, and he's only 1.5-star current. I think he needs game time if this 5-star potential is going to be true and going to be hit. So we might need to just bite the bullet on players like Gibson, fully aware he's not ready, but play him. I mean, most of these people aren't ready, are they? We've got 5 players in our starting 11, guaranteed, who aren't even 3-star current ability. Most of them are barely even 2-star current ability. I think this is going to be a long season. I was hoping, before we kind of kicked off and locked in the players, I was hoping we'd actually be maybe pushing for playoffs. We might be pushing for mid-table. Although, judging by how the season started, we might be pushing for relegation, which is definitely something we do not want to happen. Right, let's jump forward then to the next part of this season. Let's see how things are going. I'm hoping we can pull ourselves away from this relegation scrap. I don't want to get relegated twice in a row. It's now February, and we might get relegated twice in a row. We are currently 22nd place in the table, currently not in the relegation zone, but also not very far away from it. We've got 7 wins, so we're winning some games, not a lot of games. 7 draws, which is fine, that's like a sensible amount. 20 defeats is a lot of defeats, and some of them are big. They're not massive, but there's a lot of, there's a 3-0, there's a 4-0, there's a 4-2, there's a 3-2, so we're scoring some goals by the looks of it. I say that, we are the lowest scoring team in the league on 29, and our defence is 55, which is not great either, to be honest. I genuinely haven't planned what happens if we fall out of the Football League. We do have, if I click this, not that, if I click this and we go, I mean, this, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. How do I find, how do I find Europe, England, men's? So we do have the National League and the National League North and South, or North is the one that we'd obviously go into. If we go really low, we won't be able to be in charge of Crewe. I don't think we'll go that far. If we get relegated, though, I don't know what that means for us. I'm genuinely, I'm kind of concerned at what that means for us. So financially, we've lost a lot of money. Where's all that money gone? We had like £4 million in the bank. What did we spend it on? Have we just chucked money away? Staff wages? Is there anything like big? Is there a big number? Wages, tax, youth setup. Right. I think we might have done the youth ground. That's good. Ground maintenance as well seems pretty high for me. I don't know whether that's the thing. If we have a look, sort by last season. So our ground maintenance, youth setup's not even there, right? Youth setup, there it is. It's 365. This season, we've already spent more than that already. I don't know. Am I reading too much into this? Anyway, we are currently in a relegation scrap. Not ideal. We also haven't got any money anymore. Also not ideal. The good news is we haven't sold any of our youngsters. So that is, I guess, a good thing. Although we're not doing too well, so I'm not surprised. None of our youngsters have been sold. And we also haven't sold any more of our clauses. So the Williams, Howland, Harkin ones have obviously gone. The big sell-on ones. We've still got the Owusu, the Lidl, and the Sabatus Prudent. I want to have a look how old Sabatus getting on. 20 league games. 20 league. This, I am banking on Sabatus doing well, getting sold, and getting us some money. Rob Lidl as well. He is playing in, he's playing in Hungary, isn't he? But he's getting game time. He's worth like £10 million, so that's not the end of the world. Richard Owusu is playing sort of in the Premier League. He's loan listed, but he is in the Premier League. Did play in League One last year. So there is money sat there. Eventually, I will scroll down actually. I don't think there's any more that we've got on here. No, There's no more that we've got on there of players that we really care about. So there is money kind of available, but not right now. Last season I did stop around February because I wanted to catch up on anything that has taken place when it comes to the squad and things like that. Yeah, we've changed our formation again. Not massively. So we've gone from this, I say not massively, it is massively, isn't it, to this. It's kind of similar, but also not at all, isn't it? So we have got Remo Colbert and Jay Lampton still locked in as the defenders. Alan Wilcock still locked in as now a defensive midfielder. Ellis Torres has been moved over to the right-hand side because he can play both, so that is fine. And a new face has joined, which is Rakeem Jays, will be playing as that left winger. So far, he's played 4 times and has 1 assist to his name, but an average rating of a 6.45. Something's got to give. I don't know why we're doing so badly. I'm willing to bet there are 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is I'm not very good at Football Manager, and reason number 2, the 5 players that we've locked in are also not good enough for the league. We can do something very quickly. Asking the assist, I mean, that's horrendous as well. It's not much better, is it? So they actually put Jays as that left back. So out of possession, he's there. In possession, he's there. Okay, so he doesn't move. We're playing him as a left winger. We've also got Kaylor Dunn as our striker, who in theory should be playing for us anyway. We're just not a good team, guys. We're just not a good team. Anyway, let's jump forward to around April time. We'll see our youth intake, see if it's any good. I really hope we get a good one. And we might have even confirmed whether we're relegated or not as well. Well, it's got worse. It certainly got worse. There are, 4 games left to play, and we are 6 points behind 22nd place Carlisle, 7 points behind 21st place Burton, and Carlisle have got 2 games in hand. So I think we might be getting relegated, guys. I think we genuinely might be getting relegated. This is utterly ridiculous, right? I know I'm kind of to blame, okay? I'm fully aware I'm kind of to blame here, but how are we so bad? Let's check the squad very quickly. Selection information, average rating. So, I mean, our best player who plays consistently is Colbert, 6.79. Our worst player who plays consistently, Rakeem Jays, on a 6.28. I'd genuinely do better than that. That's horrendous. So many players in our squad. Ellis Torres is on a 40. He's transferred. Where's he going? He's off to Goztepe, I assume, at the end of his contract. Fair enough. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get a sell-on clause for that one. Not ideal, but there we go. So many players in our squad are just not performing well. It might be when we get relegated. I say when, if we get relegated. It's when. Let's face it, it's when we get relegated. We might need to go back to basics. Play Mike Bassett football, 4-4-2, long ball football, route 1, something really boring, just to get us back on track, back into league football, because it is not going to be easy getting out of the Vanarama National. Is it still called the Vanarama National? It is the Enterprise National League, apparently. There you are. But the problem with it, only 2 teams go up. So the league winners and then the playoff winners. And that is it. So getting out of this league is going to be a real struggle. Maybe our one elite youth prospect could help us. We've got one. His name is Andrew Gibson. Why do I feel like we've already got a player called Andrew Gibson? He is a 16-year-old central defender, 2-star current ability, so arguably good enough to play for us right now at 16 years old. 5-star potential. He does look quite good. To me, he looks pretty good. Tackling can't do that, but at this level of football, he can do that. A 9 in League 2 or even the Vanarama National or the National Enterprise National League or whatever it's blooming called nowadays, 9's actually pretty good. We've also got a bunch of top prospects who do have 5-star potential or 4-star potential, but they're not considered elite for some reason. So Flynn Bailey has 5-star potential as a left wing back. It's not a position really. The fact that you can't play as a left back kind of confuses me. But anyway, Flynn Bailey, he looks all right. He doesn't look amazing, does he? But he's obviously got some potential. He's come back as 4-star there, but 5-star here. Don't understand that. We've also got Tom French, who is 1.5-star current ability. Central midfielder. Looks quite good. I do like Tom French. He's only 15. And then anyone else of interest. He's from Guyana. It's the second Guyanan player. The other one was Carl Harriott. Doesn't look amazing, does he? Speaking of Carl Harriott, is he in the Ghana national side? Can we find that one out? He is in the Guyana national team, and he's still playing for us as well. He does have a new contract, so that's a good thing. He's on a lot of money. He's not even playing for us. I think Tom Booth is playing for us at the moment, but Carl Harriott has his new contract. He's got 19 caps for Guyana as well. He's pretty good. Right, let's jump to the end of the season, and maybe, just maybe we can turn this around. We finished bottom. We finished bottom of the league. We even won a game of the last 5. The problem is Swindon won 3 of their last 5. 2 seasons in a row we finished bottom of the table. We are now at the point where there will be YouTubers who have got like 70,000 subscribers who are making videos saying, what's happening with Crewe? And they'll be interviewing, not me, the fans, and the fans will be shouting at me because I'm a terrible manager and stuff like that. The fact that we have finished bottom is weirdly kind of impressive, considering when you see the season predicted, we were supposed to finish mid-table. Is the formation to blame? Maybe. Am I to blame? Almost certainly. So, looking at the players then who are locked in, Remo Colbert, I think is probably the best one, right? He has a 6.8 rating or average rating for the season. He even scored a goal from central defence. He is angry. No, he's not, actually. He's against teammate. He is happy with my treatment of Abadoon. I like Colbert. The problem is he can't be locked in next season, so that's not ideal. Jay Lambton, who should be able to because he's only a little child. He is just 18, will be 19 very, very soon. So the central defender, 45 appearances in the league, average rating of a 6.6. Pretty good season, I think, from Lambton, considering. Moving forward, Alan Wilcock, has he had a slightly better season than last year? Yes, not by a huge amount, really. He's got a 6.49 last year, 6.63 this time around. 2.5-star current ability, 4.5-star potential. He's good, but also not good. It's weird. There's something good about him, but he's just not really putting in the performances. We have Ellis Tors, who is obviously off to Turkey in the summer. He is transferred. Are we getting money for that? No, it's end of contract. We're getting absolutely nothing. So his final season player for Crewe, he did get 6 goals in all competitions, an average rating though of a 6.51, which is not very good at all, is it? He's been garbage. He's been honestly garbage. 95 league appearances, an average rating of a 6.53 is horrendous. And finally, we've got Raheem Jones, who has played 16 times for us this season, average rating of a 6.29. What are you doing? I feel like it should be physically impossible to be that bad at football. He's playing for the under-21s and the first team. That's probably not helping. So if we just put the first team on, 6.2, 6.3, a 6.6, a 6.2, a 5.5, a 6.1, a 6. I mean, I've never seen form as bad as this. The funny thing is, against Port Vale, he had his best form and he got subbed off after 55 minutes. Of all the games to do it in, that is the worst possible one to do it in. He was playing really well. Raheem, you are lucky that we kind of need to play you, to be honest. At this point, you're lucky, although you'll be, by the time we start next season, you'll be too old. You'll turn 21 in August. Probably for the best, to be honest, if we have a look as well then. So anyone else? So Jordan Gibson did get locked in for a fair chunk of the season and scored 3 goals. 2 goals in the league, 1 goal in the EFL Cup. Why can we not score goals? Carl Harriott only played 4 matches. Paul Chambers, 10 starts, 31 off the bench. Who was our top goal scorer? It was Kieran Loney with 11, Ellis Tors with 6. He was awful. He was awful and was our second top goal scorer. I know there are people watching this thinking that it's me, I'm doing something wrong, and I'm trying to work out what it is. I think when next season we might need to go back to 4-4-2, or are we trying to overcomplicate things with fancy tactics? I guess the other thing we need to check financially, obviously now we are relegated, we are going to be really in the mud when it comes to our finances. Negative £250,000 in the bank, kind of what you'd expect facilities wise. Have they got better? I think they have. I think we've improved our facilities, which is obviously good. Problem is we've been relegated, so now we don't really have the money to kind of keep funding them, which is not ideal. And there is something else on this screen that is going to be a very, very big problem going forward for trying to play youth development football. Professional status is semi-professional. That's not good at all. Well, I'll be perfectly honest, in my youth development challenge with Crewe Alexandra, I was not expecting to be at this point, but here we are in Season 8 in the National League. The Enterprise National League, is that what it's called? I need to find out the proper name of this thing, and it takes forever to get there because this menu is a mess. It is the Enterprise National League. There you go. It took me that long to find out. It's probably written on the screen somewhere. I guess the good news is we're expected to win the league. We are favourites to go straight back up into the Football League, which is obviously very good. From the 5 players that we need to lock into the squad, we have already got 1, 2, 3, 4 players who are technically eligible. Maybe I will need to check the ages on some of these people because some of them might be a bit too old. I think Harriet probably is too old. Colbert might also be too old. When we look at the Media Dream 11 as well, we do have 3 players in this. So Harriet, Rilwan Abadan and Paul Chambers also make it into the Dream 11. It's kind of a worry that it's only 3 players, but 3 players is the best of everyone. Literally, it is Scunthorpe in second with Ruth and Martin, and then everyone else has just got 1 each by the looks of it. One of the big concerns, I guess, from being in this league is money. Money is going to be certainly a problem, so we're going to need to keep a very close eye on our wage budget. I'm hoping this is just a fleeting experience down in the National League. 1 season straight back up, back into normal life in the Football League. We need to keep an eye on our finances because obviously we literally don't ever get out of the red by the looks of it. Occasionally we go. Obviously that was when we sold a bunch of clauses last season, but for the most part, we just live in the red. We need to get out of this at some point. And obviously, one of the main ways we are going to be doing this is from clauses. I'm trying not to sell any clauses. Sabatus Prudent is now £5 million clause. I'm pretty sure his face has changed as well. He's worth £24 to £36 million. So there's a lot of money potentially there on the table. Rob Liddell, 3.8 we can get right now. 50% sell-on clause, but he's worth 7.6 to 11.5 million. So there is money available sat in these clauses that we are not going to sell just yet, and just hope that they do get sold at some point. We're obviously in season 8. I'm planning on doing just 10 seasons of this. I'm worried that none of these clauses will ever get triggered. It is the 1st of July, and obviously the transfer window is open, and by obviously, it never closes in the National League, which is kind of a concern, because it means we could lose players randomly in, like, October. I'm not going to try and keep an eye on that. We haven't done any transfer business in between the seasons. I mean, this man's gone out on loan, but that was last year, so literally nothing has happened. So we are going to jump forward to the end of the transfer window, in quotation marks, which is going to be, I'm going to do the 2nd of September, I think, because that's normally when it closes. And we'll see where we are, and that is where we'll have to pick the 5 players locked in for our National League season squad. First of all, 3 players have left the club on permanent deals, and they were all, I think, when their contract expired, potentially. So Ellis Torres, as we know from last season, has gone to Göztepe in Turkey, which is weird to me, but he's gone. End of contract, not a lot we can do about it. Michael Massey has gone to Brentford. This one I'm almost certain was end of contract, but I'm not seeing anything in him, but the fact that Brentford have picked him up kind of makes me think I might have been a bit stupid there. And Simon Wildman has gone to Bolton again. I think this was end of contract. So yeah, again, we've lost a player. He's not terrible, is he? He can do a reasonable job, but I don't think he's necessarily got the potential. So I'm not too concerned about players that we have lost. And just to ease your concerns, I guess, we haven't triggered any clauses. We are now negative £1 million in debt because, you know, we just lose money. We haven't brought in any extra cash. From a squad perspective, this is what we are locking in. We are sticking with this 3-4-2-1 formation, or whatever we want to call it, a 3-4-3. I don't really know, but this is what we're going to go with, and we have a bunch of new faces. So, as our ball-playing centre-back on the right-hand side, it is Andrew Gibson, the 16-year-old who came through our youth intake last season, if I'm not mistaken, has already started 4 matches so far. He looks good. He doesn't look amazing, but it's the 5-star potential that I'm leaning into there. He's also on £5 a week. Also in central defence is Jay Lambton, who I think played last season, if I'm not mistaken. He did play last season in the awful relegation year, but the now 19-year-old Englishman, I think he's good enough to do a very good job there. He is wanted by Salford on a transfer, which we are not going to do. Mentally and physically looks really good. Technically, not the best. 3-star current ability, though, 4-star potential for old Jay Lambton. Then as we move forward, we've got Alan Wilcock, who has played 1 and a bit seasons. He played a little bit there, he played last season, and he's locked in once again. Now 20 years old, so this will be the last season he can get locked in. And he's actually looking pretty decent, if you ask me. A new man to join the ranks is Flynn Bailey. The 16-year-old Scottish left wing-back is going to be locked in, obviously, in that left wing-back position. The youngster doesn't look amazing, but he's got a nice high potential value there. So 4.5-star potential looks pretty good. This one's a bit of a risk, because if he's not very good, we might have wasted our time. He has played 4 games so far in the league and got 3 assists. So far, old Flynn Bailey here is proving me right. And up front we have Jordan Gibson, who has now played 69 times for our side in the league. The 19-year-old striker, 14 finishing. He's all right, isn't he? He played the last 2 seasons, didn't really score too many goals, but hopefully we've found his level in the Vanarama National. The fact that we've had to drop this low down to find some of our players' level is a bit of a concern. But Jordan Gibson, I'm hoping and I'm expecting lots and lots of good things from you. And as you probably worked out from the high rankings of the 5 players that we've just had a look at, we have started the season off very well. 4 wins out of 4. We have beaten Torquay, Accrington, Yeovil, and a massive 5-2 victory against Swindon. So we have started well, and arguably, they're probably 4 of the bigger sides in the league as well, right? I mean, we can probably have a look, right? Torquay are down in 18th. They did get they've just got promoted. So maybe not so much Torquay. Was it Accrington? It was Torquay, Swindon, Accrington and Yeovil who are 5th. So we've actually done all right there, I think. We do still have options to sell our Saboteur's Prudent clause, but I'm desperately not going to be doing that. £5.25 million now for that. Is he playing for Leeds in the Premier League? He is playing for Leeds in the Premier League consistently. This is going to be his 3rd season playing for Leeds in the Premier League. He's 22. It's got to be time soon, right? Rob Liddell at Ipswich. Is he playing for Ipswich? He is in the Premier League. 3 games so far this season. Things are looking up. Richard Owusu has gone on loan from Ipswich to Cardiff in League One. So not looking as exciting there for old Richard Owusu. Jack Harkin for Sunderland. Obviously, we sold his clause. If he starts playing a lot now, I'm going to be kind of annoyed. He's not even registered for the Sunderland squad. And then we've also got Ellis Williams-Howe, who is not playing for Sunderland either. So arguably, I sold the best clauses to get rid of, right? I do want to take a look actually at Tom Leather. Obviously, we sold him to Wolves without a sell-on clause, and he is very good. He's really, really good. He's only 22 still. He's played regular football, well, I say regular, reasonably regular football for Wolves since they signed him. And we got no sell-on clause in this one. Also, I don't know what this pink box is jumping around. Well, I guess the next thing to do then is to jump to our youth intake day, or maybe January, I don't know. Obviously, January doesn't really matter, so we're going to jump forward to some point in the future, see how we have managed to do with our Crewe Alexandra side. And I want to be top of the table. We want to go straight up, surely. So it's now the 2nd of February. We did come back just to see how well things were going, and we are currently top of the table. Obviously, being the National League, we need to win the league to get automatic promotion. That is the only place that gets us automatic promotion, and obviously we are currently sat in that position. The worrying thing is Dartford are 3 points behind us, and they have 2 games in hand. If we go into the playoffs, that is a full-on lottery, because there are 6 teams in this playoffs, and literally just losing 1 match, and all of a sudden it could be game over for you. So I want to be going up as champions of the Vanarama. It's not the Vanarama, of the National League, the Enterprise National League. It has probably not been called the Vanarama National League for like 5 seasons, right? Some other things that might be worth having a look at. Financially, we are well over our wage budget because it has been halved from the start of the season, but we're not doing badly. I mean, we are 25% over, but we actually had a wage budget of like 88,000 or 87,000, something like that at the start of the season, to drop down to 44, and we're okay. We are now nearly 2 million in debt. One of the downsides, obviously, of being in the National League means that transfer windows never actually close, and we did lose a player. Bailey Marginton has gone to fellow National League side, Scunthorpe, and he's starting to play a few games there. The 22-year-old, so he was never going to be locked in for us, didn't really play. In fact, he played 5 times, scored 1 goal in League One, and that was it. He's gone for £34,500. I'm pretty sure we do have a sell-on clause in there for old Marginton as well. We do. So if he gets good, we're getting 30% of the profit for that. He's playing in the National League. It's not going to happen. Speaking of clauses, we can't sell any of them at the moment, but they're obviously still knocking about. Other things to note is we're actually on a pretty good cup run. We beat Woking in the FA Cup 3rd round. We jumped to the first round, not 3rd round, sorry. We jumped to the 2nd round where we beat Fleetwood to get us into the 3rd round, where we get a big tie up against, where are they? Rotherham of League 2, where we beat them. So we go into the 4th round, where we are up against MK Dons of the Championship. I wasn't expecting to have a decent cup run. We've literally not had a decent cup run for the entirety of this save. But here we are in Season 8 in the Vanarama National, and we are, for some reason, in the FA Cup 4th round. And I feel like we could get past MK Dons. I want to get a big Premier League side. I know we're not quite there yet, but I did just want to draw your attention to our youth intake. It is a half-star youth intake, so don't expect too much when we jump to the next clip. 0 elite prospects, 0 top prospects, and 8 good prospects. That is all we have managed to get here. And we have got, obviously, no one good. I mean, literally nobody good at all. So we might not even put any stars next to these people because I don't think we're ever going to need to play them. From a league table perspective, however, things have gone very good. We are top of the table. We are on 97 points. We are almost certainly winning the league because we are, 15 points clear of second place Dartford with 5 games left to play. So the only way we can finish in second place is if we lose every game and Dartford win every single game as well. Oh, and because of our financial situation, our wage budget is now £36,000. We are now 50% over our wage budget. We're not selling people. They just keep trimming the wage budget in half because obviously we haven't got the money to spend. But we are playing the Leeds United game here. We are overspending in the hope that we can win the league and get back into the Football League. And then obviously next season, once we are back into the Football League, which we are almost guaranteed to be, then we can start working out what we need to do with our finances. And that might mean selling some clauses, which I keep saying it, I really don't want to do. You know, I said I was kind of optimistic about playing MK Dons and thinking we could beat them. Yeah, we lost 5-0 at home. So, you know, we can't beat them. We didn't beat them. We got knocked out of the FA Cup in the 4th round. At least we were at home. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But interestingly, actually, looking at our fixtures, we have not lost a league game since the 22nd of January, which was on telly, hilariously. So just don't put us on telly, guys. We've had 1 match on telly all season, and that was the 1 match we lose in the league. In fact, looking at it, that might be... We've lost 4. So we lost to Woking, Tamworth, Barrow, and Tamworth. Tamworth we've lost twice to. They're not even a good side. They're 14th. They're mid-table. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We are basically champions. We are basically back to the Football League. Last thing to do, jump to the end of the season just to confirm basically how we've done and then look at the players that we did have locked in for the season. It was never in any doubt. We did actually lose 2 of the last 5 games of the season. So we lost against, I'm assuming, Harrogate and Marine. So we did lose a couple more matches, but we finished on 104 points, winning the league, getting back into the Football League. Dartford got to the playoff final, by the way, and lost to Scunthorpe. So I kind of feel bad for them. But Scunthorpe did actually have a pretty good season. They won their last 5 matches, but I guess a few of those were actually in the playoffs, which makes sense that they'd win them all. And before we take a look at the players, financially, obviously, massively in debt, which is a surprise to nobody, but we have increased our wage budget. I'm not doing this, by the way. The board is just arbitrarily just kind of changing that value. So we are now just slightly over our wage budget, which is fine. I'm kind of okay with that. We obviously don't have any money, but once we get promoted, we should be able to start turning things around. Let's take a look then at the squad and the 5 people locked in. So let's start with Andrew Gibson, the young right back from Ireland. Has played pretty good, not amazingly, but he's done pretty well. 6.74 in the league, 6.71 across all competitions, which obviously includes a cup run and a 5-0 defeat against MK Dons. We've got Jay Lambton, one of his other central defensive partners. We do have 3, obviously. 19 years of age, 46 appearances in the league, a goal and an assist, an average rating of a 7.03 in the league, 7.01 in all competitions. Alan Wilcock, playing your last season locked in at the very least. 46 appearances in the league, 2 goals, 4 assists, a 6.87 rating. Considerably better than his previous 2 seasons, but his level is almost certainly National League, League 2 on a good day, isn't it? Kind of glad that you might be a little bit too old now to be locked into the squad. Flynn Bailey, another youngster, who's obviously got a season now under his belt. 17 years old, lots and lots of green upward arrows. 6 goals, 14 assists. That's insane. He's also out of contract. We're giving him a new contract. Don't worry about that, assuming he wants to sign one. And finally, Jordan Gibson, the striker, who has managed to pick up 28 goals in all competitions, 23 of them in the league. What the difference a season makes, eh? What a difference. He scored 2 goals last year, 3 goals the season before that, 23 goals this time around. Again, maybe this is Jordan Gibson's level. He is wanted by Charlton in, I'm going to assume, their championship? Although, have they just been relegated? I'm worried, when it just says championship, that could mean anything, couldn't it? So they are a good championship side. Interesting. That might not be a terrible place to sell him. Assuming he's good, that is, by the way. Because if he's not very good, there's no point in selling him. I do just want to have a very quick look as well. So we sort by those stars and whatnot. So Carl Harriott only played 7 times. He's got 19 caps for Guyana, but only played, not even 17 times. He played 7 times. That's it. Paul Chambers, a whole bunch of goals. 14 goals, 10 assists in all competitions. Obviously playing on that right wing. Lovely skinhead he's managed to get there, but I think that's a Football Manager mistake rather than him deciding to have himself a lovely haircut. Raheem Jays, who was locked in a season ago, didn't do a huge amount too exciting, really. We've also got Remo Colbert, who's too old, 21 starts, though, for Colbert. Not a goal to his name, though, for the central defender. And we have old Richard Winstanley, 1 start, 3 off the bench. I was tempted to lock Winstanley in, but I decided against it. I'm kind of glad I did decide against that one. And then Abadan, 4 goals, 17 assists for the Nigerian. Obviously, he plays as a right wing back, I think, nowadays. He's wanted by Chesterfield, Exeter, Shrewsbury and AFC Wimbledon, which are going to be League One sides. I don't really want you to go, because I think you're pretty good. But if we can get a nice big sell-on clause in there, then maybe we should probably do that. So that is going to do it then for Season 8. We are back into the Football League next time around. We are obviously going to be in a better financial position, hopefully. We've got some clauses still kicking about that we could sell, or maybe they might cash in. I mean, Prudent always wanted. Al Duhail, or we could be getting big money in the summer. If Sabatus Prudent moves to Al Duhail, they'll pay £50 million for him. And we're getting 30% of the profit on 2.5 million or something like that. So we are getting, we're talking like 15 to 20 million pounds, right? I can't do the maths in my head, but it's a big number. There's lots of zeros at the end of it. Rob Liddell, we've got a 50% sell-on clause in there, not wanted by anybody, but he's playing Premier League football. Richard Owusu, he is not for sale, apparently, so fair enough. Jack Harkin, we don't have any clauses in that one. And we've got Bailey Marginton, who is currently playing in the Vanarama National League, or the Enterprise National League, because I keep getting it wrong. There is obviously a big old problem, though, we're going to have it next season, and that is Alan Wilcock disappears from our list of players who can play, and we are getting down to the dregs of players. So Richard Winstanley might need to get locked in, because we have no other options. No, he won't, because he'll be 21 in a couple of months' time. Season 9, we are definitely going to struggle for quality players. Last season in our Youth Development Challenge save with Crewe Alexandra, we got promoted back from non-league football into League Football into League 2, and we are predicted to finish in 4th place somehow. Looking at the Media Dream 11, we do have Rilwan Abadoun, who is one of the best players in the league, apparently, which is kind of interesting. We are predicted to finish 4th place in the table. Harrington, obviously youth players, all of these with stars and pluses. Lampton, we've got Colbert, we've got Wilcock, we've also got Chambers, we've got Abadoun, all youth players coming through our youth intakes and so on over the course of our few seasons in charge. And by few, I mean 8. This is obviously Season 9. There is one key thing that has happened over the summer, and that is we have turned into a professional side once again. Getting promoted back to the Football League has meant we've immediately returned back to being a professional club. And I think we've had a takeover. I don't really know how we can find this one out. Is it board? Joe Palmer's the chairperson. Maybe we haven't had a takeover. No, we did not get ourselves taken over. In fact, I remember what happened now. Basically, over the course of the summer, there was lots of rumours of takeovers and stuff like that, but nothing actually did happen. So we are still under control of the same board at the moment. But there is no smoke without fire, so normally there is a takeover kind of on the horizon potentially. If you see lots of reports of takeovers might happen, chances are probably one will happen within the next few seasons. As we always seem to do at the start of the season, is take a look at our financial situation, and it's not good, obviously. We've just been promoted from non-league into league football. We've got negative £1.5 million in the bank. We are over our wage budget by about £6,000 as well, so some things might need to change, which means, is it time to sell some clauses? Sabatus Prudent, £5.75 million. He's wanted. He's wanted by Brentford and Everton. So Leeds got themselves, they were relegated last season, or technically the season before, I think. Or were they? Were they Leeds and that Leeds got relegated? Okay, so Leeds have got themselves relegated into the Championship. Now Sabatus Prudent, I imagine, is probably annoyed. He doesn't want to be playing in the Championship. Could this be the time? If they sell him for like £40 million, we get 30% of the profit, but we basically sold him for nothing. So 30% of 40 minus £2.3 million. So it's a lot of money. There's a lot of money potentially on the table there. Rob Liddell was a 50% sell-on clause. He's obviously at Ipswich currently. He's worth a lot of money, so there is a chance that one could come in. We've got 50% on Richard Owusu as well, who is currently on loan at Cardiff. Jack Harkin and Williams Howe, we've obviously sold those clauses, and then Bailey Martinson is currently playing in non-league football. So if we get anything from this, I'll be surprised. In fact, they're not non-league. They got themselves promoted. Fair play. So obviously, being season 9, we do have to lock in 5 players into our squad. And there are 2 things that we probably need to mention. In fact, maybe 3 things that we might need to mention here. First of all, Alan Wilcock is too old, so he is removed. We've got Andrew Gibson, we've got Lampton, we've got Flynn Bailey, and we have Jordan Gibson. Jordan Gibson is leaving and signing for Charlton. So off you pop, my friend. Flynn Bailey currently doesn't have a contract. We might be in a bit of a situation here. We might be in a bit of a situation where we have to kind of pick out some other players. We do have some decent youngsters, so maybe there is a chance. I mean, Jordan Gibson, when are you actually leaving? You are leaving today in game. Okay, so yeah, if we clicked continue a couple of times, you wouldn't be here anyway. We are going to click continue a few times. We're going to get to the end of the January transfer window. It's not January. We're going to get to the end of the summer transfer window. We'll get to about the 2nd of September usually, and we will lock in the 5 players for the season, and then we can kind of talk about what we think we might be able to achieve in the league. Maybe there is a chance, an outside chance, of promotion into League One again. Without going into the details of the players just yet, it is the 2nd of September and we are currently 4th place in the table. 3 wins on the board. Bristol Rovers, Doncaster and Mansfield. We've got a draw as well against Carlisle and then 1 defeat against Leyton Orient, who find themselves in 18th place. So we started the season really well. Rochdale obviously have started it amazingly well, winning all 5 of their matches, but we are up the right end of the table. If we can get ourselves into the playoffs, I'd be very happy with that. I was kind of expecting mid-table. But from the start of this season, maybe we should be eyeing up promotion. And obviously another thing as well, being League 2, 3 teams go up via automatics and then 1 team go up through the playoffs. So there are 4 possible promotion spots available for this league for this season. We could be good enough to get one of them. Other things to mention before we go and look at our squad. Sabbaths Prudent is still playing for Leeds, frustratingly. He's wanted now by Fulham, Norwich and Southampton. He's wanted to leave. His transfer was blocked. So he potentially would have left. I don't know who it would have been to and how much for, but he could have left. 38 to 57 million pounds. He's not set transfers. Premier League clubs are interested. This Sabbaths Prudent money is coming in either this season or next season, which is frustrating because I wanted it to come in about 4 seasons ago. Would have been a lot more useful for us as a club, and maybe we wouldn't have got ourselves relegated out of the Football League. And for your information, Rob Liddell and Richard Owusu still playing for Ipswich, so they haven't actually gone anywhere. And we've lost one of our one of our clauses, but it was an appearance clause, so it doesn't really make too much difference for us. And yeah, financially, it's got worse. It's £2 million. We need one of these clauses to come in. We really do. So then, the squad that we are locking in for the season. There are 2 new names on this list. We're going to start with the names that we already know. Andrew Gibson did play last season. The now 17-year-old Republic of Ireland youngster will be getting another season locked in as a central defender. He is wanted by Fylde on loan, so that one is not going to happen. Obviously, he played a lot last season. He's already played 5 so far. This time around with a 7.08 rating across those 5 matches. Old Andrew Gibson here, think could be pretty good. We are also going to be playing at Jay Lampton in that defensive position. He will not be able to be locked in next season, but he will obviously be able to play this season. The 20-year-old has played 2 full seasons locked in currently. This will be his 3rd and final full season locked in. Also wanted by Charlton, who I think are like a championship. Yeah, they're a championship side. Nearly said League One. Yeah, championship side want Jay Lampton. So there is definitely something there with Jay Lampton, but obviously he is not going anywhere for now. Next up, Flynn Bailey, who has himself a brand new contract, which when you look at his value was a sensible thing to do. He's potentially worth £3.6 million. He's the type of player that if we were to do 15 seasons time, we'd sell him. 15 seasons in total, we'd sell him maybe season 10 or 11 with a nice big 50% sell-on clause with a hope of getting like £10 million back in the future. 17-year-old Scottish left wing-back getting his 2nd full season locked into the squad. 4.5-star potential, so he's definitely going to be good, right? Now, the 2 new faces starting in defensive midfield, probably the worst of all of them, but it's mainly because he can't really play there. It is Callum McKinley, the 17-year-old Scottish youngster. Mentally looks pretty good, physically looks alright, technically looks alright, doesn't look anything amazing. Started the season pretty poorly with a 6.46 average rating from that defensive midfield role, but he can't play there yet. Give him some time, he should hopefully get better, he should get a certificate playing as a defensive midfielder, and everybody will be happy. Next up we have Connell Bauman playing on that right wing, 18 years of age, English youngster. has scored twice and got an assist already in his first 5 games of the season. So he's got 2 goals. In fact, he's got 3 goals because he's got one in the EFL trophy as well. 1-star current ability for Connell, 4.5-star potential value of just 16 to £160,000. So I'm not expecting the world from these 2 new players into the squad. These are sort of needs-must players at the moment. When you actually sort by players that could play, we don't have a massive amount of kind of really good hot prospect youngsters at the moment. So, I mean, Ashley Merson was on my list of maybe you should be playing on that left-hand side. I decided to go for Conor Baumann on the right instead over Merson. We've got some, like, they could be good. Like Jamie Hewitt, he's 20 now. He could be good, but he's probably never going to get the chance. We've got Twum, the Ganu Twum, who is all downward arrows all over the place, so maybe not so good there. So we've got some good players. We've got some pretty average players. I think we are struggling, okay? We are definitely struggling with the youngsters. We do need to get ourselves a decent intake through. We've got a poor intake apparently coming up, although literally we don't know this until like December rolls around, so it might actually be better than that. Other things to mention, we have sold a few people who have got stars next to their name. So Remo Colbert, who did play a fair amount of football for us, has left and moved over to Dunfermline on a free transfer. He was out of contract. Nothing we could do about it. He's now playing in the Scottish Premier Division, so he's doing pretty good for himself, which I'm sure he's fine with. Jordan Gibson, as we know, he was out of contract as well, and he's moved over to Charlton, so no selling clauses for any of these. We've got this one, Gabriele Ferretti, could be his name. He has moved over to Paterno in Italy on an amateur contract by the looks of it. So, yeah, nothing too exciting there. And I think that is pretty much it. The other one that's probably worth mentioning, Jay Mingy, a player that we signed in like a long, long time ago, has left. He's moved over to Democratic Republic of Congo for a bit of cash. He was getting annoyed he wasn't playing, which is fair enough. He's played fairly consistently up until now. So, yeah. The season so far has started off pretty well. We are now going to jump forward to maybe February. It might be we just jump straight forward to youth intake day. But yeah, we're going to go forward, see how things are going, and hopefully we are still at the top end of the table. That would be very good if we're in a fight for a promotion again. It is the 3rd of February and we are currently 6th place, so we are still in this battle for an automatic promotion spot. We are just, 6 points behind Bradford. We don't have any games in hand, however, so 6 points is still a fairly sizable gap, but it is not insurmountable. We can definitely close that gap. Maybe the 11 points to Burton and Notts County might be too much, but again, I still think we could do it. So the good thing here is we are up in this fight. We are predicted to finish 3rd now. 3rd place predicted finish in the league, based on the predicted league table here. Bunch of players, obviously we know a lot of these are still at the club, but none of the new faces in there, which is, I guess, not a surprise to anybody because most of them are absolute garbage. Just want to add as well, obviously we've had the January transfer window. There's been a whole load of loans going out, so these are actually players that come through youth intakes. So Ashley Merson, a player who I said we might have played this season, has gone out on loan to Hensford. We've loaned out Richard Winstanley, who has a plus and a star next to him, to Chorley for the rest of the season. I did contemplate this. I genuinely did contemplate this and thought, no, it's not the time. It is not the time. Well, I say it's not the time. It can't be the time because he's 21. That's why it wasn't the time. I remember going, we should put Richard Winstanley in. He's pretty good. No, we couldn't. That's why we couldn't do it. Also, Russ Caldwell's gone to Wealdstone. Tom French gone to Ebbsfleet. Jeremy Lindy has gone to Barwell. So some players have gone to absolute just garbage clubs. I say garbage clubs, like not high-tier clubs. They've not gone to like non-league, sort of Vanarama National or whatever the league's now called. Do want to just double check on the players who are still locked in and obviously playing for us fairly regularly. So Andrew Gibson seems to be getting a lot of football, 33 appearances, 2 assists to his name for old Andy Gibson. He's improving as well. Jay Lampton has played 31, got an assist. He's asked to leave, I assume. Yep. He wanted to leave. I think Charlton were the team that come in for him. Callum McKinley, is he good enough to be a defensive midfielder naturally now? Yes, he is. He's also scored a goal, got a couple of assists, so he's improving, which is what we want to be seeing. Flynn Bailey with his brand new contract, and his value seems to be creeping up slightly. He's only played 18 matches, so he's had a fairly sizable injury, which I imagine is still ongoing. He's out for 2 to 4 months still, fair enough. We've also got Conor Baumann, who is playing on that right-hand side. 4 goals, 4 assists. So he started off the season really well with 2 goals, and then has got 2 more goals in the following 27 matches. In other news as well, we did manage to get ourselves all the way through to the FA Cup 3rd round where the big money comes in, and we drew Premier League side Chelsea, and we only lost 2-1. They absolutely battered us, but we did manage to score a goal thanks to Olafobi, could be his name, And no, it's not, there's no B in it. Oloafobe? Ofi. I don't know what his name is, but Chelsea do obviously pick up the win. So we got through to the third round of the FA Cup. Not that it really means too much when you think of our financial situation. It is now minus £3.2 million, and we're still over our wage budget by a little bit more now. At some point, we're going to have to give in one of these clauses. I don't want to do it. Prudent is still there. 5.75 million. It's good. It's good, but it's not enough. We need to hold out till the summer. We really do. It is now the 3rd of April. We've had our youth intake, but also we are still up the right end of the table in 5th place. We are just now 4 points behind an automatic promotion spot. We're actually only 6 points behind winning the league, potentially. I feel like we're not going to do that. We're almost certainly guaranteed, not 100%, but almost certainly guaranteed to be getting into the playoffs. So we have done unbelievably well so far this season. And obviously the reason why we come back in April is for our youth intake, and it's not been a particularly great one. We've got a couple of people that might be interesting, so no elite prospects. A couple of top prospects. So in Dayton Wright, who is a striker and or left winger, 1-star current ability, 4.5-star potential for Dayton here. And then we've got Ronaldo Harrington, who's also 1-star current ability, 3.5-star, 4.5-star potential. It's not 4.5 stars, 3.5-star potential there. But yeah, no one really to stand out in this, obviously, because we have no elite prospects. We now have no players with a plus and a star next to them. So yeah, we might not really have too many good youth intakes over the course of this entire save. We have been trying to do our youth recruitment. It has been happening. Obviously, we haven't had the money to do it. So I think that's part of the issue. If we sold the Prudent clause, if Prudent left Leeds earlier on, or I say earlier on as if he still might not leave, but if he left Leeds a couple of seasons ago, we cashed in like 10-15 million pounds from that, we would be a much different club than what we are right now. I guess the last thing to do then is to jump to the end of the season and see whether we have got ourselves promoted via the playoffs, or have we gone up automatically, or have we been knocked out in the playoffs. Ultimately, that is the three things that could happen. I want to be going up automatically. I don't want the playoff nonsense, please. So it's now the end of the season, and we are loading up a highlight of the playoff final. We managed to finish in 4th place, and we got ourselves all the way through to the playoff final. It was Crewe versus Bromley, obviously at Wembley Stadium. And very early doors in the game, Raheem Jays collects the ball on the left-hand side. Lovely control, finds O'Sullivan, takes a deflection into the back of the net. Crewe Alexandra take the lead. Midway through the first half, we've got the ball deep in our own half. Actually, Bromley were on the attack, but the ball over the top finds O'Sullivan. He's one-on-one with the keeper. Jones is there with him, but O'Sullivan can get his second of the game. It is now 2-0 to Crewe Alexandra. Bromley have a massive mountain to climb. And ultimately, it is a mountain that they are unable to climb, because just a few minutes later, we get ourselves the third and final goal of the match. Raheem Jays with the ball well outside the area currently. What are we going to do with it? Finds Owen all the way back to Andrew Gibson on a yellow card, the youngster. Ball forward to Alan Wilcock. Right-hand side's an option if he wants to use him. Is he going to go down the line? Takes his time. Abaddon, one of the best players in the league, apparently. We're going the wrong way at the moment. I mean, we are going to score a goal from this, trust me. Gomez, all the way back to Owen. Are we going to go back to the goalkeeper? Lampton on that left-hand side of our three central defenders. All the way across finds Raheem Jays. Is it going to be an O'Sullivan hat-trick? Or is somebody else going to get on the score sheet? O'Sullivan controls the ball, and O'Sullivan makes it 3-0 in the playoff final, completing his hat-trick, completing our return back to League One. There has not been a more utterly ridiculous Football Manager save that I've ever done. The way that we've gone, over the course of 9 seasons, we got promoted to League 1, we got relegated back to League 2, we got promoted to League 1, we got relegated to League 2, we got relegated to the Vanarama National, we got promoted to League 2, we've been promoted back to League 1. We have had 7 promotions or relegations in 9 seasons. That's a lot. Like, I know it's not going to be in here yet, but... So basically, where did we start? We started there. Season 1. We finished 7th but won the playoffs, stayed in League 1 for a year, got relegated, stayed in League 2 for a year, got promoted, got relegated, got relegated, got promoted, got promoted. We have not. In the last 5 seasons, we have seen 3 promotions and 2 relegations. Next season, when we're in League 1, I really don't... I want to finish mid-table. I want a normal, boring season. This is kind of ridiculous. Let's take a quick look then at the players locked in. We'll change this over to selection information. So 55 appearances for Andrew Gibson in defence. He's getting good. I'm liking Andrew Gibson, 48 in the league, just the 3 assists, but he is a centre-back. I don't really know why I called that one out. Jay Lampton, also the central defender, 46 starts in the league, 1 assist to his name. He's wanted by Charlton, Stockport and Wrexham, and Fylde want him on loan. Fair enough. That's not going to happen. Callum McKinley, he's all right. He's getting better. He's not amazing, is he? Let's be honest. He's also out of contract, which is why his value is horrendously low. We probably need to give you a new deal. He has scored 1 goal, got 3 assists. Flynn Bailey as our left wing back, still currently out injured, so actually no change since last time. I probably should have dropped him in February, shouldn't I? I feel like I've cheated by doing that. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. Connell Bauman, the final player, then we'll have a look at the 19-year-old right winger. He got 9 goals and 7 assists in the end, so he kind of improved. He had a very, a non-eventful patch very early on in the season. The second half of the season, he picks up, gets a few more goals. I think it's 5 more goals and 3 more assists in the last 15 league games, something like that. Other players then to make an impact who have got themselves stars next to their names. So we've got Wilcock. We've obviously played a lot of football. You didn't kick a ball. You didn't kick a ball. Jean-Jacques Lindfield came off the bench 6 times. The 22-year-old English central midfielder who was utter garbage. How are you getting even close to the squad? I do not know. Carl Harrier is there. 55 appearances, our number 1 goalkeeper. He's really good. He's really, really good. The fact that he's still at the club kind of surprises me. We've also got Nathan Adams has played 3 times, so I imagine part of the Flynn Bailey injury scenario. Nathan Adams came in for a little bit there. We've got so many players now, haven't we? Paul Chambers, obviously, he's getting on a bit. He's 24 now. He's not really doing much still on that right-hand side or central midfield. Raheem Jay's 13 assists we got there. Abaddon, 11 assists as well. So we've had a lot of people get a lot of game time. Alex Stone come off the bench twice. He's not had a contract all season, but just nobody wants him. We're literally paying you no money and you're playing in League 2. I don't really understand how that's working, but sure, that's a thing. Well, Season 9 then ends in another promotion, but it also ends with us nearly £3 million in debt. I am teetering on the edge of selling this. It's 7 million. It's going up. It's going up. He's wanted. Brighton and Al Gharafa. Oh, we've got teams from Saudi Arabia, or not even Saudi Arabia, sorry, Qatar coming in. There's money. I feel like there's money in the summer. How did Leeds do in the Championship? Did they get themselves promoted? They went up as champions. That's a concern, because that means he might not leave. So Prudent might be off, maybe in the summer. Rob Little. It'd be good if you left. You got a nice big 50% sell-on clause. Same with the Wusu, although you're not really playing. We can also sell the margin to Mon for £7,000. I kind of don't see the point in doing that, right? He's on loan at Morpeth. So another promotion then in the bag. It's back into League 1 football. Next time around is the final season in charge of Crewe. And next time around, I want some money in the bank. That's what I want to be seeing. I want to see a nice big bank account. I want at least £10 million in there. It is Season 10 in our Youth Development Challenge save with Crewe Alexandra. We are back into League 1 and we are importantly looking at our staff page because Toby Honour is our new chairperson. We have had a takeover, which has meant if we have a look at our financial situation, we have a bit of cash in the bank. It's not a lot of money. We're not going to be changing the world with this. However, Sabatus Prudent is still a Leeds player, but is wanted now by Brighton, Chelsea, Newcastle, Al Hilal and Al Nassr. This money might be coming in. I feel like it is imminent. In Season 10, we are imminently going to get a massive influx of money, potentially sort of 20 to 30 million pounds. It's probably more 10 to 15, let's say. Being the start of a new season, obviously transfer window has opened. We haven't really done anything. Apparently this man Gary Wood has joined the club. Yep, he's a person we don't really care too much about him. Obviously Season 10 will be locking in a total of 5 players into our squad. And right now, I believe this is the squad that we had for last season. So we'll double check to see whether they were available to play. And by the looks of it, no, they're not. So Andrew Gibson, £1.4 million, might be off to Bristol Rovers, or Bristol City, sorry. Callum McGinley is also leaving after his contract has expired, joining Partick Thistle. So we are 2 players down for Season 10, which means we do need to find a couple more people. Jay Lampton, I assume he's going to be too old as well. Amazing, we're 3 players down. We need to find 3 more players to join this squad. So I guess the next thing to do is to jump forward then to the end of the transfer window, see what players we have managed to pick. I will actually very quickly tell you, obviously we are in League 1. and we are expected to get relegated. I really do not want to get relegated. We have had, I think I said last season, 7 promotions or relegations over the course of 9 seasons so far. I don't want to make that 8 out of 10 seasons. That's kind of ridiculous. I want to finish 13th. As mid-table as you can possibly get in League One. That is my hope. Let's jump forward then to the start of September, see if any transfers have taken place, and let's see who we're locking in. First of all then, Andrew Gibson did leave, joining Bristol City, but he has returned on loan until the end of the season. We do also have a 50% sell-on clause in this one. Callum McKinley obviously also left as well because he was out of contract. And our top goal scorer from last season, Kieran Loney, has also moved to Partick Thistle on a free transfer. But that's not the big news of the summer. And you might have guessed what that big news is. It has finally happened. Sabatis Prudent, at the age of 24, has finally moved. He has moved over to Chelsea. He has gone for a massive £50 million. We get 30% of the profits from £2.3 million. I can't work out exactly what it is, but if we go to our finances here, we can see that we have earned £14 million this season alone. In fact, £15 million this season, once we include the Andrew Gibson money as well. So about £14 million has come in from Sabatis Prudent currently. I think that number will increase as time goes on. So what does that mean then? Realistically, this is what we are looking at. We have already thrown in a whole bunch of money towards our training and youth facilities if we can find out the board requests. You can see here, we have improved our youth recruitment. We have improved our junior coaching budget. I think we are doing our training facilities as well, but it's not quite on there yet. So we've literally, it's the 3rd of September, and these are the things that have just come through. So I don't think, planned facilities work, there you go. £950,000 is also being spent on doing our training facility. So we are already spending that Sabatis Prudent money. I can't believe it's taken 9 seasons or 10 seasons for us to actually get a big chunk of money from a sell-on clause, but it has finally happened. If this happened 2 or 3 seasons ago, we may never have been relegated out of the Football League. So then, from a squad perspective, we have to lock in 5 players, and quite a few of them are new faces. New face number 1 is Joe Robinson, a 19-year-old right-back and right wing-back. Obviously came through our youth intake, but a few seasons ago, so he is on the cusp of not really being able to play. He's played 5 matches so far with a 6.28 rating. Not the best, but we are properly scraping the bottom of the barrel with some of these players at the moment. We have also got Flynn Bailey on the left-hand side, so he's played a couple of seasons locked in. Last season did get injured for quite a lot of it. He is wanted by Leeds, so I did say, I think last year, that this is something that we might end up doing anyway, is selling Bailey with a nice big sell-on clause, so maybe in January that might be a thing that happens. Nice 50% on Bailey. He gets good in the future. We see another 5 million or something like that. Moving further up the pitch, Conor Baumann starts his 2nd full season. Last time around, he got a 6.69 rating, scoring a fair amount of goals in League 2. He's also wanted, but this time on loan by a bunch of people. On the opposite flank, we have Jeremy Lindy, our 2nd ever Guyana footballer. The first one being Carl Harriott. It is Lindy is our 2nd one, and he's not terrible. 1.5 star current ability, 4.5 star potential on the 18-year-old. He is also wanted by a bunch of teams on loan. Easy for me to say. He started off okay. I say okay, not amazing, 6.54, but he does have an assist so far in 5 games. And leading the line will be Ashley Merson, who I was toying with the idea last season of playing him as a left winger, and I think actually as a striker might be the better place for him, partially because Lindy can't be a striker. So we've not got the best players. I'll be honest with you. We've not got the best players for Season 10. So Merson, not good enough. Lindy, not good enough. Baumann, not good enough. Robinson, not good enough. It's only really Flynn Bailey. I mean, Baumann and Bailey, probably the 2 that are good enough. Next season, Robinson, Lindy and Merson might actually be good enough to really be playing more frequently, but obviously we're not at next season, are we? When it comes to the league, we are down the wrong end in 18th place, but we do have 1 victory to our name after beating Oxford United 2-1. We have drawn a couple against Chesterfield and West Brom. West Brom's a very good draw there, losing against Cardiff and AFC Wimbledon, so a pretty heavy defeat against AFC Wimbledon, and also Cardiff as well, to be honest. We are still in the EFL Cup. We have beaten York in the 1st round. In the 2nd round, if we can find it, we beat Tranmere. In the 3rd round, we are up against Salford. So hopefully we can get past them, maybe get ourselves a nice big Championship or Premier League side in the next round. I say Championship, we don't want that. Arguably, we want like a League 2 side in the next round. We want to get as far in this competition as we can possibly get. And we're also in the EFL Trophy, not that anyone really cares. We've got Bolton, Huddersfield, and Liverpool under-21s. With our finances fixed, a new board in place, new training facilities on the way, things are looking up. Obviously, this is season 10, so we're now going to jump forward to around February time, make sure we can do some business in January if we need to, and maybe sell Flynn Bailey. I'm not really convinced that's a good idea. We'll find out if we do. So it's now the 3rd of February, and we did sell Flynn Bailey. He has gone to Derby for quite a sizable fee, actually. £2.4 million plus a 50% sell-on clause in there. He has returned on loan until the end of the season. I thought this was going to happen. Obviously, it did happen. And £2.4 million is actually some really good money for a player that we nearly lost on a free transfer about 2 or 3 seasons ago. Another player that we say goodbye to is actually Paul Chambers, a player who has been with us for a very, very long time, and he's not really done too much. He's not improved a huge amount. He played a lot of football for us. There was a lot of potential. Obviously, he's 25 now, so he may never reach that, but he did have 5-star potential, if I remember correctly, when he came through. So he still might turn good, which is why we do have a sell-on clause in there. Obviously, he is currently playing in League One, so he's not really gone up or down. He's just gone sideways over to Salford. If he plays well at Salford and then moves on for a sizable-ish fee, we're going to get half of it. And I think that is pretty much all that we have done from a transfer perspective leaving the club. There's a few loan deals, but that doesn't really matter too much. I will have a very quick look at the financial situation. So we now have £17 million in the bank. We're under our wage budget. We've got £1 million worth of transfer budget. Things are starting to look really, really good. From a league table perspective, we're 11th place. If we finish here, I will be very, very happy. We are as average can be. 11 wins, 10 draws, 10 defeats, 50 goals scored, 50 goals conceded. 43 points on the board. Let's check our fixtures. If the last game was a win, we were literally on 10, 10 and 10. Okay, it was a defeat. So it was 11, 10 and 9 is what we were on before the last match against Grimsby. Obviously, because Flynn Bailey has left the club, technically has come back on loan, but I don't count that as a player that we're able to register or play as part of our 5 players. It means we have had to replace him, and it is Padraig O'Shaughnessy, the 18-year-old Irish central defender, is the lucky, lucky man to be called up into that central defensive position. He is most certainly not good enough. He's played twice. He's got an average rating of a 6.0 rating. So, yeah, O'Shaughnessy he's got his work cut out. But so far, 11th place in the table. It doesn't. If we fall lower, like if we fall down to like 16th, 17th, as long as we stay away from a relegation scrap, I will be very happy. It is much higher than where we were predicted to finish. We're now actually predicted to finish in 19th place. The final thing to say before we take a look at our youth intake in April is it is a 4.5-star intake, an excellent intake. The first excellent intake, I think, since season 1. So let's jump forward, find out what we've got. It's now the 2nd of April, and it is a golden generation. We have 4 elite prospects that have come through. The keywords golden generation. We've got Will Harries as the diamond in a very strong group of players. So we'll have a look at Will Harries last. We'll look at Nicholas Georgiou first, the one top prospect that we have here. A English left winger, 1-star current ability, 4.5-star potential, 3.5-star potential, sorry. He looks alright, doesn't he? Doesn't look horrendous. Probably would have got into our squad if he was here at the start of the season. Moving in then to the 4 elite prospects. Tim Evans, a goalkeeper, 1-star current ability, 5-star potential on Tim Evans. He looks pretty good. He's only 5'10", but he's also only 16, so maybe he'll do a little bit more growing. Timmy looks pretty decent to me. Mike Jones, who? Left back. We have a 15-year-old left back. Physically looks pretty good. Mentally looks pretty good. Technically looks pretty good. Mike Jones looks... I like Mike Jones. Mike Jones looks really good. His mental numbers are really good. 14 work rate, 15 teamwork, off the ball of 11, leadership, determination, bravery. Those are some really, really good numbers. He is only 5'7", so we're not going to be able to retrain him to be a centre-back, but maybe we push him up to be a left winger. Maybe we Gareth Bale Mike Jones. We also have Nasiru Ayobosa, who is a 16-year-old English attacking midfielder. Physically looks pretty good. Mentally looks pretty good. Actually, work rate nice and high. Flair and determination nice and high. Lovely bit of aggression. 14 finishing and technique as well. Ayobosa looks like he could be pretty good. 1.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. I do want to double check. Is he also something else? He is Nigerian as well. So he's English and he is also Nigerian. And then finally, Will Harries. And Will is spelt a bit odd, but we've got Will Harries, a 15-year-old central midfielder. Physically looks good. Mentally looks really good. Technically looks pretty good as well. 5'9", 5-star potential, 2-star current ability. Will Harry's at 15, so he'll be 16 in about 2 months' time. He looks like he should be good enough to actually get into our squad right now. Personality of temperamental is not ideal, but these aren't the type of players that we're building a squad around. We just want to get these to kind of be half decent footballers and then sell them. On top of all that, we do also have 9 good prospects. We're not going to go through the 9 good prospects, but we've got 9 of those. We've also got 2 decent prospects, Thomas Love and Sonny Hernandez, and no poor prospects. So we've had a really, really good youth intake day. And just to show you, by the way, this is our first team squad. Literally, it is gigantic. It is 54 players in our first team squad right now. I don't know why it's so big, but we have already called up Harries, Evans, Ayabosa and Jones all into the first team squad. We probably need to do a bit of a clear out, but the reason why it's so big, by the way, we have a ridiculous amount of youngsters. So all of these players, 23 of the 54, are 20 years of age or under. And because we're doing like a director of football style save, they will buy players to kind of fit a profile of the squad that we have. But we've got a whole bunch of players like Deshaun Barnard, who's 34. We've got 32-year-old Louis Malden, who's not going to play for us. We've got this man here, who arguably shouldn't be playing for us, and he isn't playing for us, and he's 29. Like, we've got a lot of people who aren't good enough in the squad, which basically makes our squad look absolutely massive. We could save thousands of pounds here, right? Deshaun Barnard, one of our highest earners on £2,700 a week. We don't need you. From a league table perspective, we have dropped down to 17th place. We have won 13, so just 2 more wins, I believe. Since the last time we were here, we have drawn 12 and lost 17, so 7 more defeats in the last few matches. That's a lot of defeats. Things have not gone particularly well. I'm assuming O'Shaughnessy has probably contributed a little bit to that performance, which is to be expected. I've just seen we've got to the Carabao Cup semi-final. We have been beaten by Newcastle, the eventual winners. We got absolutely smashed by Newcastle as well. How did we get to the semi-final? So we were in the 3rd round, right? So we beat Salford. 4th round, we then drew Tottenham and beat them on penalties. Quarter-final, we drew Bournemouth, beat them 3-2 away from home. Semi-final, obviously, was up against Newcastle. Hold on. Meanwhile, in the FA Cup, we get knocked out by Gloucester in the 1st round. So we beat Tottenham, and then 5 days later, we lose to Gloucester. Life comes at you very, very hard, doesn't it? Beating Bournemouth, I mean, that's a massive result. Away from home to win 3-2. Who got the goals? So it was Wood, Lindy, and Raheem Jays. Or it might be Evans, actually. I'm not quite sure what way around that goes. But the fact that we have we got to a Carabao Cup semi-final. That's not played at Wembley, is it? No, because it's 2 legs. So we played in front of 10,000 and 51,000. Did we play Spurs away from home? We did. 47,000 people came to watch us beat Spurs on penalties. Flynn Bailey, the man to score the winning penalty as well, on loan, obviously, after we sold him in January. Well, the next thing to do then is to jump to the end of the season. I don't think we are getting relegated. I think there's only like 4 games left to play, and I mean, it's possible. It is certainly possible we could get relegated. Hopefully we don't. We just need to hope that Exeter, Wigan and Wycombe kind of just do their job and lose lots. It was never in any doubt. We actually moved up in the table into 16th place. We did lose 2 further matches, but we also won 2 further matches, I think, maybe even 3 more matches, finishing on 57 points. 16th place in the table. We have just retained our place in League One for the season, which is very, very good. So what did happen? Beating Walsall, beating Grimsby the last 2 games of the season. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, let's take a look then at the players who managed to get some game time, who have a lovely plus or a star next to their name. Let's look at, starting with O'Shaughnessy. He's played 17, 18 in total, including 1 League Cup game. A 6.41 average rating in the league. It's not very good, and I'm not surprised. Next season, he would not be starting for me. Joe Robinson, the right back / right wing back. 6 assists, 3 goals in 44 starts in the league. A 6.44 rating, though. Not very good for Joe Robinson. Probably you won't be playing either. Conor Baumann, now at 20. He will be able to be locked in for another season if we were going to do one. He's got 7 assists and 5 goals in the league. Pretty reasonable, 6.5 rating. Not the best, obviously, could do a little bit better. Jeremy Lindy, 8 goals, 4 assists. 11 goals, actually, in all competitions. A 6.54 in the league again, though. So we're getting some goals, but we're just not getting much performance. And then Ashley Merson, 46 appearances, 15 league goals, 19 goals in all competitions. He's currently out injured for a few weeks, potentially 2 months, with a torn calf muscle. He's done all right. He's done a lot better than I thought. His XG, though, is 20, and he only scored 15. Other players then, Alan Wilcock started 42 games, obviously not locked in because he's now too old, but he's good. I like Alan. Alan is a pretty good footballer now. 175 appearances for Crewe in his career. We've also got Flynn Bailey. He's only played once. Technically played 29, came back and then played just one further match in left back. I mean, he did all right, didn't he? Jay Lampton, next up, he's still wanted. What did Jay Lampton do? 22 starts in all comps. He, again, did all right, didn't he? Did a reasonable job for Jay Lampton. Jordan Hewitt didn't play. Carl Harriott was our number one goalkeeper. He is wanted. We'll see who that is in a moment. 10 clean sheets in 46, 75 conceded. It's a lot. It's a lot to concede. He's wanted by Birmingham, Ipswich and San Jose over in the MLS. The fact that he's stayed around for this long is just a surprise to me. Like, he's been here 10 years. 10 full seasons we've had Carl Harriott. Moving further down the list, we've got Andrew Gibson, the loanee now from Bristol City, but 41 in all competitions, 33 in the league, 1 goal, 1 assist for old Andy Gibson. Mike Jones came off the bench once. So the 15-year-old Mike Jones came off the bench once, obviously didn't do enough to really get any form of performance rating there, but the fact that he came off the bench, pretty good. Raheem J, just the 3 starts and 9 off the bench. The fact that we had players locked in left wing and left back for most of the season has really hampered Raheem J's. He is wanted by Fylde on loan, so nothing particularly exciting there for Raheem J's. Anyone else? We've got Abaddon, 50 appearances off the bench. So again, much like Jay's, he was hampered by the fact that he's not locked into a starting position. He wants to start more games, which is fair enough. We probably shouldn't have locked so many players in. And that is everyone who is currently in our squad with stars or pluses next to their name. So we're going to finish Season 10 then with nearly £15 million in the bank, £8 million worth of transfer budget to spend as well. Do we do another few seasons with Crewe? I think we might have to, right? That prudent money's come in. I think we might need to do some more seasons. It is the 1st of July 2035 and we still have £11 million in our bank account in charge of Crewe Alexandra in this Youth Development Challenge. And that money equates to nearly £8 million worth of transfer budget, which we are obviously not really spending. Because of the whole Sabatus Prudent leaving a couple of seasons ago now, and obviously just filling our coffers with a whole load of money, we're spending it. We don't actually have too many players who have left who have sell-on clauses. So once that money goes, right now we are back to square one. We do have Flynn Bailey, who we can get 50% of any sell-on for Flynn Bailey, who's currently at Derby County, but he is listed for loan. He's worth £3.5 million, so there's maybe a bit of money in there. Andrew Gibson as well. We can sell it for 1.3 at Bristol City. I mean, he's not worth as much, but I think Gibson's potentially a better footballer. And then we've also got Paul Chambers at Salford, who's 25. So, yeah, that one's never really coming in. So that's literally all we've got for clauses. But obviously last season we did get ourselves a golden generation, so maybe within the next couple of years we'll have a whole load of new players leaving the club, nice big sell-on clauses. Ayabossa is probably one of the better ones. Anyway, we are obviously in League 1. Where are we predicted to finish? It's probably down the wrong end. It is 17th place in the table. We have the best goalkeeper in the league. That's pretty impressive. We've got the best goalkeeper in the league. He is wanted and he is unhappy. He wants to move to a bigger club and he's out of contract at the end of the season. We might not have the best goalkeeper in the league for too much longer. It's now the 4th of September. Our budget has gone down slightly, but it is for a very good reason because we are starting to improve our facilities once again. If we can find out, I have to click multiple buttons to get there. So we are doing our training facilities. We've also done our youth recruitment that is being worked on as well, or has been worked on. We've got more recruitment analysts, that's the word. So we are spending more money getting better facilities, which is obviously what we really want to do. From a transfer perspective, we haven't actually lost anyone of any real note. A bunch of people going out on loan, which is not too much of a problem. We have sold this man, Lewis Woods. He's gone to Western Spirit in Australia. He's not very good, so we're not going to miss him too much anyway. It does mean that we do still technically have the best goalkeeper in the league. The problem is we are locking in a new number one goalkeeper because Harriott is out of contract. He's not going to want to sign a new one. So we need to replace him ready for next year. So what better time to do than now? And that man, or should I say boy, because he's only 16, is Tim Evans. The 16-year-old from Wales will be our number one goalkeeper for the season. 1-star current ability, but 5-star potential. He has already played 5 matches in the league. Clean sheets 2, has let in 6. He's also played a couple of EFL Cup games as well. 1 clean sheet, but has conceded 3. So these are the players that we are locking in, and I'm pretty sure it is all changed bar one person, and that one person is Connor Baumann, who will be keeping his place in the squad. However, he's moving from the right wing over to the left wing, which is a job that he can do just as well. He's also unambitious, which means he'll probably stay here forever. Anyway, so the rest of the squad, Tim Evans, as we have seen, will be our goalkeeper. On our left-hand side, we've got Michael Jones, the 16-year-old, did actually make his debut last season, I believe, coming off the bench for a very short amount of time, but he'll be locked in as our left wing-back for the year. 5-star potential ability on Michael Jones, 2-star current ability. Alongside Mike Jones is Will Harries. Now, the problem with Will Harries is he doesn't play this position, and we don't play any of the positions that he does play. So he is going to be retrained to be that defensive midfield role. Harry's at 16 years old, has only just turned 16 as well, just before this season began. 2-star, 1.5-star current ability, actually 5-star potential on Harry's. I've got high hopes for Harry's to be playing quite a lot of football. And then the other player being locked in is Bossa on the right wing. Much like Harry's, he doesn't play in a position that we actually play, but we are training him up to be a right winger, which he should be capable of doing. And it's the reason why we've moved Baumann over to the opposite side, because actually I feel like Bossa is probably better to be playing on the right wing, and then Baumann can get a bit of useful time on that left wing, which he was already reasonably competent at, whereas Bossa isn't at all. Or should I say wasn't at all. He's getting there. So those are the players that are locked in, and obviously the big thing here is if we jump to our squad very quickly, sort by names, we will see we have people with stars next to the names and people with stars and pluses. The ones that have all the pluses have been locked in. I'm hoping that when they came through as elite prospects, they were right, because we are locking them in and hoping for the best. I also mentioned at the end of last season that our squad's massive. It's still massive. It's a little bit smaller. It's 42 players now. I've been trying, okay? I've been trying to get rid of some people. People just aren't leaving. Anyway, the season has begun, and we are currently sat 9th place in the table. Obviously, only 5 games have been played. We've got 2 wins to our name. We have beaten Colchester and Rotherham. We've got 2 draws up against Millwall and Tranmere, a 3-3 draw against Tranmere, and then 1 defeat against Reading, a 2-0 defeat for a 13th place Reading side. It's not the worst. I'd be happy if we finished there. Other things to mention as well, we have been knocked out of the Carabao Cup at the second round, losing 3-2 against Chesterfield, but we did beat Bolton 3-0 away from home as well. We're in the Virtue Trophy that nobody cares about. Right then, let's jump forward to probably around February time. I say probably because I don't know whether we're going to bother stopping in February or not, but we are going to jump forward to around February time and see how things have gone. Maybe see if there's been any transfer business that have taken place over the January transfer window as well. Well, first of all, on the 5th of February, we're down in 19th place, so we are now in a relegation scrap, which is not good. Don't really want to be involved in that, do we? We want to try and clear ourselves out from this mess. We are, 5 points clear of Tranmere in 21st. We've just moved ahead of Huddersfield as well. In fact, we've just beaten Huddersfield 6-1 away from home, which is why we've moved ahead of them, which is quite nice to see. But you can see, form-wise, we drew a lot in January, apparently. We drew most matches in January. When we win nicely, don't we? Nice 5-1 win against Salford. Beating Bradford seems like a big victory, but when we lose, we certainly lose badly sometimes as well. Something that has happened, and this might sound kind of stupid when I say this, but I'm happy this has happened now and not the last transfer. Sabatis Prudent has gone to Bayern Munich for a considerably smaller fee than what Chelsea paid for him. We got like 400k from this as well, but £16 million. Chelsea have done a Chelsea, to be honest. They brought him, didn't really play him too much, and sold him for a fraction of the cost. We got nearly £15 million from this transfer, and then Bayern paid 16 million. We're obviously not going to get any more future money from Sabatis Prudent, by the way, so it's probably the last time you're going to see him. He's really good at football, though. No other clauses have gone through. I do want to check, though, so Flynn Bailey isn't playing for Derby. Not really ideal. Andrew Gibson, is he playing for Bristol? He's not. He's wanted. Is he wanted? He's wanted on transfers, actually. Bournemouth and Fulham want to sign him. Are they Premier League side? They are. Interesting. So they think there's potential there. Even though he's not playing in the Championship, Premier League sides want to sign him for the future. So that could be quite interesting. Another thing that has happened as well, in January, we did speak to the board about a few things. So we asked for more physios and they said, yes, sure, here you go. And we also asked to improve the youth facilities and they said, yes, sure, here you go. So it means that our facilities now are getting even better. We've got excellent training facilities, great youth facilities, which is obviously being improved, exceptional coaching. Youth recruitment is above average. I do keep asking them, and by asking them, when it turns up, sometimes it's not even available. I'd like that to be better, but I feel like we might be limited by our position in the league structure rather than anything else. Anyway, let's move on then into youth intake day. Hopefully we can turn things around in the league. I don't really want to be relegated again. We've had too much of that. First of all, it's still not looking great, is it? We're down in 18th place. We are now just 3 points ahead of Grimsby. Tranmere were the team that were chasing. They haven't really got much closer. We're moving. There's a buffer. Sheffield Wednesday and Exeter are that buffer between us, but we are still most definitely in a relegation fight. A couple of wins and we should be out of it, though. And from our youth intake, it's another golden generation. 2 in a row. That Sabatus Prudent money has been spent really, really well by making sure that our facilities are up to scratch. We will take a look at the 4 elite prospects in a moment, but we've also got a player down here, Mark Lee, who is 4.5-star potential, but not considered elite for some reason, whereas Jay Blake is considered elite. There's very little difference between them. So Mark Lee, the 15-year-old, he looks all right from a mental standpoint, physically also not terrible either. Technically, it doesn't look good, but there's lots of 6s, 7s and 8s in there. So actually, it's not horrendous. Give him a bit of time, give him a bit of development. He might be quite good. Next up then is Jay Blake, the 15-year-old English right back. Is he a centre-back? He's 5'9", probably not going to grow enough to be considered a centre-back in my eyes. Physically looks pretty good. Mentally looks pretty good. Technically doesn't look terrible either. So, Jay Blake looks pretty good. 4.5-star potential on him. Value of up to £2.4 million. Next up is Matthew Hinton, a Scottish centre-back. Again, though, 5'9". You need to do a bit more growing. Stats-wise, looks good. Technically, mentally, physically, all look pretty good to me for a 16-year-old. Value of up to £2.2 million. So this is always a good sign. If they've got a high valuation, they are potentially going to be good at football. We've got Tony G, or Tony Gee. I'm going to go with Tony G. Next up, a 16-year-old right-back. Why are we getting so many right-backs? Who's 5'10", so he's slightly bigger than the other guy. I like Tony. Tony looks good. He's got some numbers in some good places. I'm starting to think, right, hear me out, defensive midfielder. He's got passing, he's got technique, he's got lovely first touch. We play a ball-playing defensive midfielder there. Do we retrain Tony to be a ball-playing defensive midfielder? We might have to, right? That might be something that we do. He's also worth potentially up to £3.5 million, so a good little player there. And then Marco Johnson next up, who's a right winger. Good, a different position. Still on the right-hand side, though. Marco Johnson, he's good, right? He's nothing stand out. Physically, actually looks really good. 17 natural fitness is great. Mentally, nice high teamwork and work rate. Technically, can finish, can pass, and got a bit of technique as well. So actually, Marco looks pretty good, and a value of £3.7 million. Now, what I have done is I've kind of put everyone into the squads. There's some of you are worth 0 for some reason, but if they've got the pluses, I think they should be already straight away into this team if I can find them. So yeah, Tony G is into the squad. Rowan Abaddon, by the way, is leaving. He's off to Shandong over in China. I've put all the big name boys into the squad. I'd be tempted to put Mark Lee as well in there, but maybe not so much now. I will have a look value-wise. So Simon Greaves, have you just come through? You have. You've got, you're not massively high value. Okay, Mark Lee had a high value, right? 450, not the highest. Oh, okay. What I'm trying to say here is there are some people with high values, but when you sort by value, it sorts by the lowest number first, by the looks of it. So, yeah, so Dayton Wright is at the top because his lowest number is 160. Mark Lee, probably the best. We've also got Ronaldo Harrington, who actually came through last season's intake, who's got reasonably high value. Anyway, that doesn't really matter, does it? Obviously, we have got a few more matches to go until the end of the season. I just want to avoid getting relegated again. We've had enough relegations. If we can just stick to being a League One side now for the next 4 or 5 years, that would probably be pretty good for me. End of the season is here then, and we finished 19th, and we obviously have avoided relegation quite comfortably actually in the end. 9 points clear of Exeter. Tranmere, York and Bradford all going down as well. 13 wins, 12 draws, 21 defeats is a lot. It's quite a lot of defeats there, especially when you consider we lost to Grimsby twice, who finished behind us. One of the literally the only team to finish lower than us that didn't get relegated. I've also seen we've lost to York on that list. We've lost to some teams that we really should not be losing against. We lost to Bradford. We lost to York. We didn't lose to Tranmere, fair enough. And I'm pretty sure we lost to Exeter as well. And then we lost to Grimsby twice. Yeah, arguably the goalkeeper's at fault, right? I'll be honest with you. Arguably the goalkeeper is at fault. We will take a look I think it's a selection information there. We'll sort by that, actually. That's how we get it. So Tim Evans, obviously, locked in for the season. Now 17 years old. Actually getting pretty good. Improving quite comfortably. I do like the look of that. He's wanted by Hitchin on loan, so that is not too much of a problem. He will most likely be locked in for the next season as well. Carl Harriott almost certainly will be off, so we'll have a look at him in just a second. We've also got Will Harries playing as a defensive midfielder, which he's now got his certificate there, so that's good to see. 46 appearances, 5 assists in the league. Not bad, actually. A 6.7 rating for Harries. Is he wanted? He's not. He's still only on a youth contract. Michael Jones, our left back, still 16 years old, has done reasonably well, but by the looks of it, must have had a very sizable injury because he did only play 33 league games. Still only on a youth contract, so no one's interested. His value is £2.2 to £4 million. So there is definitely something with Mike Jones here. 4 assists is all he got, a 6.44, not the best average rating, if I'm perfectly honest there. And we've got Ayobosa, the Nigerian right winger, who's actually played pretty well, sort of. I say pretty well. He's got 3 goals. Should have scored 8, apparently. Got 8 assists. So, not pretty well at all. He's all right. He's not amazing, is he? He's all right. He's getting better. Obviously, all of these people are like 16, 17 years old. So, not expecting them to be world-class footballers yet. Conor Baumann is the final player to get locked in. And this would be his last season as well. Now 21, playing on the left-hand side. He's got a full lovely green certificate as well. 11 league goals, 7 assists, a 6.52 average rating. Which is, it's not good. It's really not good. When you sort by average rating, so Tom Atchison, who's a central defender, is our top average rating. We've got Gittins Turner, who was our number 1 striker and top goal scorer with 23 goals. We didn't lock in a striker, so that's probably a good thing. Carl Harriott's up there. I mean, with his 4 appearances that he did play, he is out of contract in a matter of days in game. 30th of June is when his contract expires. And is he leaving? He's not leaving. He's still not leaving. Colchester want him. I mean, we're not going to be able to sign him, right? No, he just doesn't want to be here. So he is off, which is annoying because I would have liked him to go with a sell-on or something. I'd rather have got rid of him on a free with a 50% sell-on than got any cash for him. But I guess, that's not going to happen. I do want to sort as well. So we have other people. So Alan Wilcock did play a lot of football, again, in the defensive midfield position, much like he has done the last couple of years. He's good. He's a good little servant. I can't see him going anywhere either. I don't think he's going to get much better than what he currently is, but he's a good League One footballer. We've got Abadan as well, who we know is obviously off to China, did play 30 matches. We didn't lock in a right back, did we? So we got plenty of opportunity to play this season, unlike last year. If he had another year on his contract, we'd be able to extend it. But yeah, because he hasn't, he's off on a free, which is kind of annoying, but those things happen in Football Manager. Jay Lampton getting 31 starts as well, now 22. I'm assuming playing as a centre-back by the looks of it. He's good. He's pretty good. Much like Wilcock, I think. I can't imagine Lampton going too much further than playing for us. He's a League One footballer, and he might be a League One footballer for life. And then as we scroll down, Harriott's the next one. We've got Ashley Merson, who did get locked in last year. Came off the bench a lot. Didn't score a single goal, though, which, yep, fair enough. Joe Robinson, 1 start as I'm assuming, a right-back. Got a 6.3 rating. Wasn't really particularly any good there. And then we've got Tony G, who did come off the bench once. So the youngster also, I'm assuming as a right back, managed to get a bit of game time. Played long enough to get a rating as well, a 6.5. Tony G might be the next breakthrough star. Obviously, for next season, we do have to replace, what's his name, Conor Baumann. So we're down to 4 people. We only need to find 1 more, but we have options. We've got Blake, we've got Hinton, we've got G. We've got the other guy, I can't remember his name, but he's somewhere in that list as well. So, next season, we might have a much better squad. The 4 that got locked in this year was a risk. We have survived relegation. Now, we should just be looking up the table, right? Next year might be a boring season when it comes to where we finish in the league, but I hope we get another really good youth intake. Maybe a nice, decent sale as well. Things are looking up. It's taken a while, but things are looking up. It is season 12 of our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra in League 1 currently, and I'm hoping that we stay in League 1 until we finish this save. And I'm saying that because basically we constantly get promoted and constantly get relegated, so I would like to just not worry too much about that. From a predictions standpoint, It is 19th place is where we are predicted to be finished, so it is certainly down the wrong end of the table, which is not a good start. It is obviously the 1st of July, and we do have some transfer news to talk about. Kyle Harriott has left the club, moving over to Peterborough on a free transfer after his contract expired, which is frustrating because he was really, really good for us. But yeah, he was just not going to sign a new contract. The odd year here or there, basically when we locked in a different goalkeeper. So Kyle Harriott, unfortunately, has moved on. Also, Abadan has moved over to Shandong because basically he wouldn't sign a new contract. But he's a plus star, which means he was an elite prospect who came through our youth intake. I think that is pretty much it. Don't think there's anything else too exciting to worry about right now. From a financial standpoint, things aren't looking particularly great, if I'm honest. We've got just £2 million in the bank, which is a long, long way from where we were with our sort of £17 million in the bank at one point. We have recently dropped as low as negative £2 million. It's now jumped up to £2 million. So we are back to where we kind of started, which means we do need to think about clauses and stuff like that. Obviously, we do have some to sell. So Flynn Bailey, we could get £1 million. Gibson, we could get £1 million as well. We probably need to maybe sell some people also. Speaking of clauses, this is one that paid up. It didn't pay up a lot. Paul Chambers has moved to Championship side Blackburn. So we sold him to Salford for £100,000 and a 50% sell-on. A year and a half there, he's moved to Blackburn for £325,000. We got about 150-ish thousand pounds from that. Obviously, 50% of that is about 160, I think, technically. We obviously do need to lock in 5 players for this season. Obviously, these were who were locked in last year. So Evans, Harries, we've got Michael Jones, and we've got Iobosa were locked in last year. We did obviously get a very good youth intake. I can't talk very well at the moment. We did get a very good youth intake last season. So there is the opportunity for some of these people to also break into that squad. So we've got Jay Blake, we've got Marco Johnston, we've got Matthew Hinton, and we've got Tony G. And as we jump forward to the 2nd of September, we have locked in the 5 players. And it is Matthew Hinton, the man who has taken the final position in that squad. The 16-year-old Scottish central defender, who is 5'9", could do with growing, would be nice. If you could do that, would be lovely. He has been locked in for the season already. It started 4, got an assist as well for a centre-back, which is pretty good. We've got Tim Evans, who keeps his place from last season. Obviously, we don't have Kyle Harriott anymore anyway, so Evans might technically be our best goalkeeper. The 17-year-old Welshman, he's all right, isn't he? He has conceded 8 goals so far this season. Moving further up the pitch, we have Michael Jones in left-back, who is wanted by Fleetwood on loan, so nothing too concerning right now. Now 17 years old, already got 1 assist to his name. And then next to him is Will Harries, who's also wanted, mainly on loan. Good. I thought there was going to be somebody who's going to be wanted by like a bunch of Premier League sides. Will Harries, at the moment, at the very least, is not wanted by a bunch of Premier League sides, playing in that defence midfield position, which is obviously something he can actually do now. And finally, in the right wing position is Nasiru Iobosa, the Nigerian 17-year-old. 4 goals and 2 assists already to his name from an XG of 2.2. Now, I'm one of those people that don't really read too much into XG, but that sounds quite good to me, right? He's played 51 league appearances. He's already scored more goals this season than he did last season in 46. There was no other transfers, by the way, leaving the club. A whole bunch of people left on loan. So we've got Joe Robinson, who actually was locked in a few seasons ago, has gone on loan to Bristol Rovers. Tom French has gone to Telford. A few people going to Hyde, which is, I believe, one of our feeder clubs, potentially. O'Shaughnessy going to Cheltenham, and Erskine going to Tamworth. From a fixtures perspective, it's not started particularly well. We haven't won a single game. We've drawn with Burton, with Dorking, with West Brom, and with Notts County, and lost against Bromley, and lost in the Carabao Cup first round against Nottingham Forest. It does mean that we are in 18th place in the table. If we finish in 18th place, I'll take it. I will definitely take it. But 4 draws in 5 matches is a bit ridiculous, right? We need to work out how to turn that around into actually winning things. I do want to double check what they think would be our best 11. So is there anyone in there? Brady is our number 1 apparently. So Jay Lampton, we've got Alan Wilcox still apparently good enough to be playing for us. But yeah, fine, fair enough. Of the people, we've obviously got some clauses going. Flynn Bailey and Andrew Gibson staying at their respective clubs. Bailey is in the under-21s at Derby. That's not good. Andrew Gibson is in the first team squad at Bristol City and getting some game time. He's also wanted by Wolves as a transfer. Interesting. They'd have to pay £3 million for it to really be worthwhile for us, because that will only give us £1.5 million. They spent 1.7 on him. That's an interesting one. We obviously need to keep an eye on what is going on there. Let's have a very quick look at our financial situation. It's £500,000 in the bank. It's not good. The other thing that's worth mentioning when we're talking about finances is we've actually had a takeover as well. It was like, I don't think it was an internal one, but it wasn't obviously one that gave us a whole bunch of money. So there is that. It's not really made a massive amount of difference, has it? So we are now going to jump forward then to the end of January, the start of February, I think. See how things have gone for the first half of the season. We are currently sat 16th place in the table with 14 draws to our name. We have started winning some games, which is obviously quite nice, but 14 draws is utterly insane. And we've also sold 3 players who were locked into the starting 11. First of all, number 1 goalkeeper Tim Evans has moved on to sign for Southampton for £1.6 million with a 50% sell-on clause. Next up, Will Harries has moved over to Leeds for £1 million with a 50% sell-on clause. And Nasiru Aobosa has also moved over. This time he's gone to Burnley for £1.6 million and a 50% sell-on clause. It means 3 players from our starting 11 have been sold. But if we then jump over to our clauses, we can hopefully see if it actually loads. The clauses here, we now have quite a few people with some clauses. So Bailey and Gibson, we know we've now got Aobosa, Evans and Harries, all with their big 50% sell-on clauses in there. We also have Ross Caldwell, who did move over to Carlisle. There's a 20% profit. He's 22. He's not good, let's be honest. And because those players had left the club, I've set myself a rule that I can't consider them to be locked in anymore, which means we've had to find 3 more people to lock into the squad. Luckily for us, we had 3 more people available. So we've still got Matthew Hinton as our left central defender. We now have Jay Blake playing on the right-hand side. Now, he can't play as a centre-back, but he is training up to be a centre-back, so hopefully he can do that. He's also only 5'9", so he could do with a little bit of growing, much like Hinton. Has Hinton grown? Hinton's 5'10", he's grown an inch. Moving further up the pitch, Mike Jones obviously keeps his place on the left-hand side because he is one of the 2 people who didn't get sold. Tony G comes into the starting 11. I think when he came through the youth intake last year, I said he might be good as a defensive midfielder. So that's what we're doing. Tony G is going to become a defensive midfielder. He's already played 4 or so matches in that position. He's wanted on loan by Southend, which is not something that we're going to do. And then the final player on the right-hand side is Marco Johnston, another player with a plus and a star, so he was an elite prospect when he came in. The right winger has only come off the bench 3 times in the FA Cup and the EFL Trophy. He is basically, I think we sold Aobosa like the last day of the transfer window. So Johnston has not kicked a ball yet for us in anger. I mean, apart from the FA Cup match where he got an assist. So yeah, it's been a somewhat eventful January transfer window. I will take a very quick look, by the way, at our youth intake, if I can find it. They've moved everything around. So it is a good intake. So it's not amazing. It's not a golden generation, but it's still good. We're going to get 2 good goalkeepers, apparently, or at least 1 good goalkeeper. There isn't a lot to like in terms of wide midfielders, but that's a C. I mean, it doesn't look like a good intake. We'll have to wait and see. Well, we managed to get 2 elite prospects in the shape of Ifani could be his name, and Ian Leslie, another young goalkeeper. He might be getting locked in for season 13. We've also got 5 top prospects who've all got sort of 3.5 to 4-star potential as well. So we'll take a look at, let's go with Duada Ifani, could be his name. He is an English right winger, which is kind of annoying because we have Marco Johnston, who is an English right winger as well. Doesn't look particularly bad. Lots of low numbers, but they're sort of all 6s. So bump them up a few, get him into double figures, and he might look pretty good. He's got a long way to go, though. And then we've got Ian Leslie, a 2-star current ability goalkeeper. So he's pretty good, right? He's worth £2.2 to £4 million, is Ian Leslie. I think of all the people to come through our intake, Ian is the one who we need to keep an eye on. I do want to check, actually, value-wise, up to 475. Yeah, I'm not too convinced on Ifani. We've also got a few other people, so I will take a look. So anyone who's got nice high potential. So we've got Hardley Fletcher, which is a nice name, 375 potential value, so not the highest. Terence Leacock, 1-star current ability, just 230 potential, or 230 value, sorry. We've also got Leon Wood from Gibraltar. Luke Hold, who's up to 200,000. I mean, yeah, it's not the best, is it? Charlie Gerling is worth absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm not convinced about Charlie Gerling. So, I mean, we've got two options. Ian Leslie, quite clearly for me anyway, is the standout player there. The other thing that's been going on is we've started drawing a lot more matches again. We've now drawn 18 out of 40. We have drawn almost 50% of our league matches. We've won 10 and lost 12. Our goal difference actually is pretty even across the board. I think we're scoring a lot. 61 goals sounds like a lot of goals to be scored. We are the 4th top scoring team in the league. The problem is we are one of the worst kind of defensive teams in the league as well. So if we can shore up our defence a little bit more, which obviously comes with not playing two 5'9" centre-backs, maybe we'd actually be doing a lot better than what we currently are. It is also really frustrating because we're obviously on the 30th of March. Flynn Bailey has been knocking about the Derby under-21s now for a season, and he's still not playing. He's got 17 non-competitive matches. Andrew Gibson, is he getting game time at Middlesbrough? He is, not Middlesbrough, sorry, at Bristol City. So he is getting some game time there. Still not a huge amount. It's probably about half the matches, isn't it? What he's playing in. But he is getting some game time at Bristol City. Well, one last thing to do then, and that's to jump to the end of the season and hope we don't fall into a relegation scrap. I think we are good. I think we're good. I think we're safe. Yeah, not the most exciting season really in terms of league performance. We do finish in 18th place. 69 goals scored and conceded. So we are the 5th top scoring team in the league. But obviously that didn't really convert into actual wins. 19 draws is a lot of draws. It is a lot of draws. The second team, Plymouth, has 17 draws and Portsmouth on 16. So we are the draw champions. I would say let's take a look at the other competitions as well, like the cups and stuff. I'm pretty sure we haven't got far in any of them. I will double check. We got to the second round of the FA Cup. We got smashed by Bolton. There you go, there was a thing. Obviously, we know we got knocked out in the first round of the Carabao Cup. And the Virtue Trophy, we managed to make it all the way through to the third round where we lost to Tottenham under-21s. Players then. Let's take a look at the people locked in. We'll also have a look at the people that we loaned or sold, then loaned back in as well. So we'll start with Jay Blake. 17 starts, 2 off the bench in the EFL Trophy by the looks of it. I mean, Jay Blake's all right. He's not really been here long enough to do too much. 6.51 average rating. Matthew Hinton, 51 appearances, 2 goals and 1 assist as well. Both of those goals appear to be, I'm assuming, in the Virtue Trophy? In the EFL Trophy, yep, 2 of them in the EFL Trophy. Not ideal there, really. He's wanted by a bunch of people on loan. I think he's good, actually. I think Hinton's good. He does still need a bit more growing. Next up is Tony G. 16 starts, 7 off the bench. Naturally a right back, but we're playing him in defensive midfield. He's got 2 goals and 3 assists to his name. He's getting better. I mean, it's going to take time. He's not really kind of designed for this position. He is wanted on loan by a bunch of people, which we are not going to do if we can help it. Next up, Mike Jones has played 77 league appearances now for Crewe over the last couple of seasons. He's good. Mentally and physically looks really good. Technically as well, doesn't look bad. He's got some numbers going in the right directions. From a performance perspective, he's got 13 assists in all competitions, 10 of them coming in the league. Mike Jones has done pretty well, and he is wanted by a bunch of teams in the Premier League and Derby. Next up is Marco Johnston, who managed to get himself 5 goals, 1 assist in the league, 1 assist in a different competition as well. So in the brief time that he was playing in the first team, he's done all right, hasn't he? He's also wanted. Boreham Wood on loan. Fine, not too worried about that. Then we've got Tim Evans, who has actually managed to play 34 times. So I think technically he played 28, and then we sold him, and then he came back and played another 6. But obviously he wasn't locked in at that point. Tim Evans is good. He's only 18 years old, so obviously give it time, get that sell-on clause kind of kicked in. That'll be lovely. Will Harry's next up, the 17-year-old, now a Leeds United player. So what did he do? He played 26 before he left the club, and then 2 on his return. So he's done all right. Nothing too amazing. And the other one is Iobossa, who's similar situation by the looks of it. So sold him to Burnley. He played 29, scoring 10, came back, played 9, getting another goal. But most of those, in fact, 8 of those 9 were coming off the bench. But the fact that we've got 3 players now with 50% sell-on clauses at good Premier League clubs, That's the thing. We've got them at these clubs who they're not going to stay there. If they're going to turn into world-class footballers, they will move on to other clubs for hopefully bigger fees. So there is money now sitting about that we can hopefully kind of cash in on at some point in the future. So looking at some of the other people, so Alan Wilcox still getting a bunch of game time. I think I said this last season or maybe the year before. He is a League One footballer. He'll be here forever if we want him to be here forever. Conal Baumann, 13 goals. He might have actually been our top goal scorer, you know. Let's have a double check. So it wasn't Baumann, it was Craig Robertson was our top goal scorer. Played a random amount of times as a centre-back for some reason. Then it was Gittins Turner again, actually. Gittins Turner's been really good for us. The 2 seasons he's been here, or 3, technically, 3 seasons, he's been really good for us. So Conal Baumann is actually our 3rd top goal scorer. And then Marco Johnston is next up. Anyone else? So Jay Lampton, 5 starts, 16 off the bench. Kevin Guegon, the 22-year-old Englishman, is rubbish. We're trying to sell him. Nobody wants him. That's how bad he is. And that is actually it. We are kind of running low on really good footballers. Obviously, when you jump into our under-18s, we've got a few people. We've got Ifani and Leslie down there. In our under-21s, we've probably got a few as well. Nobody too exciting, though. If I go to sort of general info, so we've got Stephen McAvoy, who apparently is a 5-star potential goalkeeper. We've got too many goalkeepers. We don't need another one. We've also got this fella who is 4.5-star potential. So maybe if Mike Jones leaves, Jack Hughes might need to come in that left-back position. But that is obviously going to be a problem for next season, or potentially a problem for next season, because actually, if none of these people get sold, we can keep these guys playing for like another 3 seasons. But we might need to consider selling someone, because we've only got £762,000 in the bank. Welcome back to Season 13 of our Youth Development Challenge with Crewe Alexandra in League One for the 4th successive season. This is our most boring stint, I guess, in terms of promotions and relegations and stuff like that. We are still in the same division that we were in for the last 3 seasons. Obviously, the previous 3 seasons haven't been the best, finishing 18th last year, 19th the year before that, and 16th the year before that. Obviously, the previous season to that, we were in League 2. And judging by our previous performances in League One, if we're going to get out of this division, it's probably going to be downwards. There is a bit of transfer business to discuss at the start of Season 13. We've got a bit of money in the bank account. It is now up to £1.8 million, 2.23 million of a transfer budget, and it's because we have sold one young gentleman for £2.5 million. And that is the 17-year-old Michael Jones. He has moved over to Liverpool, which is not the best club to really sell to, because chances are he's never going to really play for them unless he's going to be really, really good. You want to be selling to a mid to lower Premier League side, or even a Championship side potentially. But he's gone there for £2.5 million, 50% sell-on clause. Obviously, it'll be nice if that gets triggered, particularly if he's worth 10, 15, 20 million pounds. Speaking of clauses, they are starting to add up in terms of quantity, not necessarily quality. We can sell a few of them, but we're not going to bother doing that. Flynn Bailey at Derby, we've still got that. Ross Caldwell at Carlisle, doesn't really matter that one. Andrew Gibson at Bristol City is a 50%. So we've got Bailey's 50, we've got Gibson at 50, we've got Michael Jones at 50, we've got Iobossa at 50, which we can sell for 3.4. We've got Tim Evans at 50, which we can't sell at the moment. And Will Harries, I think, is also 50, which we can sell for £2.9 million. Potentially, let's just pick a random number, let's say £5 million. If every one of these players gets sold for £10 million, that is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, £30 million worth of money waiting for us in the future. We do need to hope that this actually gets triggered at some point. Obviously, I don't think all of them will. It would be nice if one of them goes for an absolutely ridiculous fee. Obviously, being at the start of a new season, we do have to lock in 5 players. It is only July at the moment, so we are not necessarily committed to these at the moment. We do currently have Ian Leslie, we have Matthew Hinton, we have Jay Blake, we have Tony G, and we have Marco Johnson currently locked in. But obviously, things could change over the course of the summer. Tony G is wanted on loan, that's fine. Marco Johnson is wanted by Southampton on a transfer. And we've also got Hinton is wanted on loan. We've got Leslie is wanted by Southampton on a transfer. We might lose 2 players, both to Saints. We didn't lose any players to Southampton. In fact, we only lost really 1 player, and that is Jay Lampton, who has moved over to Bromley for £170,000. I'm not even sure whether there is a sell-on clause on this one. Basically, he just didn't want to sign a new contract for some reason. And I went, you know what, we'll take the money. He's 24 now. I don't think he's going to get much better. He's not the only starred player to leave the club. Benjamin Mensah, the Ghanaian youngster, has gone over to Medeama SC in his native Ghana on a free transfer. I don't think he ever kicked a ball for us. He may never kick a ball for Medeama FC either, or SC, sorry. Also, I think they're called Medeama. Which means, because we didn't sell anybody, we actually do get to stick with the 5 players that we mentioned at the start of the season. So Ian Leslie will be our number 1 goalkeeper, still on a youth contract because he's still only 16 years of age. He's a little baby boy born in 2021. He's good, isn't he? He's good. He's already played 5 matches. He's kept 2 clean sheets but has conceded 8 so far this season. Obviously, this is his debut season. I completely forgot to mention that. He came through the youth intake last year, but Ian Leslie is our new number 1 goalkeeper. Moving forward, let's take a look at Matthew Hinton. The 17-year-old Scotsman has played 5 matches so far this season, was locked in last year, getting 43 appearances, just the 1 assist. Hinton's pretty good, still obviously very, very young. Everyone's very young. Is he wanted by anyone on a transfer? Lincoln on a loan. Alongside Hinton, we have Jay Blake, who managed to get 22 appearances so far, playing for Crewe Alexandra in the league. 2-star current ability, 5-star potential on Jay Blake. Blake spelt weirdly, I'm fully aware of that. Potentially value up to £3.2 million. So there's definitely something there. I don't think he's any good at the moment, but there is definitely something there with Jay Blake. Moving further up the field into Tony G, the 17-year-old who is almost a defensive midfielder. He's still not quite there, is he? Potentially worth up to £3.4 million. 2.5-star current ability, so slightly better. But because he's not a natural like central midfielder, he doesn't come up as like 2-star on the actual kind of tactics screen. He's like grey stars or silver stars. He is wanted for loan. That's fine. We don't need to worry too much about that. And finally, we have Marco Johnston playing on that right-hand side. He did play a few times last season when we locked him in, I think in January, if I'm not mistaken. But the 17-year-old, he looks good. He's already scored 3 goals and got 1 assist. So Marco so far, average rating of a 6.98 across 5 matches. We might have started the season quite well. We haven't, but we might have done. We have won 1 match, beating Scunthorpe, who are down in 23rd, 1-0. We have drawn 3 with MK Dons at Wickham and Portsmouth. Actually, Portsmouth draw is pretty good. MK Dons draw is pretty good. The Wickham draw, not so good, down in 22nd. And we have also lost 1 match up against Bolton, who are currently top of the table. So we'll ignore that one. We are predicted to finish down in 20th place. So if we finish where we currently are in the table, that's probably a good season, right? I don't think any clauses have been triggered, by the way, so our financial situation, we've now got just £250,000 in the bank, so it doesn't look like any clauses have been triggered over the course of the summer. We're now going to jump forward to after the January transfer window, just to make sure that we haven't lost anybody, and if we do, obviously we can kind of catch up on that. First thing to mention before we go into the whole transfer business, we're all the way up into 11th place in the table. We've got 13 wins to our name. And are some of those good wins? Marine are in League One. Fair play, Marine. We've got 9 draws. We also have 11 defeats, but we've scored 58 goals. Is that like the best top scoring team in the league? We are joint top scoring team in the league. We also have a pretty decent goal difference. Like when it comes to goal difference, we have the 5th best goal difference, joint 3rd best goal difference in the entire league. That's very, very good. What's happened? I'll tell you one thing that's happened. Matthew Hinton has left the club and moved over to Chelsea for £1.5 million with a bit of a sell-on clause in there as well. I'll double check. Pretty sure it's a 50%. Most of them are nowadays. There you go. Just to confirm, it is a 50% sell-on clause. I've just seen Michael Jones is currently on loan at Dorking. So went to Liverpool and has been loaned out to Dorking Wanderers. We've got Will Harries, who's on loan at AFC Telford. Sometimes I wonder whether it was a good idea to sell these people. Something else that I want to mention, which is something I haven't really done up until this point in this save. I've done some transfers. I've been doing a bit of scouting. I've been getting the itch to do a bit of scouting around the world, and I've picked up, I think, 4 people, on free-ish transfers. I think they're all free transfers. First of all, we have Karim Sadi, who is an Algerian attacking midfielder who does not fit our situation and our formation, but he has got 5-star potential, so hopefully one for the future. I'm going to kind of use these players. I'm not going to be able to lock them in. I'm not going to do that. But if we can sell them with 50% sell-on clauses, that's fine, right? That's perfectly acceptable. We also have, straight from the Paraguay international squad, Francisco Servan, who is a 19-year-old Paraguayan left-back, won the cap to his name. 3-star current ability, 4.5-star potential on Servan. Obviously, we don't play a left-back, we play a left wing-back, so he is training up to do that job. I hope he should get quite good, and once again, much like the last guy, 50% sell-on clause if we sell him to somebody else. I'm definitely going to try and lock that in. Sticking with Paraguay, and we've also signed Arnaldo Aguilera, a 19-year-old attacking midfielder. Once again, position that we don't actually have in our squad. I think this is why some of these people are just... I don't know why I've bought them. I'll be honest, I probably shouldn't have bought them, but I saw potential and went, we'll take him. This one, not as good technically in terms of potential ability with 4-star, but as a actual current ability footballer, I think he's really good. He's 5'3". Why is he so small? And finally, we have ourselves a Dutch striker called Cor-Petter Daraji, could be his name, who has been signed on a free transfer and has to go out on loan to Magdeburg because basically he doesn't have a work permit. We've used up all of our slots as well. So yeah, he was the fourth one to come in. He's come in, we've loaned him straight out. Hopefully he'll get some game time playing for Magdeburg in the third tier of German football. Might not have been the best idea, that one. But yeah, I kind of, like I said, I got the itch to do a bit of scouting, and I did some scouting, and I found these 4 people, all of them on free transfers. 2 of them were in international squads as well. I think actually Sadi might also be. He was in the under-21s. That's it. So we've got ourselves some really good footballers there, I think. Anyway, because obviously we sold Matthew Hinton over the January transfer window, we have to do a little bit of a change, and we are bringing in Ifanyi into the starting 11 on that right-hand side. And you've probably already spotted and worked out what we've had to do here, because we already had Marco Johnston playing there. Ifanyi is going to be our new right winger, and Johnston is now going to be a striker, a position that he can't play, but he does have 12 finishing. This is my thought. We can train him up to be a striker, and I think he's good enough to do that job. So Marco Johnston is now going to be leading the lines. He's still wanted, but this time it's only on loan by Morecambe. He's got 7 goals, 3 assists so far, but I think form-wise, he's only played 3 up front, and he scored in one of them, and he was absolutely terrible against Luton. So, you know, there's still time. He's only played 3 as a striker. He'll learn. Oh, and financially, yep, it's pretty bad. Negative £1.3 million now. But maybe as we move forward to the 29th of March, we've got some really good youth prospects that we could sell. 4 elite prospects have come through. We've also got 1 top prospect, which we'll have a look at. I'm not going to even try and pronounce his name. I'm just going to call him Okera, who is an English left back, or left wing back technically, 1-star current ability, 3.5-star potential, so not the best there. He's already played a couple of times and got an assist. I'm interested to know where else you are from. It is Ireland, not where I was going to put my money on. Anyway, moving into the elite prospects, we do have 4 of them, and 3 of them already 2-star current ability, and Ashley McCarriger is 1.5-star current ability. The 16-year-old striker, oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Maybe Marco Johnston doesn't need to be a striker anymore. Ashley McCarriger could be leading the line maybe next season. Looks pretty good. 1.5-star current ability, unambitious personality, and attempt overhead kicks. That could be interesting. Next up, we have another striker in the shape of Jay Gilboy. 15-year-old striker this time around. Physically looks really good, actually. Mentally, actually got some nice numbers. Technically is what is letting old Jay Gilboy down. He's also slightly a right winger. Maybe he should become a right winger. We've got too many strikers. I mean, technically we've got 1, but we're also training up Marco Johnston to be a striker, so we will have 2. Maybe Gilboy should be on the left, or John O'Driscoll should be on the left, because he's a striker and a left winger who is 2-star current ability, 4.5-star potential on the 16-year-old Englishman. I mean, we've got a really good youth intake. We have a really, really good youth intake. And finally, we have Ryan Doolan, who is a position that we don't play, a central midfielder. He's going to have to play as a defence midfielder, which by the looks of it, as he's makeshift, he's already played once there for probably the under-21s or B teams or whatever kind of squads we have underneath the first team. So, yeah, Ryan Doolan, 2-star current ability, 4.5-star potential. Doolan actually looks really good. If we kind of just do that, I think like a ball player, I don't know, like just do a midfield playmaker. I think he's got some good numbers and good places. I like Doolan. I think Doolan might be the standout here. Something I don't think I've mentioned, mainly because I've forgotten. I keep asking for them to kind of do training facilities and youth facilities and stuff like that, and they have been doing it. We are now a level 1 youth level. We've got that. We've got excellent training facilities, excellent youth facilities, exceptional academy coaching, and above average youth recruitment. I can't fix this. They're not letting me go any more than that. I keep asking them. They're like, nah, we don't need to worry about it. It's kind of frustrating, but there we are. And in other news, there is only, 5 games left of the season for us to play, and we're in 6th place. I said at the start of the season, the only way we're getting out of this league is downwards. We are currently in the playoffs, and we are 6 points behind an automatic promotion spot. I think that might be slightly too far away, because obviously we've got, we've still got 5 games to play. That's 15 points. That's a lot of points up for grabs. We could get automatic promotion. Don't think it's likely. We could also get playoffs, which I think is a lot more likely to happen. However, I've just seen how tight this league is. So we're on 65. We are the best of the rest by the looks of it. But within 10 points is 15th place Huddersfield. We could finish the league in 15th from 6th. Anyway, we are going to jump forward to the end of the season. And if we jump straight into a highlight of a match, it means we are probably in a playoff final. It's either a playoff final or an FA Cup final. I'll give you a hint. It's not the FA Cup one. And it is up against Oxford United in the playoff final. We are hopefully going to be finding ourselves into the Championship for the first time in a very, very long time for this Crewe Alexandra side. Highlight, first of all, there are 2 goals in this game, by the way. We have the ball through Green, plays it upfield, Ifanyi. Right-hand side, we've got an option in a runner as Gillam. I think quite a lot of our youngsters aren't on the pitch. Marco Johnson, obviously you can still see there, is currently leading the line. It's all the way back with the Oxford United goalkeeper, however. And what he's done is just a big lump upfield. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. It is Blake hopefully getting the ball. He does get the ball, controls it well, goes for a lovely little run for the centre-back. Bit of a worry. Marco Johnson collects it. Plays it left-hand side is Leverington. Bit of space into the wing-back, I believe. The full-back comes in and Churchy makes it 1-0 against Oxford United in the playoff final. And I said there were 2 goals in this. Is it 2 goals for us, Crewe Alexandra, or do Oxford get themselves an equaliser? It is a 2-0 victory for Crewe Alexandra. Atchison, could be his name, not quite sure, with the final goal of the game at Wembley Stadium. We have been promoted to the Championship, and when you look at the XG, you look at the match momentum, it was never in any doubt whatsoever. We are into the Championship now with this Crewe Alexandra side. We actually finished 5th place in the table. We were the top scoring team in the league by a whopping 4 goals. I think we also had the best defence, or one of the best defences in the league. Maybe not, actually. The best defence was Bolton, who finished in 3rd and obviously got knocked out. We played Salford, by the way, in the other playoffs. We had the best goal difference as well, with a positive 30 goal difference. Is mad. I do want to take a look at the players, obviously, that we did lock in. So we're going to start with Ian Leslie in goal. 3-star current ability now for the youngster. 47 appearances, 18 clean sheets is really, really good. That's a lot of clean sheets. In the EFL Cup, we played once, I imagine. We also didn't play too many in the FA Cup. We played twice and conceded 5 in those 2 games. So, yeah, clearly didn't do too well in those competitions. So Ian Leslie, very, very good young goalkeeper. Next up, Jay Blake, playing as a centre-back, although technically he's a natural right-back as well as a centre-back. He's wanted by Liverpool and West Ham. Great. Probably the last time we've seen you. 41 league appearances, just the 1 goal to his name. A 6.75 average rating for old Jay Blake there. I didn't actually see for Ian Leslie. What did you get? You got a 6.94 in the league. That's really good. Tony G, he's wanted and unhappy. We'll have a look at that in a second. 47 games, 3 goals, 5 assists. Fully qualified as a defensive midfielder now for the 18-year-old, 2.5-star current ability. Potential value just up to £2.1 million. He's wanted by probably big clubs. It's a lot of them. These are good clubs. Apart from Liverpool, arguably, we don't want in there. But Bournemouth, Derby, Everton, Middlesbrough, Norwich, Southampton, Sunderland, West Ham are good teams to sell to with 50% sell-on clauses, because then they'll go to the teams like the Liverpools when they're really good at football. That's the plan. I am now worried, though, that Jay Blake and Tony G are both wanted. Ifanyi, I don't want to see what that is. Is that wanted? It is wanted. Oh, no. Ifanyi has played 18, obviously only came in for the latter of the second half of the season, I guess. The 17-year-old Nigerian right winger, 6 goals, 4 assists, so 10 goal contributions in just 18 games. He's really quite good. He's wanted by a bunch of teams on loan. Okay, we are safe. It's only 2 of the starting 5 so far. Michael Johnson, yep, he's got a 1 and he's unhappy. The 18-year-old striker, in inverted in speech marks, he's done pretty well, actually. 18 goals, 6 assists. So what is that? That's a lot of goals compared to his XG. 49 league appearances, so I think he played absolutely everything. A 6.77 average rating. The fact that he's not a natural striker is kind of weird to me, considering he's played a lot of football as a striker. But Marco Johnson looking pretty good, and he's wanted by the same clubs as the last guy, as Tony G, I think, although Chelsea are in that one. another team that we don't really want to sell to is Chelsea. Well, of those 5, I think they've all done pretty well, if you ask me. We will sort now by starred players. So Connell Baumann, 11 starts, 28 off the bench, playing probably as a right winger, maybe as a centre-back, apparently. He's alright. The fact that he's now playing in the Championship is quite funny to me. Jack Doherty played just the once. Anyone else? Jay Gilboy didn't get any game time run. Doolan didn't. I'm interested, actually, with our 4 signings that we brought in. If any of those actually got any game time. I imagine probably not. Servan came off the bench once. Fair enough. And Sadi didn't do anything at all. But I think he might have been away at like the African Cup of Nations for half of it. It is interesting as well. Obviously, end of the season, we've got a lot of these clauses we could probably sell. Flynn Bailey for £37,000. Why? He's still got a year left on his contract. I thought he might be like expiring or something, but no. They just clearly don't value it at all. 525 for Gibson. Hinton is a different kind of clause we could sell. Same with Mike Jones. Ayabossa, we can't sell the 50%. Evans, I think there's the 50% Evans sell-on clause as well. It's quite funny. No, it's not. It's not you. It's someone else. Who is it? It's Caldwell. Caldwell's the one that's funny. And then Will Harries as well, AFC Telford. How's he got on? He's played 31 times in League 2. There's probably a lot of other clauses in here as well. Like, for some people that I didn't really have too much to do with when we sold them, that there's a 20% sell-on clause there for Gary Wood. If he gets good, we're getting 20% of any profit there. That's nice. Well, next season, we're in the Championship. We've got 2 more years left in this Crewe Alexandra Youth Development Challenge save, and we are going to hopefully, I say hopefully, I really hope it is, we're spending these final 2 seasons playing in the Championship. I also hope it means that a lot of these people who are wanted go, actually, you know what? I'm going to stick with Crewe for another season or 2 in the Championship, and maybe we can climb the leagues from there. So this is the predicted league table for our first season in the Championship of this Youth Development Challenge save with Crewe Alexandra, and you can see that we are right at the very bottom in 24th place. We are predicted to not only go down, but predicted to be literally the worst team in the league. Which, whilst when you look at some of the teams in the league, I can kind of understand that, I have slightly higher hopes. I'm not expecting to be getting in the Premier League within the next 2 seasons, but I want to be a mid-table Championship side. I feel like we're a good enough squad. We've got a lot of money behind us, in theory, assuming some of the clauses get sold, that we should be able to maintain a decent Championship level side. And to just briefly touch on the financial situation, we have negative £200,000 in the bank, but we do have a transfer budget of £1 million and a little bit of a wage budget to spend as well. Obviously, we're not in charge of transfers. We kind of are, but we're also not. I just let the director of football do the most of it, and we obviously lock in 5 players for the season that have come through our youth intakes. And in case you're worried, we haven't sold anybody as of yet. A few people have left on some permanent deals, but they've gone to Buxton and Cavalier FC over in Jamaica, and a few people have gone out on loan. So nobody actually kind of significant has left the club at the moment. I am expecting somebody to leave during the summer. That's my thoughts. And my thoughts were wrong. We literally did not lose any players during the summer transfer window. Anyone significant anyway, which was a very big surprise when you think we had players like Marco Johnson. We also had I think Ian Leslie, the goalkeeper, was also there was a lot of interest in him. I think, Tony G as well. There's interest in Tony. We haven't lost any players at all. And more importantly, a clause has kicked in. Another one of our players has moved over to Southampton. This time it is Will Harries, who has moved from Leeds United to Southampton. He's gone for £6.75 million. We get about £3.5 million, something like that, once all the clauses and everything kick in. So we have got a bit of money from Will Harries, not as much as I was hoping. I wonder whether there is potential for future kind of money coming our way, because if he leaves Southampton, Leeds might get a cut of money. Then in theory we should get a cut of Leeds' money, if that makes sense, but I don't know. It's not all good news, however, from a clauses perspective. Tom Leather, you will notice, is playing for PSG. Tom Leather is a player who used to play for us because he has the plus and the star. He's now 28 years of age, so he came through a very long time ago. We sold him to Wolves for £1.7 million. He's had a cracking time playing for Wolves over the last few seasons. He's gone for £31.5 million, and we didn't have a sell-on clause. I think that was a minimum fee release, if I remember correctly. We didn't have a sell-on clause. We could have got £15 million from Tom Leather going to PSG, but no, we got nothing. I mean, technically that isn't true. We did get £793,000. I wrote this down as a note because I knew I would have forgotten the number. But yeah, no sell on here has really, really hurt us. Financially, though, we are now technically in a good way. £1.6 million in the bank. Obviously, being in the Championship, there will be additional money coming our way from ticket sales, television, and sponsorship and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's still not looking great. It's really not looking good, is it? One thing also did happen over the summer, and it kind of surprised me. Little old Real Madrid headed over to the Mournflake Stadium, and we beat them. And this is not a kind of a half-assed child like Real Madrid side. This was their proper team. This was the actual proper Real Madrid team. I mean, I've clicked on somebody who's 18, but he's utterly ridiculous. A 23-year-old striker who's really, really good, worth £154 million. Let's have a look at Tomašak, the left-back, who's he's worth £125 to £183 million. He's wanted by Man United. And little old Crewe managed to beat them 2-1. And Jeremy Lindy scored the winning goal of the game, who's now on loan at Rochdale. What's gone on there? Obviously, we've played some other matches as well, and things have started off really, really good in the Championship. We've only lost once against Sheffield United. We've drawn with Hull. We are also into the Carabao Cup 4th round? Is it a quarter-final at this point? We've beaten Burton, we've beaten Rotherham, we've beaten Burnley. I don't know what's happened. I said I don't think we're going to get into the Premier League. This is now making me question whether we could get into the Premier League. We've got a game in hand. If we win that, we could go top of the table. From a squad perspective, there is actually very little that we have changed from this team. In fact, I don't think there is anything we've changed in this team. So we've got Ian Leslie in goal. The 17-year-old now is looking very, very good. He's kept 1 clean sheet, conceded 4 so far. We've got Jay Blake in central defence. Obviously, I think he was wanted by a few teams up in the Premier League, but he's decided now we've been promoted to the Championship. There's no need to jump ship yet. The 18-year-old, he's all right. He's not good, is he? Let's be honest. He can't tackle. He can't pass. He can't do a lot of football, but he's fine. Moving forward, we have Tony G playing as that defensive midfielder once again. He's starting to get a lot of game time there now, so he's actually fully qualified as a defensive midfielder. He is also wanted by West Ham, however, so maybe when January rolls around, Tony might be off. Alongside him is debutant into the team, and that is Ryan Doolan. The normally central midfielder is getting retrained to be a defensive midfielder because looking at his numbers, he's good now at 16. He's got 5-star potential. Ryan, I think, could be the next big star. Obviously, in a few years' time, if we were still playing, that is, he'd probably end up leaving for like 5 million with a 50% sell-on clause to a Premier League side, but Ryan is kind of the next big hope, I think, from that last youth intake. And then finally leading the line is Marco Johnston. Obviously, we haven't locked in the right winger like we had last season, but I'm sticking with Johnston as a striker because he can do it. He's actually capable now. He's got his certificate. It's fully green circled. He is wanted, however. He's wanted by lots of teams. I did say if somebody bid £5.25 million, you can have him. Nobody bid £5.25 million. Obviously, with that money as well, I will try and get, realistically, let's say 4 million and a 50% sell-on clause is the ideal kind of scenario that we want from Marco. Just looking at the squad as well, so Marco's actually started 7 and scored 6. Second top goal scorer is Dan Rhodes with 3. We've also got Conor Baumann, who is unhappy because he wants to start more games. This is one of the reasons why I dropped the right winger, is because Baumann wants to play more. And I feel like he's kind of earned it. He's done well for us over the last few seasons. So Baumann is actually our 3rd top goal scorer, although we've obviously only played 6 or 7 games. So 2 goals hit for him, 2 goals for Gillum, and 2 goals for Shea Palmer. We are now going to jump forward then to February time, end of January, see what happens in the league. I'd love to be mid-table. That's all I want. I want to be mid-table. And I think we are potentially going to have ourselves quite a busy January. I was not wrong. I was certainly not wrong about having a busy January. Our transfer budget is now up to £572,000, which isn't a lot of money, let's be honest, but we now have £3.8 million in the bank, and it's because we had sold 3 players, technically 4, but we'll come to the 4th one in a minute, and they've all gone for nice big sums of money, with obviously nice big sell-ons as well. First of all was a player that I think I signed last season, if I'm not mistaken. Arnaldo Aguilera, the Paraguay international, has moved over to Leicester City on a permanent deal for £1.9 million and a 50% sell-on clause here. So, I mean, I kind of took this money and went, that's a good idea, right? I think it's potentially going to go up to £2.3 million as well. But We've literally didn't play him. He played twice this season. We've sold him to Leicester. If he gets good, we get another bit of money in the future. Next up is Ian Leslie, the 17-year-old England goalkeeper. Has obviously moved on to Manchester United, as you can see. This one I feel like was a bit inevitable. He's gone for £4.9 million, potentially going up a little bit higher, I think, with a 50% sell-on clause. Now, the interesting thing with Leslie, I could have got more money for him, but he had a minimum fee release of about 7 million. So I just wanted to make sure we got the 50% clause in there, because when you look at his value now, that's considerably more than like the £2 to £3 million that we might have been able to push them up to if they triggered the minimum fee. I am a smart businessman. And finally, Marco Johnston, the 19-year-old, has moved over to Southampton. Southampton, I think, have about 7 players who have come through our youth intakes over the course of this save. He's gone for a very large fee. He's gone for £7.5 million. It says 5.5, but it's going to potentially raise up to £7.5 million after, I think, international appearances might be the one. There's also only a 40% profit on this. There is not a 50% sell-on. Basically, I kind of had to take the money. And I went, you know what, we'll take the money. It's a big sum of money. We'll bring it in. They'll be fine. Marco Johnson, as you can tell, has returned on loan for the rest of the season, though. And you might be wondering, who's the 5th player? Well, the 5th player is, if we sort by name here, is Jay Blake. Now, he is still at the club. And I realised we can't just sell everyone in January because I need to replace them. I need to have players ready to go straight into the squad. And we don't have enough people right now to fill those gaps. So, Jay Blake will be leaving. He will be going to West Ham for £3 million and a 50% sell-on clause as well. But we get to keep him till the end of the season. I don't know why I haven't been doing this more often. Should be doing this every January, to be honest. But it has meant that because we have sold 3 players, technically 2 players, 2 players have left the starting 11, Leslie, Johnston, and Jay Blake, obviously still available to play, but we do need to replace the 2 people who have left, and we are doing a straight replacement. Stephen McAvoy, a 20-year-old English goalkeeper, is going to come straight in for Ian Leslie. Now, he's played a few times, I think. No, he hasn't. He went on loan to Newport last season, and now he's been dropped straight in the Championship. He's probably not good enough, but we just need to see out this season, and I feel like McAvoy is probably... He'll be fine. We didn't get Leslie back on loan because I kind of had a plan that McAvoy will be that goalkeeper for the rest of the season. And the other player is Ashley McCarragher, who came for our youth intake last season. I think when he joined, I did say that we might not need to worry about Marco Johnston because McCarragher could just slot straight into that spot if we wanted to move Johnston. Obviously, we've moved him to a different team, but Ashley McCarragher has come in. He's started 4. He's already scored 2 as well. So the 16-year-old loves the goal. He's just about to turn 17 as well in about, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days in game. I'm really good at counting. I don't know if you realise that. And the other thing that has happened is obviously we've been playing a lot of league football and we are bang smack in the middle of the table. 41 points. We are sat in 13th place. 11 wins. Who have we beaten? Anyone interesting? We've beaten Blackburn. We've beaten Wrexham as well. Anyone towards the top of the table? We beat Brentford 5-2, who are second. We beat Leeds 4-2 at Ellen Road, who are third. That's kind of ridiculous, right? We've got 8 draws to our name there. You can see all the teams and then 12 defeats, including against bottom of the table Nottingham Forest, 23rd place at Birmingham. Have we lost to QPR? Yep, we've lost to QPR. We've also lost to MK Dons. We are losing teams against teams, that we really should be beating. But the fact that we are mid-table, I think, it's still not confirmed, obviously, but I think we're probably safe for this season. We're actually probably closer to the playoffs. We are 8 points away from the playoffs than we are from relegation. Could we do it again? Obviously, just before we jump forward, we do have to have ourselves another youth intake in Season 14. It's only a good intake, 3.5 stars, so I'm not expecting too many useful people. 1 or 2 would be nice. We got one. His name is Lee Roberts, who is a central defender, 15 years old, 6 foot, so quite a big lad for a 15-year-old. He's a Welsh youngster. He looks alright. He doesn't look amazing, but he's only 15. He's going to turn 16 in less than a month's time. But we've only got 1 elite prospect. We do have a couple of other people. Bailey Piggin is the one that's standing out to me, partially because he's a natural right wing-back, not a right-back, and obviously we play wing-backs. So, Bailey Piggin, I'm keeping an eye on you. You're 1.5-star current ability, 4-star potential. You might need to get promoted into the first team squad for numbers. I think, because we are obviously, over the summer next season, we might end up losing a few more people, and we might need to actually play some of these people. Roberts and Piggin are on my list of people that might need to get some game time. We've also got ourselves an Albanian goalkeeper. We might need a new goalkeeper. He doesn't look awful, does he? Oh, and the other thing is we are slowly climbing the table. We are now up to 10th place in the league. We are definitely not getting ourselves relegated. We are probably not going to get ourselves into the playoffs either. It is 8 points between 10th and 6th place, so I think that gap is slightly too large. We are actually joint in 8th place. We're only in 10th because of goal difference. Well, I guess the last thing to do then is to jump to the end of the season, see where we finish, and yeah, I think this has been a pretty successful season in the Championship. Well, the last few games of the season, not a huge amount happened. We did manage to get ourselves, I think, a total of 7 more points, but we did finish in 10th place, so we didn't get into the playoffs. Brentford, Bristol City and Leeds United are the teams going into the Premier League. Birmingham, MK Dons and Nottingham Forest getting themselves relegated down into League One. Forest getting relegated is kind of interesting, but also we are 14 years into the future. Before we look at the players for the season, I do just want to draw your attention to our bank account. There is £8 million in there, but I think quite a lot of that has come in through, so last month? No, this month is this month. So we have received £4.8 million, which I believe is going to be from like the Premier League money. I think that's what it is. A bunch of sponsorship, TV revenue and all sorts of stuff like that. So we've picked up a lot of cash last month. I'm not sure why people are buying season tickets in May. Do they do that? I don't have a season ticket. I've never had one. I've never been able to afford one. So then, from the players still at the club, we'll begin with Stephen McAvoy. Then did get himself 18 appearances, 6 clean sheets. He did also save a penalty, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he got an assist. He did get 1 assist as well for a goalkeeper. Jay Blake, obviously, this will be the last time we will see Jay Blake before he moves over to West Ham. 45 appearances, 4 in the EFL Cup, so obviously we didn't get very far in that. I didn't even see 2 in the FA Cup, so we didn't get far in that either. He's done alright. Not terrible, 6.63. I don't think we're going to miss Jay Blake, if I'm perfectly honest. Ryan Doolan making his debut season, starting 46 league games, getting 4 goals and 1 assist, so not the best when it comes to kind of contributing to goals, but it's not really what his job is going to be doing. He's also fully qualified now as a defensive midfielder, which is nice to see, and he's good. He's really good. If he could tackle a mark, he's going to be a really good defensive midfielder. And the fact that he's only just turned 17 as well, like 2 months ago, that's ridiculous. Next up is Tony G, 39 league games, a 6.69 average rating, 9 assists, which is pretty high for Tony. Is he wanted? Of course he's wanted by everyone under the sun. That's probably, or I say probably, I feel like this might be the last time we see Tony G. He is probably going to be off in the summer to one of those teams that you've just seen. But he's been a decent servant, 103 league appearances, 5 goals to his name. He's not really getting much better, right? He's kind of plateaued in my eyes. And then finally, Ashley McCarriger, which looking at his form, he's very up and down. He's got 5 goals in 19 starts in the league. He's a little baby child. He's a baby boy. He's only 17 years old, 2-star current ability, 5-star potential, obviously, on McCarriger. Plenty of time. Next season's your season to shine, Ashley. I do want to check as well Marco Johnston. So obviously he did return on loan. 37 league appearances in the end. 16 goals. I imagine when he came back he started being a right winger again. Yeah. He's also playing for the England under-19s, I guess. So that's quite lovely to see. And I also want to find, which we have to go through transfer history, and we'll go all the way down here. So we've got Ian Leslie. How have you got on at Man United? You've actually come off the bench. You've got 1 appearance and you kept a clean sheet. For us, last season, 28 appearances, 7 clean sheets, a 6.85 average rating in the league for Ian. I'm also intrigued to see, did you get any game time? You came off the bench 3 times, but I think that was for us. So he's gone all the way to Leicester and he's not even kicking a ball for them. Fair enough. The final thing I want to do then is to just take a very quick look at some of the clauses and just see whether anyone might be leaving. Flynn Bailey is out of contract. Well, that's not happening then. Jay Lampton at Bromley. We can buy him back for £15.5 million. It's optimistic. We can buy him for 140k if we want. He's also wanted by Colchester, so we might get some money from that. It's 20% of the profit, so we won't because it's under. Andrew Gibson. This is the guy he keeps... Oh, he's leaving. He's joining Shandong. Is that a fruit end of contract? Andrew Gibson, we've lost money there. Ian Leslie, obviously. We could take the money, couldn't we? We're not going to. John O'Driscoll. When did John O'Driscoll get sold? I genuinely, did he go in the summer? Did he go in January? I don't know. John O'Driscoll, apparently, he's gone to Middlesbrough for 350k. I genuinely forgot I even sold this man, but he's gone for 50% sell-on clause as well, apparently. Marco Johnson, obviously, we know what he's like. We can get a bit of 2 million, 40% sell on there. Matthew Hinton, we can sell for 4.2. Michael Jones, obviously on loan at Carlisle. We can't sell his clauses. Bossa, is he getting game time at Burnley? I feel like you should be. He's not. He's not getting game time at Burnley. You should be good enough to do that. Tim Evans, the Southampton, one of the many Southampton players on loan at Blackpool. Will Harries obviously has just moved to Southampton, but we are getting a bit of money from that apparently, obviously still from Leeds. I do want to have a look actually. The last thing we'll do, we're going to go to the Southampton side. We're going to sort by that. We're going to add on the under-21s and the under-18s. How many players of ours they've got? They've got 3. So Johnson, Evans and Harries. Does that mean they've sold someone? Or am I just going crazy? I might just be going crazy. Rob Liddell. Rob Liddell went to Norwich. Did we have a sell-on clause in that? Because he went for a lot of money. No, we didn't. Okay, so he went to Ipswich. We got some money from the Southampton deal, I think. And then obviously he's moved on to Norwich. So they at some point they've had 4 people at the very least in or from our club playing for Southampton. There's probably others as well. Tim Evans, we can see there. Obviously that's when they signed him. That might be it, actually, to be honest. But it's kind of interesting that they all seem to end up at Southampton. We've got one more season to go. Obviously, it will be in the Championship, which I'm very happy that we've managed to get ourselves into the Championship. It'll be the final season of the Crewe Alexandra Youth Development Challenge save. But what I think I might do as well is I might do a little bit of a holiday for maybe 10 years into the future and just see if Crewe have managed to use any of those sell-on clauses to any good, or have they just dropped down the leagues, which is also a massive kind of, it's a possibility. Probably going to happen. After what was a successful season last time around in the Championship, finishing 10th place in our Youth Development Challenger with Crewe Alexandra, we've got one more season to go, and could the possibility of getting into the Premier League happen in this season? To be perfectly honest, no it won't, but it's nice to dream. Already on the 17th of June, we've already had some transfer business, which is something that we knew was going to take place anyway. Jay Blake has completed his move over to West Ham United. He has gone for a total of £1 million. It's considerably more than that once you factor in sell-on clauses and everything like that. There's also a 50% sell-on clause in there. So if he goes on to do much bigger and better things than West Ham, we're going to get 50% of that money. And that is pretty much all that has happened so far. Something that I didn't mention last season, I think I completely kind of brushed over it. And we did buy another player. So I mentioned last year we brought in 4 people on cheap deals. We also brought in this man, but he didn't join until later on in the season for some reason. I imagine because he was in Denmark, we had to wait for their season to end or something like that. But he's ridiculous. Kim Jorgensen Kastrup, an 18-year-old Danish central midfielder who's obviously being retrained to be a defence midfielder, did play 34 times off the bench last year. Completely ignored the fact that we brought this man in. He came from Copenhagen as well. So yeah, I think we had to wait for his contract to expire or something silly. But yeah, he's good. He's really good. He's worth £4.3 million. That's a reason because, teams are after him. So he's off. This is why I felt like I needed to tell you about him now. He is going to be leaving with a 50% sell-on clause. And the other thing that we need to mention before we jump forward is our number 1 goalkeeper for the second part of last season was Stephen McAvoy. However, he is going to turn 21 on the 7th of August, which means he will be 21 by the time we have to lock in our squads, which means he's going to be too old. Not ideal. It means 2 new players definitely need to come in. Jay Blake obviously leaving, needing to be replaced, and Stephen McAvoy getting a bit too old, so he needs to be replaced as well. So, at least 2 new faces will be shown in just a second. But before we do get to those new faces, this deal did take place. Kim Jorgensen Kastrup has left, and of course he signed for Southampton, which makes him the 5th former Crewe player to move to Southampton. We have loaned him back for the season. There is a sell-on clause in there. He's gone for 2.5, and then there's a 50% clause as well, hopefully coming our way in the future. He's not the only one to leave, however. Tony G has moved on to Aston Villa. He has gone on for £2.5 million with a 50% sell-on clause, and we have loaned him back for the season. This one, I felt like it was inevitable. It was going to happen. It has happened. He's gone to Aston Villa. And somebody we've never really mentioned before, Jack Hughes. I think he did play for 1 season or maybe a bit of time. He's gone to Norwich for £700,000. I'm pretty sure there's a 50% clause in this one too. I just didn't see too much in it. And when Norwich came in, I went, you know what? Go for it. And something that had literally nothing to do with us when it comes to players coming through youth intakes is a man called Dan Rhodes. He has moved to League One Bolton and he's gone for £1.1 million. He's scored a lot of goals for us over the last couple of years, but he was getting frustrated because I think a lot of the time he's coming off the subs bench, still scoring those goals. He wants to start matches. £1.1 million is a profit. Plus, we've got Ashley McCarriger playing as a striker, so Dan Rhodes isn't going to get much game time anyway. I am just double checking to see whether there are some people that I brought in. I think I brought in these three on free transfer. So Josh Dawson is a 25-year-old striker. Brought him in basically as kind of like the Dan Rhodes replacement. What I've done is I've seen former clubs and gone, he came through the Man United youth intake. He played a couple of times, scored a bunch of goals in the National League North, to be perfectly honest. We'll bring him in on a free. He is 25. He might be a late bloomer. Dave Coleman is a slightly different story, 21 years of age. He has come in formerly of Manchester City. Once again, lots of potential, not quite there at the moment, but this could be one of those players that we end up selling in the future with a nice sell-on clause. He is wanted on loan, so that one might happen in January. And Dan Robinson is another example of this. You will notice, by the way, that some of these are unregistered. Yeah, we have too many people in our squad. So Robinson, and I think the first guy, I've already forgotten his name, are both unregistered. But Robinson has come from Sunderland. This one is a bit more of a risk. He is 23. But he's got the numbers in the right places. That's why I went for Robinson. And he's pretty good physically. Well, natural fitness and stamina anyway. And I think that's it. I don't think there's anyone else. I will jump back very quickly. There's probably others, isn't there? There is. I don't think we've mentioned. Yeah, there's a few. These joined in January. I just completely ignored them. Craig Charles is a goalkeeper. Just brought him as a backup. Bertrand Wolf is almost certainly one of the people that I brought in. 20-year-old Dutch central defender gone out on loan to Accrington. I started having a bit of fun here. Trey Medway, 25 years of age now, striker. Hopefully could get better. He does score a bit of goals. So formerly of Sunderland, but scores goals for fun at League 2 level and League 1 level. So maybe in the Championship he can do something. Didn't score in 15 appearances in the Premier League. So there is that. And finally, Mohamed Azouz is an Algerian centre-back, right wing back. I think he's a centre-back. I did want to do this one a few seasons ago, but I couldn't do it. I literally could not do this one a few seasons ago because he just didn't want to join us when we were in League 1. It was League 1, yeah, it wasn't League 2. I think it was probably around here. We might have even been just promoted to League 1 and he didn't want to join. We got to the Championship, then he wanted to join, so we picked him up on a free transfer. Again, one for the future, but he is now 22. So yeah, I've been kind of doing some random transfers and stuff. It's fun. I like doing this part of Football Manager. I don't like buying established players. Speaking of established players, yeah, we haven't got too many, have we? We've obviously lost 2 players in the summer, which means a few new faces will be joining. First of all is Bailey Piggin. I mentioned when he came through the youth intake last season that he might get some game time, and he's going to for the final season. He is a right wing back, 1.5-star current ability, 5-star potential now, 4.8 million potential value. So there's definitely something there. His average rating is a 6.16, however. In defensive midfield is Ryan Doolan, the 17-year-old who played last season for the entire year, actually did pretty good. He's going to be keeping his place in the squad. He is wanted by Arsenal, Aston Villa and West Ham, so we might need to try and keep hold of him in January. I don't want to sell anyone this season. It kind of feels a bit pointless to sell anyone in January because we're not going to see any return to that when it comes to the videos. Moving further up the pitch, we've got a new face in Jay Gilboy, the right winger, who can also play as a striker, is going to be getting his first league appearances for the club. He's already played 5 with an average rating of 6.16. It's not started well, has it? 2-star current ability, 5-star potential, potentially £2.6 million worth of value, and he's wanted on loan by Tranmere. On the other flank is currently injured, but he's not injured for long. Douada Ifeanyi, I can't pronounce your name. I think you already played 1 season or half a season, haven't you, as a right winger. I'm bringing you in now to play on the left-hand side because I want to see who's like an inside forward cutting in and stuff. And obviously we've got What's His Chops on the right-hand side, so we need someone on the left, and Ifeanyi is going to be that man. Jay Gilboy, that's his name. Literally, What's His Chops is not his name. And finally, leading the line is Ashley McCarriger, now 17 years old. 2-star to 5-star potential. Potentially up to £6.8 million, which is a very hefty fee for a player who has not scored a goal so far in the season and has an average rating of 6.32. It's not started well. We'll get to the league in a minute. He is wanted on loan by Dover, which also kind of shows his quality and level. They are League 2, however, which is 2 leagues below where we are. And from a season perspective and a league table perspective, 5 games in, we are 22nd in the table, and we are potentially going to be bottom if Sheffield United and Hull win their games in hand. But I guess the good news, question mark, is we are not predicted to finish bottom. We are predicted to finish 23rd. Because Salford are going to be predicted to finish bottom. We have got, who's in the squad? I mean, they're saying Tony G, but I guess he is on loan. For some reason, my brain told me he wasn't here. The worrying thing, obviously, all of the players who are in our projected lineup, not one of them is currently locked in. None of those people can get locked in. We might struggle this year. But what we are not struggling for is money. We currently have £4 million in the bank account. I think at one point it looks like it went up as high as £14 million. That was a very long time ago it went up to £14 million by the looks of it. That's where we started. It's £13.89 million back in September 34, which is 5 years ago. So that's kind of irrelevant. We did go as high as 7.7 though. Right, it's now the 3rd of February and we've managed to turn things around in the league. So we are mid-table at the moment, 41 points, which is a whopping 9 points away from a potential promotion spot in the playoffs in 6th place. But also, it is 10 points clear of 22nd place Barnsley. So we are as far away from anything interesting as we could possibly be, which is perfectly fine. Mid-table finish, I will definitely take that. Obviously, now being in February, you can see that the transfer window has opened and closed, and interestingly, no business has taken place leaving the club. A whole bunch of people going out on loan, which is perfectly fine by me, but nobody has left the club. It hasn't stopped people from trying. Because if I look at the squad, I want to say Doolan is unhappy. He is unhappy. He wants to join Manchester City. I think everyone else is fine, but 4 of the 5 starters are wanted. McCarragher is wanted on loan, that's fine. If I need by Bristol City as a transfer, fair enough. Jay Gilboy, York on loan, not a problem. And I'm assuming Arsenal, Villa, West Ham, not Man City. They've given up on that one apparently. Obviously, that was the last opportunity as well, by the way, to get some kind of clauses triggered. As you can probably tell, nothing got triggered. We've obviously lost a few clauses as well where people have left their club on free transfers after contracts expired and things like that, which is not ideal. We can sell the Ian Leslie one. No, we can't. We can get £1.1 million, which we're not too interested in. Is he playing for Man United yet? He's worth £32 to £38 million. He's playing in the Cup. He played in the Community Shield as well. So he's like their Cup goalkeeper right now. Jay Blake seems to have gone on loan to Blackburn, sorry. John O'Driscoll is at Middlesbrough still. He's wanted by Bristol City, Norwich and Southampton. So off to Saints you go, because that's what happens. Speaking of Southampton, Marco Johnston is at Southampton, is starting to get some game time as well, coming off the bench, scoring a Premier League goal. That's nice to see. Matthew Hinton's on loan at Stockport. Mike Jones is on loan at Cardiff. Bossa is on loan at Peterborough. Timmy Evans has gone on loan from Southampton to Lincoln. Tony G obviously is with us at the moment. So there's a lot of clauses there. There's a lot of clauses. The problem is none of them are being triggered. Speaking of being triggered, the only one that really has triggered for a lot of money is Sabatus Prudent, who's currently playing for Newcastle United. Obviously, we got a lot of money, like nearly £25 million, right? And it wasn't, because it was a 30% profit. But we got a lot of money, 17 million, something like that. He's then gone on to Bayern and now Newcastle United. So he's gone on for some hefty transfer fees, but he's the only one, right? I can't think of anyone else who's really triggered anything meaningful. We've had a few, like Will Harry's going last season or the season before, but yeah, most of the time, we're not seeing much of a return, which is kind of annoying. We do still have one further youth intake to go. It's a 3-star youth intake. So nothing too exciting. We have got one A-rated goalkeeper apparently coming in, because we always seem to get decent goalkeepers, and 3 central midfielders, maybe? That's quite interesting. If we can get a really good goalkeeper and 3 midfielders, I'd take that as a win. So we managed to get ourselves a good goalkeeper and a good midfielder, maybe centre-back in Rocco Hamilton. We will take a look at those 2 in a moment, but we've also managed to pick up 4 top prospects, which they still have like 4-star potential nearly. We've got a right winger / striker in the shape of Phil Mountford. Let's have a look at old Phil here. Yeah, not really feeling that one, Phil. Sorry. We've also got Rasmus Smedsrud, who is a Danish right winger. Not feeling that one either. Jakob, it's not Jakob, he's Welsh, it's Jacob. Jacob Urquhart, who is a left wing back. Again, not really feeling this one either. So, not looking good from a top prospect perspective. Central midfielder Lucas Dawson doesn't look bad. He's got the mental numbers. Lucas Dawson, I'm going to keep an eye on you for now. And then moving forward, we'll take a look at James Beale first, the goalkeeper, because goalkeepers are kind of boring. He looks good. he looks quite good. I'm liking James Beale, 6'2", 16-year-old English goalkeeper, worth potentially up to £4.1 million, so there is definitely something there. 5-star potential, obviously just 1.5-star current ability. Old James Beale could be good, and Rocco Hamilton, I don't know what to expect, because you could be anything. You look like a centre-back, or you've got 15 passing, so maybe not. Maybe you could be a defensive midfielder. 16 years of age, Scottish, value of £3.5 to £6.4 million, so he's good. He has definitely got some potential hidden away somewhere. I'm liking Rocco Hamilton. So whilst it was our final intake, it's not the best, is it? We've obviously got a bunch of people, good prospects here as well. No one really exciting. I'm kind of annoyed as well that I haven't had a son in game. It's been 15 years, so there's been, I think, 5 opportunities for me to get a son. It obviously hasn't happened. Unless I'm missing something. Also, I wish my hair looked that good. It doesn't look like it. I mean, we can't even see if we've got any, personnel that we're related to or anything. Genuinely never looked at this. It's taken 15 seasons, never looked at this. I like to sign players from lower leagues. Fair enough. Also from the domestic game, I avoid approaching players in the second half of their careers. That is definitely true. Signing and selling players only for very good deals. I don't pay over the odds, and I also don't sell for cheap. I like signing free players and young players, yep, and shaping players to become competent to play in positions they are not natural at. That is 100% something that I really enjoy doing. On one of the old games, I trained up a striker to be a goalkeeper. It was quite funny. I don't think you can do that anymore. Anyway, we've obviously played a month or so's worth of football as well since we were last here, so we are now up to 11th place in the table, 61 points. Playoffs still possibly. It is 7 points between us and Wrexham in 6th place. Relegation, I think, is certainly no longer on the cards because that is 21 points clear. So we are looking likely we're finishing mid-table for a second season in the Championship, which I think technically solidifies us as a Championship side, right? Well, with the final games of the season played, we have technically cemented ourselves as a Championship side, finishing in 13th place. I don't think we did very well. Last few games we picked up just 2 whole points, but we finished in 13th place. We've had a good season. Blackburn go up as champions. Wolves return to the Premier League, as do Norwich via the playoffs. Interesting to see Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United finishing in 3rd and 4th place in the table, respectively. I haven't looked at the Premier League, which I feel like is something I should look at, right? That's the Premier League. It's just taking the time to load. I have no idea what teams are good anymore, so I'm selling people to like the Southamptons of the world, thinking that they're not very good. They might be amazing. They're 11th. They're not amazing. Man United are champions after winning their final 5 games of the season. City throwing it away by the looks of it after drawing 3 of their last 5. This isn't what this is about, by the way, but I do want to have a look. So, anything interesting when it comes to finishing in the top 3? So, Arsenal, Liverpool, nothing too exciting until you get to 35, 36, where West Ham win the Premier League, finish 2nd in the following season, 3rd a couple of seasons later. Not a lot has really changed, has it? Just West Ham kind of elbowing their way into becoming a pretty good Premier League side. I say pretty good, they won the league. A very good Premier League side, and obviously signing Jay Blake and loaning him out to Blackburn. We've got a couple more things that I want to do before we round out this season, and that is, first of all, take a look at the players who were locked in. So Bailey Piggin, first of all, played only 31. I assume that's quite a sizable injury. It is quite a sizable injury. He's broken his leg on the 25th of February. Probably should have got rid of you from the squad if that was the case, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't really matter at all. So 29 appearances in the league, 2 goals, 3 assists. Not awful. A 6.43 rating, though, is pretty awful there. Next up, Ryan Doolan, wanted by 12 clubs. Okay, we will find out who they are. 5 goals, 2 assists in 46 league games, so played every single game. A 6.81 rating. Doolan's good. I did say that Doolan, I think, is probably going to be like the not the talisman, but the player that I think we could get a bit of money for, worth up to £6.8 million. And it's lots and lots of Premier League clubs. Obviously, Wolves have just won the league, so they are going to be a Premier League club. Pretty much all of them are Premier League clubs. Next up is Jay Gilboy, 1 full season in the squad, 6 goals, 6 assists in the league, a 6.54 rating. So not amazing, but all right for a player who, let's face it, isn't the best. Physically and mentally looks reasonable. Technically is what he's letting him down, but it's his first season at the club. Really, he did play once by the looks of it last year and got an assist. So, yeah, give him a couple more years and he might turn good. We've then got Efanyi, obviously started off as a right winger. We forced him out onto the left-hand side and he's got 13 assists and 7 goals. That sounded like it was a good idea, right? The fact that we've managed to get a player to get 13 assists by playing out of position, a 6.74 average rating as well. Is he wanted? He is wanted by Norwich and Sunderland. Are they Championship? Sunderland are Premier League, Norwich are Championship. So, I mean, he's not going to be world class, is he? But he's done all right. And then Ashley McCarragher, the leading striker with just 9 goals and 2 assists. Not the best, if I'm honest. A 6.55 average rating for the season. 2-star current ability still. He's wanted by 12 clubs. Probably the same 12 that wanted the last guy that we looked at. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of people there. That doesn't look like 12 to me, but sure, apparently it is. Obviously, I've got no plans to sell McCarragher, but you never know, I'm not in charge of any of this. So anything else that we want to have a look at? Is there anyone else who's kind of got stars or whatnot next to their name? So Stephen McAvoy was our number 1 keeper for the season, and he's turned out pretty good. Obviously, he wasn't locked in. He did concede 71, which is a lot, but he managed to play every single league game by the looks of it, so that's nice to see. Tony G, obviously we sold him, but then loaned him back in. Had a pretty good year. Not sure what position you would have been playing, to be honest. Rocco Hamilton making his debut, coming off the bench. He's on a youth contract, okay, as I'm going to assume a central midfielder. If we were to do another season, I think Hamilton would probably be one of the players getting locked in, assuming somebody like an Afanyi or a McCarragher or someone gets sold. So it's good the fact that he's kind of broken into the squad already, which is nice. And then Conor Baumann is the last one, now 25. He's not very good. He's out of contract in the summer. He's unhappy. He wants to start more games. He's probably off. But he's been a very good servant. Nearly 300 league appearances, 60 goals, 37 assists, all the way from League 2 to the Championship, playing pretty regularly as well. Well, the goal of trying to make us like super rich by selling all these players hasn't worked. We do have £3 million in the bank. So we've got something. From a facilities perspective, we have got really good facilities. The youth has dropped down because of time passing and whatnot. But yeah, that's a thing that's taken place. You can see here the board request. I asked to expand the stadium. They said no. It's a fair enough thing. We've got £3 million in the bank. But we do still have all of these clauses knocking about. So over the next few seasons, we can get 10 million from Leslie. Some of these clauses will get triggered. Hopefully all of them will get triggered, which means lots more money will be coming into Crewe Alexandra. What I am going to do now is I'm going to leave my job and then go on holiday for 5 years and just see what happens. Just need to work out how to leave my job. Right, we are now 5 further years into the future. I have literally not clicked beyond this screen, so I have no idea what has happened. I can see Sheffield United are in the Premier League and Sheffield Wednesday are in the Championship. First of all, I'm going to guess they're in the Championship. That's kind of my thought. Arsenal have just won the playoffs. Fair enough. Arsenal have been relegated. I can't see them in the Championship. I've been optimistic and gone upwards. They're not in the Premier League. Fair enough. Are they in League 1? They're not in League 1. Have they gone all the way down to League 2? Surely not. They're not in League 2. Have I just missed them? It's entirely possible that I have just skimmed straight past them. Right, I've just had to search for them. They are in the Championship. I have just completely missed them. That's fine. They're in the Championship. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that they're spending like 5 million here and there, which is obviously quite big money for a team of this size. So they are making some transfer business. They're making some moves. They've sold James Beale to, obviously, Southampton. I don't really know the best way to do this. Like, how do I find out how much money Crewe have? Short of making myself a manager and appointing myself the Crewe boss. I guess that's what we're going to have to do. Right, well, I guess here we are then. I'm Stuart Pearce, the second. There are 2. I am in charge of Crewe Alexandra. Finished 11th place in the league. And I will be perfectly honest, I was expecting the budget and the finances to be a lot better than what they are. They've gone up to like 8 million as the highest. First thing I want to check is the clauses. What ones are still knocking about? Bailey Piggin went to Southampton. Why is they all go to Southampton? Ashley McCarragher went to Rapid in Austria. Fair enough. Obviously, some of these might be kind of new players. They don't have the pluses next to them, do they? Because I'm a different manager. So Ian Leslie is still at Man United. They can sell it for 10 million now. He's got 5 England caps. There are a lot of clauses still just knocking about. Like, a huge amount of clauses. Like, some of these people as well. Like, he could have come through youth intake. He came through Blackburn youth intake. But we have a clause. So he was stolen. So Ian Leslie. Jack Haynes, I feel like that's a name that I should recognise. Is it one? No, we bought him. Fair enough, ignore that. I guess actually the better thing to do is jump back to this Stuart Pearce and just search for plus and star. And then we can see all the players. So 29 people had plus stars next to them. And we can see where they are playing now. I'm going to sort by age, so we're going to go for the... I can't sort by age. Great. We'll just go in this order then, shall we? The first thing I've seen is Ellis Williams-Howell is the assistant manager at Yeovil, which is quite interesting. Anyone at like a really big club? I mean, arguably, we look at James Beale at Southampton. Not that he's playing, but Southampton have picked up a lot of these players. Marco Johnston, he is at Fulham, obviously a more recent player. He's leaving as well. He's joining Fulham on a permanent deal. So maybe a bit of money might be going to that. We've got John O'Driscoll, who went to Middlesbrough, just randomly, right? That was the one that I kind of completely forgot even happened. He's still there. We've got Remo Colbert, who's still at Dunfermline. Good job. Lee Roberts is at Crewe. Interesting. J.E. Gilboy at Newcastle, and he's wanted on loan by Sheffield Wednesday. Fair enough. Not that interesting after all. Rob Liddell is at Norwich, now 34 transfer listed. He's had a pretty good career, considering we played him. We didn't even have him for long, did we? We had him a couple of seasons, then went to Ipswich, then obviously went to Southampton, then went to Norwich and spent the most of his career at Norwich. We've got Will Harries at Plymouth. He is a star player at Plymouth in the Championship. Ellis Tors, who went on a random trek over to Goztepe, didn't he? And then signing for Celtic and then Rangers. I mean, you've had a very odd career, bud. You've had a very odd career. Are you part Turkish? Surely you are part Turkish. You are. You could play for the Turkish national side if you wanted to. Ashley McCarragher, he's gone to Chelsea. Okay, and then on loan to Rapid. That makes a bit more sense. Tim Evans, the goalkeeper who went to Southampton, now at New York Red Bull for 350k. So Tony G is next up. He's at Crystal Palace. So we sold him to Villa, and then we got 50% of that. So we got like £2.5 million from that transfer. Not a lot. Really, not a lot of money at all. Michael Jones is at Leicester. So he went to Liverpool, I think. And then we got half of that. So half of 6.75. So we are getting a bit of money. Jay Blake at Brentford on loan, so he's still knocking about, but he's joining on a permanent deal, potentially for £13.5 million? £10.5 million. So that should be £5 million coming our way. Ryan Doolan, who is on loan at Genoa, but went to Liverpool, and he's only been at Liverpool. Actually spent 3 seasons on loan at Genoa in Italy. Bit of an odd one there. Ifanyi at Bristol City, who is surplus to requirements, so that's obviously great news for everyone involved. 150k, that's all they paid for him. Rocco Hamilton, a player that came through one of the later intakes, is at Stoke on loan from Sunderland. They sold him for 5 million. Some good money there. Tommy Leather, we know he's good at football, went to PSG, found his way over to Arsenal, went to Man City, and then has recently signed for Arsenal. He's had a career, hasn't he? We got no money from any of that because we had no sell-on. Ian Leslie, we've obviously already had a look at, but he is now a Manchester United backup, but an England goalkeeper. He's getting international caps at an England level, but not playing for Man United. Iobossa has moved on from Burnley to Stoke, so £2 million, and his contract expired, so we've got no money from that. I mean, this is the problem, right? This is the problem I'm finding. We're selling people with these big sell-on clauses, and then none of them are actually ever getting triggered. Jack Harkin is now at Metz in France. So he went for 525 and then 10 million. No, we didn't. A free and then 10 million. Great. So we got nothing from that one as well. Sabatus Prudence still playing. Still really good. He's at Aston Villa now. Wanted on a transfer by Derby. So he still might be going a bit longer. 30 million. 135 million pounds. Sabatus Prudence has a cost across his entire career. Richard Owusu, who is still there, right? He's been there. So we sold him to Ipswich, and then Ipswich sold him to Ajman in the UAE, and he's been there ever since. 63 caps for Ghana. We've got Matthew Hinton at Brighton, who is wanted by Al Sadd. So there could be money there. That could be big money. They've just bought him on a free, so it isn't really. Everyone just leaves on a free, and then that's when they get sold for money. And then we have Abadan as well, who's still at Shandong, who, again, they bought him on a free transfer. He's been there ever since. He's got 49 caps for Nigeria. So I think that's pretty much everyone, right? I mean, we skipped over the 3 at the bottom. Raheem Jays, he's retiring. He's had a pretty torrid career, actually. He should have had a better career. Mainly in the National League, did eventually find himself up in League 2, and then he's decided to call it a day. I think he should have been better. Richard Winstanley playing for Sacramento, not even in the MLS. So he left and went to San Antonio, and then has moved over to New York Cosmos and then Sacramento. So what I'm seeing here is a lot of these players ended up leaving and then not actually kind of getting a career when they left. So they went to a bigger club, didn't really get the game time out of that club. Contract expired, moved on. We've obviously got as well Lee Roberts here, who was one of the last players to come through. He's a centre-back. He's playing quite consistently in the Championship. I have just seen, actually, they did get relegated down to League One for a couple of seasons, then back up. But they did make it back up to the Championship. The other option we've got for players as well, which this is going to be a lot harder, is just writing star, which isn't going to find anybody because writing one character is not enough. Fully aware, by the way, that this kind of end of the season bit is just a bit of a nonsense nightmare, isn't it? We've got a lot of people still at the club here, but I don't think anyone's... I mean, Arland Mustafi, he's all right. I thought he might get good. He's not terrible, is he? He's not terrible at football whatsoever. Can we look at transfers? Can we look at youth intake? We can look at departures, which is not what we care about because that doesn't help anyone. We can't really look at anything here, can we? It's a bit of a nightmare trying to find some people because I just want to have a look to see if there are any players that slipped under the radar who were perhaps a little bit better than we initially thought they'd be, and they don't have the plus star next to them. I think a lot of the plus stars actually did go on to make a reasonable career, Remo Colbert probably being one of the exceptions there. I mean, some of these people were still playing, but he's 33 playing for Carlton. So, like, it's kind of difficult to know if they were actually good or they just kind of had a long career playing in the lower league. So I'm just going to skip through all of these. Simon Wildman did eventually go to Bolton, but he's now currently playing for Barrow, so nothing too exciting going on there. Ferretti, he went on a free, and is he still there? He's on a non-contract agreement, getting paid absolutely nothing, and just having a lovely time playing football over in Italy. Fair enough. Flynn Bailey, who got released from Derby, he's now playing for Livingston. So he got released from Derby, went to Barnet, dropped all the way down from the Premier League to the National League South, and has finally found his way up to a reasonable level of football in the Scottish Championship. Lewis Woods, what about you? You went to Western Spirit, and you're still at Western Spirit. Jeremy Lindy, one of the Guyanese? I'm not quite sure how to say it. He is currently, is he at Wellington Phoenix on loan from Huddersfield? He's had a reasonable career, not the best, but he's had a reasonable career. Subhankar Kumar, who is an Indian international goalkeeper, is currently playing in League One. He's had 10 clubs over his career. I mean, he went on loan to East Bengal, went on loan to Odisha, both of them in India, went to Cardiff. Highest he managed to get was Bromley in the Championship, by the looks of it. Padraig O'Shaughnessy is at Galway United, so nothing too exciting there. Did kind of do a little bit of a tour of some of the conference sides. We've got Erskine, who is at Arbroath. Benjamin Mensah, a player who went back to his native Ghana on a free transfer, is still there, but he's just moved over to Hearts of Oaks on a free transfer, so that's something that could be interesting. Jay Lampton had quite a decent time playing for us. He's now at Bradford, so he's had an alright career. It's League One, League Two, and I'm pretty sure, it might not have been Lampton, but I'm pretty sure I said that's his level of football and he'll stay there forever, and he has done that, so kind of feel a little bit justified for that. We've got Ronaldo Harrington, who's at Rapperswil in, I need to guess what nation that is. I feel like I should know. Is it Austria? It's Switzerland. That's where it is. So he went over to Alcoyano in Spain, and now he's moved over to Switzerland. Obviously, most of his time playing was actually for Rotherham. We got Mark Lee, who I thought might have been good when he came through the youth intake, currently at Dagenham and Redbridge, actually played for Crewe up until last season. He played a total of, 4 matches for Crewe? Spent 7 seasons out on loan and has finally found his level at Dagenham and Redbridge. Fair enough to you. I'm interested in this one just because I brought him on a free. He's not bad, is he? He's not, obviously one of our youth intake players, but he's not bad at all. Jack Hughes, a player, I think we sold him to Norwich, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he went on loan to Portsmouth and then Norwich signed him. He's currently playing for Hull, so he's done all right, getting 21 caps as well for the Republic of Ireland side. We've got Karim Sadi, I want to see him. He's still at Crewe. He was the guy that I bought on a free transfer. He's had a couple of years out on loan, but he's still at Crewe, still playing some football. He's on a lot of money, though, for a Crewe player. We've got Taylor Amerson, who's currently playing at Wickham, and he has 47 Anguilla caps. He is in the Isthmian Premier, though. They have dropped down quite considerably, so maybe that's not as interesting as I initially had thought. We've got a lot of people, by the way, like that Kean Fraser, like Leon Wood, that are just playing for kind of not garbage, but they're not playing for anyone particularly interesting. Simon Greaves is on a free transfer. He's not even useful to us. We don't care about him. Aguilera, a player that we sold to Leicester, is currently playing for Olympia back in Paraguay with a 50% sell on. Obviously, he left on a free, so we got nothing back from that one. Savan, another player that we brought in, he's still playing for Crewe. He's got 63 Paraguay caps. I mean, I was not expecting him to be as useful as he seems to have been, which is quite interesting anyway. Bertrand Wolf, a Dutch central defender that we signed. He's moved over to Telstar, looks like recently, yep, very recently, on a free transfer there. We've got Kastrup, who went to Southampton and is still at Southampton. So the 50% sell-on clause for Kastrup could come in at some point in the future. We've got a couple more seasons to go by the looks of it. Obviously not one of the players that we kind of got through our youth intake, but Azuz, a player that we lost on a free transfer recently. Okay, I thought he was going to be a bit better than that, but apparently not. Kostas Bougiotas, not sure if that's how it's pronounced, is currently at Olympiacos and is the first choice goalkeeper. However, I think they've been relegated. So they're in the second division. They're not as big as they obviously used to be, but he does also have Greece caps, under 21 caps. Okay. Obviously, we mentioned him earlier, but Bailey Piggin is at Southampton, which, I mean, if there's like a clause in that as well, that's actually not terrible. 5.5 million for Piggin to go to Southampton. We're starting to kind of properly scrape the bottom of the barrel. We've got Cushion, who's still at Crewe, apparently, by the looks of it. Stephen McAvoy went over to Swansea and is currently their first choice goalkeeper in the Championship, so that's fair play to you. You're doing all right there. That has just made me realise we obviously had, what's his name? Kyle, the goalkeeper from Guyana, but I think he's retired, so we're not going to be able to see what he's doing. A lot of these people are actually still at the club, so they've just gone out on loan by the looks of it. We're now starting to get to the point where obviously we were not at the club at this point, so most of these will definitely just still be out on loan. I will double check. Is it Carl Harrington? Was that the player that I'm thinking of? If it is Kyle Harrington, I have no idea how to find him. I feel like he has probably retired. So there you have it then. We managed to make Crewe basically turn into a Championship level side, which it took a long time to get there. We've basically gone 20 years into the future. They've not gone any higher than the Championship, but the fact that we've got them to the Championship, I'm quite happy with that. I do want to very, very quickly check. Anything interesting happened in the Premier League? No, it's just the usual suspects. Villa have kind of crept in there last couple of times, but bear in mind, this league is loaded and running. Nothing has changed in 20 years. Like, nothing at all. Surely something interesting could have happened. But no, it is the same teams, basically, in the top four. Villa are in there quite a few times, actually, so Villa have made their way up there, so have West Ham. But everyone else is kind of the usual suspects. Sunderland creeping in every now and then, Southampton up to 7th, so that's kind of slightly different. Everton and Brighton up the top end of the table. But it's just the same old, isn't it? Literally, every season, nothing exciting's happening. Anyway, it doesn't matter what's happening in the Premier League. Crewe Alexandra were the team that we were focusing on, and I think we did all right. It is just a very, very big shame, though, that basically nothing happened when it comes to the sell-on clauses. We had so many clauses that could have been triggered, and most of them just left their club on a free transfer. We should have cashed them in a lot earlier on. That would have made a massive difference to this save, I think.